Day 5 in Prague. It's the last day of Group A matches and 5 doesn't go into 4. We're going to have to say goodbye to one of these teams in Group A at the end of the day. Bohemians, they've got the day off. They're sitting pretty. They can be caught up today by Prague CC, but we're starting the day with a battle for safety. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Czech Republic, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. It is day 5, the last day of Group A matches. We will have to say goodbye, unfortunately, to one of these teams that we'll see today at the end of the day because the bottom ranked team will be out of the competition. Very interesting the way that Group A is placed at the moment with Bohemians at the top of the table, but we won't see them today. Prague CC have the opportunity to leapfrog them. They've got 2 matches today, but we won't see them first up. Instead, we're starting the day with match 17. It's a big clash between United and Brno. I do have some news from the toss, and that's United. They won the toss and elected to bowl. Now, interestingly, these two teams are not quite safe yet, but whoever wins this match will be. So I think there's a lot on this. And Brno, they had a disappointing day yesterday. They'll be wanting to bounce back against United. So United, yeah, putting in Brno, interesting for me. I think that Dylan Steyn and Ihalaga at the top of the order, I think we'll see them once again reunited there. And I think it's all about how they can get Brno off to a good start and get their batting going. Also interesting to see how they use Riaz Afridi, whether they use him at number 3 or perhaps a little bit lower. He's certainly very exciting player, one of the finds of the week. Also, he's quite fiery with the ball. But let's talk about United, and they don't have Pramod Bagoli in the lineup. That's the big news from their camp. He's got a slight leg injury, so we won't see him today. Hopefully he can rest up and be right for the quarterfinals in a week's time if they do qualify. That's the thing. They do need to get some results going their way, United. So, yeah, no Bagoli hurts them a little bit. Probably see Abhimanyu Singh at the top of the lineup. And Piyush Paghel has been in really good form. I think that he is always the key to their batting. Well, let's talk about the conditions today in Prague. We're expecting the warmest day of the week, actually 27 degrees, the expected maximum. That sounds very nice to me. Currently, it's about 18 to get this one started. Well, it is Friday. It's not quarterfinals Friday, but it is Peacock Friday. So I know that Danny Hood, well, he is ready to go. He's peacocking and we're ready for action. Let's get ready for match 17. The news from the toss, United winning the toss and bowling. Over to you, Danny. Let's get ready for day 5 right here in Prague.
Good morning, Vinny, and good morning to everyone out there, wherever you're listening to from around the world for the FanCode European Cricket Series Czech Republic Game 17. It's the final day of Group A. Clash between Brno and United. Interesting toss to win and to throw Brno in. Obviously, United fancy their chances chasing. The Manu Singh won the toss, elected to bowl. We'll bring the 2 regular openers for Brno out, and it'll be Ihalaga and Steyn. You think Dylan Steyn needs a few runs today just to get a bit of cobwebs out. He got run out a couple of times and didn't look quite himself yesterday. Not quite the fluid batsman we normally used to. And Janaka Ihalaga, he's been hitting the ball nicely, but not really going on with big scores. So it might be a wise thing for United. Get these 2 top batsmen early, and then see what happens with the rest. There is a late change in the selection for Brno. The big man Riaz Afridi has pulled up with a slight injury, nothing too serious, but has been replaced by the very capable Arun Vasudevan. Will come into the lineup, so they'll lose a little bit of firepower with the bowling, but Vasu is their top wicket taker, so it's not a disaster for Brno. Also, another big one is it won't be Bagoli opening the bowling because he's not playing today. Again, a slight injury. It'll be that man Amandeep Bindra, who's been so good this tournament. So left armour bowling to a left-hander straight up. It's been an interesting contest, and it's all to play for. The team that wins this will go into the quarterfinals next Thursday And the team that loses may have a little bit of a nervy game this afternoon. Here comes Bindra. That's wide outside of some call wide. That's first runs on the board. Here comes Binder again. Just cut away, and there's a man down there. We know how quick this ground is, especially in that part of it. But they've got it well covered. They've got a sort of a deepish gully and a wide third man. I think it's a wise move with these left-handers, because anything outside that off stump, if it goes through the field, it's 4. They've also got a fine leg, but the fine leg's quite wide, so you wouldn't want to get it too far down leg side, because that's a definite 4 down there as well. That'll be Bindra bowling to Dylan Stain, who'll be facing his first ball. It's cut away beautifully through the field, and that's 4. It's a nice shot. Just a bit too much width, and he's very, very strong in that area, is Dylan Stain, and that'll ease the nerves a bit. Very narrow angle of attack for this man. Too far outside off stump, and he'll cut you for 4, and then anything on his legs he'll whip away. There's a man down a deep fine leg, but not much other protection on the leg side. Bindra want to keep it on off stump. Comes in again. And, it's a better ball. I'd like to say hi to everyone in the chat. I'm sure we'll catch up very shortly with the people who are out there watching this game. This one's pitched up, just poked out to the man at mid-wicket, just a single. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, and if you are on YouTube, make sure you get into the YouTube chat. It's good fun. Lots of nice people there. And outside off stump, big swing and a miss from Janika. And FanCode as well. Welcome to all the people watching in India and the subcontinent. Been a good over so far from Bindra, just that one loose delivery. And this one is again a good area. He's a good bowler, Bindra. And that's a very, very handy over for United straight up. Just that one boundary, a few little extra ones. So as you can see, the top bowlers for United, Piyush Baghel and Pramod Baguli. Baguli not playing today. They're the batters, I'm sorry. Nawab and Shukla. But look at the batting. Not too many runs between the batsmen. It's the two openers, Dylan Stain and Ihalaga. They've not really clicked, and Stain did hit a 60 as well, so the rest of the tournament's been a bit patchy for him. Ihalaga, again, he's hit the ball cleanly, but just not gone on with a bigger score. And for United, one of their main men in Bagoli, who opens the bowling so well, is not here, so they're a little bit under strength in that bowling department. Zahid Iqbal is the new bowler. Bowling to the left-armer, left-hander, Dylan Stain. That's down leg side, hit the pad, optimistic appeal. I think he got away with that one. Didn't quite bounce as much as what Dylan had expected. He's just playing that shot again. Wouldn't want to keep that line with a bowler, because there's no protection out there for him, just a deep fine leg. That's down leg side, hit the pad again, I think, and it will be called a leg by. And Chanika's wandered halfway down the pitch. There's been a few run-outs involving Dylan Stain. I think he's been run out twice. But he's a good runner between the wickets, just not quite timed it well. Comes again, and it's just turned around the corner, just straight to the man down there, Janika. It's not a great line bowled by the bowler Zahid Iqbal to these two. And I think he's going to get punished if he continues with this, because it needs to be outside off stump. He's got a very offside field. It needs to be just outside that off stump. He comes in again. And this one's a better ball. It's well left there. Angled it out there. It's about the line he wants to bowl. It's been pretty good over so far, but I think he's been a bit lucky. Here he comes in again. And this one's charged by Stain, but got a bit of an inside edge. It's gone to mid-on, just a single. Again, a beautiful day here in Prague. I don't know if you can see a bit of dust in the background. There's a farmer ploughing his field out there, bringing up a lot of dust. It's not affecting the players though, the wind's going in the different direction. It's a bowler again. It's been cut away, just a single. Didn't quite get all of it, did Janika. So Vinny, welcome to the Ice Cube.
Nice to be in the Ice Cube. We might need it to be cool today, Danny, because 27 degrees they're expecting. That sounds good to me. Look at this table. It's interesting, isn't it? Because both these teams equal on points, and both will be kind of in jeopardy, if you like, if they lose this game, because Pauls and Guardians could potentially catch them up. So, yeah, I think whoever wins this game, they can be short of a place in the quarterfinals. If you lose this game, you're still not out, but just might have to work a little bit harder. And I agree with your assessment. Bagoli's big out for United, but also Riaz Afridi out at the very last minute. He's just not feeling very well, but he's hopeful that he's going to be okay by the start of the second game. They do play back-to-back games first up.
That was a good ball from Bindra. Cut him in two. And he's a very good bowler, as Bindra. We saw him with a couple of fantastic dismissals. Late outswing to the left-handers. In-swing to the right-handers.
It's a good bowler.
It's right in the block hole. Just pushed out to mid-wicket just for a single. It's not very fluid at the moment from Burno, but you've got to say that the bowling's been pretty good.
Yeah, you see the wind predictor is almost 50-50. And yeah, I mean, Bindra can shape it down the line and hasn't really done that. Almost more angling in, I'd say, at this stage, but he is capable of doing a bit each way.
It's just down the leg side, and he's got protection in that area.
He's done well there. I mean, he's just tried to get absolutely everything behind that. I think that's Manish Jangid. He's down a fine leg. I think that's what we're talking about, getting your body behind it. So it's called a leg bite.
That's interesting. I thought he got a bit of bat on that, but
I thought this might have a wooden leg, but it's fair enough.
He's got
I'd be having words, I think, if I was batting.
He's got a lot of ground to cover in that area.
Might be. Well, there you go. Now he's changed his mind. That might be one of the most well-struck leg buys I've ever seen. Certainly tested out the boundary rider. No, I think it's the right decision in the end. It'll go as a run.
It's been just jabbed down to mid-wicket for a single. And it's a little bit slow for Burnlow, but I don't mind this. Again, the wind predictor 50-50, and I don't mind this. They need a good innings here, these two, and they know that one of their top bowlers in Bagoli is out.
Yeah.
So, and when they see off Bindra, I think there could be a few nervous bowlers.
There's nothing seeing it off about that shot, was there? From Ihalagi. Yeah, it's an interesting one. And Bagoli won't be able to bat at the top of the order either for United, so they lose a key batter and a key bowler. Good areas from Bindra. He finishes well. Power play, pretty quiet for Burno. They might be hibernating. They still have the two key openers there. It's 15 for no loss after 3.
I said, Vinny, I don't think they'd be too worried about the score at the moment. They've seen off Bindra, who's probably the most threatening of the United bowlers, apart from Bagoli, who's not playing. So let's see who they throw the ball to. They've got a few options.
Yeah, Mustafa Nawab is back in the lineup as well, and that's a big in. So we're talking about Begoli being out, but Mustafa Nawab is a key component of their bowling, and I think he's going to bowl the 4th over here. So I think that, if you ask them, and I spoke to Dylan Stain during the week, you might have seen it on our social media at European Cricket, he said, I think my job's to bat the 10 overs, and if I do that, we'll be in good shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's see what happens here in the 4th. He is on strike, the captain Dylan Stain, to Mustafa Nawab.
It's got a bit more protection on the leg side now. The restrictions over. That one's been chipped out to that man at, well,
oh, wow.
at foot fielding central.
That's Vikrant Gadara, who's into the lineup. Well, I thought maybe he was trying to kick this one straight back to the wicketkeeper. That was a pretty forceful boot. And Gadara, let's just say, it's effective.
Yeah, kept it down to 2 runs. Saved 2, I guess. Hit straight back to the bowler. Shy at the stumps. They're up for this, United. Of course, they're a second division team. So
they've been so competitive of late, though, in the European Cricket Series, haven't they? And United, okay, they're on a losing streak of 3 games. They won 2 in a row, then have lost the last 3. Just want to be called wide. So, I mean, they're pretty desperate to get some momentum back, because they certainly don't want to stumble through today and into the quarterfinals, or even worse, maybe not make the quarterfinals. So you can see they won the toss, they elected to bowl, and yeah, they're up for this contest. Haven't got that breakthrough yet, though.
Down leg side called a wide. I was speaking to Pramod Baguli earlier in the week, and he said with United that they're almost too good for Div 2, but they keep on losing semi-finals or finals to try to get promoted. So it's just one of those things for them, unfortunately. And it shows the depth of Czech cricket now, where you're getting a team like United, who's very good, and Pilsen Guardians as well, who are Div 2 teams. They would have been definitely Division 1 teams a few years ago. Yeah,
for sure. I think the overall standard has come a long way, even the last couple of years, I've noticed. I think also they're a team that's used to having success, even albeit in the second division here. So that's the kind of confidence they bring in to this kind of cricket as well.
It's whipped away, and there's a man out there, and he uses his feet again.
Well, I know fielders aren't meant to wear pads, but Gadara, he might need some out there. But he does well to stop that, and have made those key stops, even though it hasn't always been completely orthodox.
Well, you know, I don't think his skipper will be too unhappy with him. It's always probably going to be 2 with these 2 running.
Yeah, true, and he's getting behind it. That's the main thing.
This one's been hit straight. It's Sharma. Oh, that's a terrible bounce.
Oh, that's nasty. That's a real nasty bounce. You really can't blame Bindra there at all. And I hope he's all right. It's gone for 4, but that's one of the worst bounces I've seen. He's giving a thumbs up. All right, so I still think it probably makes sense for him to check this out. And oh yeah, this is a dangerous Tortuga. Look, that last bounce. I mean, wow, there's nothing you can do about that at all. That's one time I won't blame the fielder at all.
If he got right behind it, though, he would have stopped the forward. With his face, maybe, Vinny, but
I mean, if you're going to cop one like that, you'd hope it goes forwards and stays in the field of play. As it is, it goes for 4. Wow. Well, I don't know how old Amandeep Bindra is, but I think his whole life flashed before his eyes in the 5 microseconds before that, between that last bounce and the ball jumping up at him. Anyway, next ball, and this is some more work out there for Gadara. And it'll be another 2 to finish the over. Anyway, I'm just pleased that Bindra's shaken it off. There's some pretty tough units here in the Czech Republic. Anyway, it's end of 4 overs. The score is 27 for no loss. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Danny Hudacek from the Czech Republic. And it is Peacock Friday. Danny, I got to say, I'm very impressed. You come to the table. You come strong.
Well, look, at Peacock Friday. I know you came with flamingos, but this is the closest to peacock that I have.
I like it. And yeah, well, it's going to be kind of fitting because today we're expecting some pretty nice weather. We had a nice weaker weather really, but 27 degrees. I just want to welcome all of you guys out there as well on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm just going to pop my head in the chat, so it's a great time to say hello. And yeah, last day of Group A matches, last chance to look at these 5 teams, or 4 teams essentially, because Bohemians, they've already finished their group matches.
Yeah, look, it's been a good week actually. Some very good cricket and pretty balanced teams, to be honest. I think Brno would have probably been wanting to be up in the top 2. It hasn't really worked out for them. Whereas United, it's pretty much job done for them. I think with their net run rate, I think they'll probably get into that quarterfinal. But anything can happen, especially with this game. And then they do have another game later on. And Pilsen Guardians took with that glimmer of hope. So it's been a very good week.
Yes. Hey, Sharma having a bowl. Haven't seen that this week, and maybe that's why. First one down the leg side and just turned away by Ihalagi. Does it easily. Ill-directed from Sharma, and a welcome boundary for Brno.
Yeah, he puts his hand up and apologises to everyone. Just a bit of a loosener, but you can't afford to be down leg side with these two.
Got to say, chat's already blown up about your shirt, Danny. And it's very, very clear that you've outdone me on the shirt front, according to Dave Edmondson. But no, Danny, I think you're getting into the spirit of it. And I'm encouraging our viewers as well to wear a peacock shirt on Friday. If they're watching ECN, maybe take a picture and send it to me on my Instagram at Mr. Maximo.
Spin's been hit straight. Didn't get much of it. Just be a single. With Bindra to pick it up and just be a single. So it goes past the keeper, which it doesn't. And yeah, no, I don't really know why I bought this shirt, but I knew it would come in handy one day.
Yeah, for a rainy day, but it's not really rainy. Got to say, that dust has found its way across the playing surface right now. It's like playing in India when all the flares or fireworks, pre-game fireworks have gone off.
This one's been whipped away, and that's 6. Just 2 straight there from Sharma, and you can't afford to do that to Dylan Steyn. And he's now starting to hit the ball pretty cleanly.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about as well. If he bats the 10 overs, you just think they're going to be making a pretty decent score. There's Sharma, just a little bit short. Still, again, with the line, I think, a bit too straight to Dylan, who makes this one disappear. Maximo time. And that one is the first Maximo of this Friday.
What Dylan Stein's really good at doing is finding gaps in the field. He knows where the fielders are, and he does hit a lot along the ground. That one, of course, he just whipped away in the air, but he's good at finding gaps. But I think what he's been doing this week quite a bit is finding fielders. So it's looking a bit ominous. Just clamps down on it, goes past the fielder, and that will go for 4 as well. Exactly what I was saying. He's very good at finding gaps in the field, and it's the fastest part of the ground down there.
Yeah, it really is. And he just leans on this, doesn't he? So we saw the power, and now we see the placement. You talked about finding gaps, and he just deflects that one away. Nice back cut. And Karen's enjoying that from New Zealand, I'm sure. And loving watching live cricket. Why not? And hello to Charlie Hunt as well, who's joined us. Nice to see you, Charlie. Hope you're going well. Next one is work for Nawab. I think of his second, but I don't think it's there. Hand off. The ball eventually gets back. Yeah, so they certainly had a bit of acceleration since the end of the power play anyway. Don't know. Just look at the scores. 7, 4 and 4. The 3 overs in the power play. But since then we've had 12. We've already had 15 this over. Now it'll be 16 with the ball to go.
It's jab down to the man. Oh, he's got a bad bounce and couldn't do much about it. And that's another 4 there.
This isn't. I know it's a bounce that's hard to predict, but you could have predicted it'd be a bad bounce, if that makes sense. I think on the first bounce, especially when they're behind the wicket like that, you expect him to spin a little bit. So essentially, I think you expect it to spin right to left on the screen. It's kind of what it does, but it does it quite a lot. And to be fair, it bounces. So the God's not with United at the moment anyway. It's the end of the over. It's a 47 for no loss after 5 overs. I also want to say hello to Jackson Redex, to Chris Packer as well. Hello to you. We've got Santa in the chat, it looks like, as well. To Dean Mohammed. And Nico Fernando, I think, is watching from Italy. And he might actually be participating in the Rome season. Will he be in the Rome week? Will he be in Rome, or will he be in the Bologna week? Nico, let me know in the chat. He played for Pianoro again. That's who he played for last year. Anyway, here's Manish Jungid coming in for a bowl. This one's a little bit short. It is top edge and it's dropped. Oh, that's a man you don't expect to drop catches down there. It's Ayush Sharma. Often see him straight down the ground, but I think they've deliberately put him down that deep fine leg instead. Instead, they've got Joshi at long off here. I think he's there exactly for that. Unfortunately, he spills it.
Yeah, that's just those little chances they need, United, because these batsmen starting to look set. Just call that to Charlie Hunt. He saw Dylan Staines' 100 down in Malta, and Charlie was doing comms down there, wasn't he, for BCN? Did a fantastic job. It's very hard to do comms for a 4-day, I think it was a 4 or 5 day tournament by yourself. This one's whipped away to Sharma, and he's taken him. Well, the trap worked.
Not often life gives you second opportunities, but Sharma gets one the very next ball, doesn't he? So that's twice. I think that Stain tries to go over the boundary twice in a row. He finds the fielder, so he's going to have to go. Batted well, but 31 and out for Dylan. They won't make a century on this occasion, and the opening partnership was broken. It's 49 for 1, a wicket to Jungid.
Yeah, that's I think he'll look back at it, and Dylan Stain, and think that it's probably not the right shot. He's a talented batsman, and gets a lot of his runs along the ground.
Yeah, that's the first one. It's got away, but sometimes the universe is kind to you, and this time, very, very similar one. Here's Sharma. It's probably their best fielder, I have to say. I mean, he doesn't drop too many at all. I know it's a slightly unusual position he finds himself in. And unfortunately for Dylan Stain, he hasn't survived the second opportunity. Still, he has got this innings going after a slightly pedestrian start. Here's Jungid to the new batter, Naveed Ahmed.
Short, and that's hit in the air. Player under it, and he's missed it, and it's gone for 4. Well, never got set, the fielder. He's very strong on the leg side. Naveed Ahmed didn't quite get hold of it, and that's another opportunity.
I mean, 3 balls from Jungid, 3 catching opportunities. That one hung up in the air a long time. Fielder came in, and barely gets a handle in the end. Across the boundary, 4 runs.
It's a risky strategy on such a small ground. This one's just been dabbed back down to the bowler.
Naveed is a good in for Bruno. I think his off-spin bowling as well adds so much to their attack. He's batting in number 3 position. We've often seen Riaz Afridi batting in this position, but he's not in the 11. It's a late withdrawal. They're hoping that he will be okay by the game, which starts in about 3.5 hours. That's a big one for Bruno against the Pauls and Guardians. Depending on how this one goes, that could be a battle for survival.
So let's just put it down to third man. Should be cut off. Will be just a single. Yeah, I think Bruno would have come up here to Prague to be up there with the big boys in PCC and Bohemians. It is a very, very tough group, this, compared to next week. I think these are, well, with Bohemians and PCC and Brno, they're 3 of the top clubs in the country, if not the 3 top clubs in the country. No disrespect to the other teams. So to have them in the same side of the draw, just the way things happen. It's been cut away, and it's gone through the fielder, and that's 4. Well, nice shot there from Janika.
Yeah, beautiful shot. I like the way he waits for this. Sometimes I think Hilagi gets a little bit kind of over-aggressive and rushes at the ball. This time he waits and punches it perfectly through that point region. So in the end, there'll be 11 off that over. It's unlucky, just the 1 wicket. There were 3 chances. One of them was held. It's 58 for 1 after 6 overs. So not in bad shape at all. Now up to round about 10 and over. So realistically, they could post that 100 plus, I think, which would put them in pretty good shape. But plenty of cricket still to play. Just feel like this one could be a close one. And United, because of no Begoli and a couple of other outs, they try a few different bowls. Looks like Bagel's going to bowl next. Just look at that gold line. That'll show you how Brno's chances have improved over the last 2 overs, even despite the wicket of Stain. The fact their innings has kind of kicked into gear. 3 double-figure overs in a row, 12, 20 and 11 in overs 4, 5, 6. So first 3 overs went for 15. The second 3 overs went for 45. So you can see why their chances have improved. Here's Piyush Baghel. You don't often see bowling for United, but here he is bowling over number 7.
When you remember back to the previous game between these two, I'll come back to that in a moment. As Baghel comes in, bowling to Ahmed. Got away with that. It's down. Oh, that looked like it was going down leg, but that's not the opinion of the umpire. That's a good first nut from Piyush Baghel.
Yeah, we're on a bit of an angle here, so this will tell a better story. It's, well, you know, it's touch and go is what I'll say. I mean, you couldn't conclusively say it's heading down the leg side. It's heading that direction, but you got to remember just a little bit of the ball has to hit a little bit of the stump.
True. Look, it was angled down there, but it was very pitched up.
Yeah, it's a little bit it actually hits the pad. I actually think it might hit that pad on the left.
I think you're
not the
right.
pad on the right. So I actually think it's a pretty good decision. I think immediately you kind of assume it hits that front pad and it's heading down, but I actually think it hits the back pad.
Yep.
And you know, I think that's pretty good umpiring if you ask me. Anyway, it's pretty good bowling from Baghel, who kind of wrangles that wicket. Naveed Ahmed has to go for 5. The score is 58 for 2.
Yeah, at first sight it did look like it was going down, but then you're right, it did hit that back pad, the left pad, and then if you look closely, you can just see that leg stump behind his pad. So I think it was a good decision.
Yeah, agree. And remember, the umpire only gets one look at that. I think that we were kind of fooled live. The umpire wasn't. So you better. That's a even. It was a late inclusion into the lineup. He'll start with a single out to Ayush Sharma. He's now at deep cover point. Just want to say a quick hello as well to Neville Russ, who's joined us, and James and Maiden Waters. A few people are coming in now. And I know that Nico Fernando said he's playing for Kent Lanka this year in Rome. Well, that is the 4th week, I think, Nico. So I think it'll be 17th of July or something like that, or maybe 18th of July. That we'll see you for the first time. It should be really exciting, that Italian series, because essentially there's 4 qualifying weeks in the Super Series, and the best performers from the qualifying weeks will make it through to the last week in Rome. And whoever wins that will get the ECL spot. And, you know, we know what a big tournament that is. There's Baghel.
I enjoyed my time in Italy. It was good fun. It was freezing, but it was great and super windy. Especially, actually, both Milan and Brescia were windy and cold.
Here's the thing. We went to Rome last year, and I think it was the 13th of March or 14th of March that we started. It was in 2021. And I think once we got to the field and it was 1 degree, and we had to wait for the frost on the field to kind of melt away. Now, you're going to change that. Now we'll be there, like I say, I think something like the last 2 weeks of July, essentially, this year. I think it'll be a very different experience at that ground. But yeah, really looking forward to our Italian summer. Baghel, been pretty good this over, keeping things quiet.
Good ball, bit of an appeal. I think he hit the ground there, the batsman. But it has been a very good over from Piyush Baghel. We haven't really seen him with the ball much.
No, we haven't. I mean, a very occasional bowler.
He's varying his pace. He's bowling good line and length generally.
Well played,
I knew
Danny.
that was going to be a wide. Had to be a wide as soon as you comment on good line and length.
It's not the first time, it's not the last time. Hello to PK as well in the chat, saying that Baghel's bowling an excellent length at a very deceiving slower pace. Yet all about the accuracy, I think, for Piyush. Last ball of his over.
Side off stump and good line there. That's no run then. Vassar having a big swing.
Yeah, so things slowing down in the 7th as it started with a wicket. And apart from that, just 2 singles, 2 wide, so 4 off the over. 62 for 2 off 7 overs. And speaking of our experience here in the Czech Republic, you can see that we are currently in match 17. And after match 20, it'll be end of Group A matches. 4 of those clubs will make it through to quarterfinals Friday, which is a week's time. From tomorrow, it'll be Group B matches. We start with match 21 tomorrow. I know that your guys, Vinarati, are in there, as well as the Spartans, Barbarians, Moravian, and the Tigers, who are making their ECS debut. And have the day off Sunday. Back on Monday with more Group B action before the end of the week. We have quarterfinals and then finals in just over a week's time. Having our time in the Czech Republic. And right now, game very much in the balance. Brno pulled ahead, but I think that last over, yeah, for me, puts things right back to 50-50. Win predictor still favouring Brno slightly. New bowler here is Zahid Iqbal.
I think what I was going to come back to was that the game between these two earlier in the week, Brno hit 120 and United almost chased it down. Now, there's a big caveat here that Pramod Baguli is not playing.
True.
But at the same time, United it's a nice shot out on the leg side and good effort from the fielder, but he won't get there, and that's 4 runs. 120, I think United would look at and think we can chase this because they almost got there. And so this score is going to be around about 100, but it's not looking likely actually at the moment. It's looking more like 80, 85.
Yeah.
I think United are in with a very big shot of causing an upset here.
They certainly are. I just think of some players, Sharma, you see that he just hasn't clicked with the bat yet. And you feel like he will at some point.
This one's been mishit slightly. Down to that man Bindra, who doesn't try to stop it with his face this time.
Poor Bindra. Oh. Actually, I think that might have been one of the worst bounces I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of cricket.
Well, this ground, we've done a lot of work on this ground to flatten it out, but they've had very little rain here in the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
It's been sunny, and so it's pretty rock hard.
I've never quite seen it like this.
No.
Whoa, all right.
What's going on there?
All right. That's so weird because he never kind of, maybe he wasn't watching when the bowler was coming in. Just look, is his head down here? He's got his head down. That's what it is. But then, yeah, he kind of puts up a little bit of a hand. Bit of a defensive gesture. I think dead ball's the right thing. Yeah. If that happens once, I think you can give that to the batter. And also, the bowler's ready. The batter should be ready, probably. But you can probably let that go in the spirit of the game.
The umpire using his walkie-talkie technology to communicate with the scorers.
Well, maybe the batter needs a walkie-talkie saying, "Are you ready?" Yes, I'm ready. Zahid Iqbal's ready.
Outside off, big swing and a miss there from Vasu. They really need to get bat on ball. It's not been a very fluid innings here from Brno at all. Even Dylan Steyn, even though he hit a couple of nice shots, same as Yannicka, it's just not been very consistent. Again.
It's such a funny innings, hasn't it? That's the end of another over. Iqbal was good there. We had good results anyway. There were 5 off that over. So, yeah, boundary and a 1. So, yeah, it's been so super strange. I'm going to take you through the over-by-over scores in the first 8 overs. 7, 4, 4, then 12, 20, 11, then 4, 5. So, yeah, the middle overs, middle 3 overs, that's where most of the runs have come. You can see, it kind of shows up. Zahid Iqbal has been very tight. Bowled the 2nd and the 8th. He only went for 8 in total. And now they have to decide who they want to bowl out. And I think for me, you go Nawab, and I think you got to go Bagel. I think
for sure
he bowled really well in that first over. They've gone for Nawab here in the 9th. This is the top edge. I think this is going to fly. And, well, I think that'll be 4. I'll just check where this bounces. But, yeah, 4 runs the call. So he digs it in. I think the Flying League was interested. I couldn't do too much about it. And a welcome boundary for Brno.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dodgy one. Yeah, the fine leg, as I said, was in. Otherwise, it would have been down his throat. They're finding fielders very, very comfortably in Brno every time they hit the ball. And it's just, as I said, not been very fluid. But now definitely, I think with Mustafa Nawab and we assume Piyush Bagel bowling the last, it's going to be difficult. Except that's on the leg side, and that's smashed over mid-wicket for 6. Nice shot there, just clipped off his toes. Bowler got the line all wrong.
Beware the sleeping giant. Ihilagi is lurking. And, well, you know that he can go large. Now, a bit of extra pace. I think he likes it. I think he likes that extra pace. He just whips this away. It's a bit leg stumpish. And Maximo time for Yannicka as he moves up into the 30s. And now he's the top scorer in this innings.
We saw him earlier in the week just timing the ball beautifully. He hits it very cleanly. But it's been a bit sketchy this innings. And that one's, good stop there from Abhimanyu Singh, and I think that's run out. That's fantastic work from the skipper. Well, that's the end of Vasu, but have a look at this. It was it was a very difficult stop in the first place, and
I think they run based on the fact that they don't think he'll take it cleanly, and even if he does, he's going to have to get himself up off the floor and hit the stumps. But that's exactly what Abhimanyu does. You see, it's the batter, that's it even, a couple of steps short. So calculated gamble. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised because it's not like you were desperate to get Ihalagi off strike, because there's still 3 balls left in the over. But nice bit of work by the captain and keeper of United as they poach another wicket, 77 for 3.
Yeah, it's fantastic work. I think he'll be opening the batting, will Abhimanyu Singh, and he's actually very capable with the bat. He's probably not the biggest hitter, but technically quite sound. I'm surprised that Burno haven't thrown in Kashif Ali here. I can see him with the pads. He is a big hitter of the ball. There's only a few balls left, but they've gone for Hansa Nazir. One keeps a little low, and almost another run out there for Abhimanyu.
Yeah, this one might have just got him on the end of the fingers, you know. Pretty quick to get his glove off. See where he cops this, gets on the second bounce. Oh, in fact, it's not. It's not on the end of the fingers. He's kicked it up into his midriff. So I suppose that's why God gave you gloves. It's, he does block it at least and save any runs.
That's a good ball. Bent his back a little bit, got a bit more lift. It's perfect line and length.
Yeah, so it's funny how Ihalagi just smacked that 6, and then it's a kind of curious call, I think, to go through for that attempted buy. Now he's at the other end, and you got a new batter out there, Hansa Nazir.
He's hit that well, and that's 4 runs. Half volley outside off stump, and that was smashed through the offside for 4.
Yeah, well, they know what they're doing, maybe, because that's a smacks that. It was a good shot, wasn't it? And Nawab just gone for a few in the 9th. And it will be the end of it, actually. 14 come off the 9th, so the score is 81 for 3 after 9 overs. And now we'll see the last over. I think you've got to go to Bagel. Yeah, I think they are. I was a bit surprised he didn't come back in the 9th, because he bowled the 7th and decided to bowl Nawab in the 9th. Maybe it doesn't matter too much, but now Piyush Singh Bagel is going to bowl the 10th. In addition, he's likely to open the batting. Almost certain that he will. And probably with no Bagoli, I'll probably go with Abhimanyu Singh, I think, at the top of the order. And probably Sharma at 3. I think a lot on them to try and get them most of the way to this target, which looks like it might be around about the 90 mark. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, Ayush Sharma is a very, very good batsman. He's just not really shown it this week. Things not quite going for him. So if he gets going, I think United have got a very good shot at getting this total. That's a good slow ball. And, for a man who's been batting for the full innings, to deceive him like that, that's top bowling from Piyush Bagel.
Yeah, it's been very, very handy. And that's one thing they have probably struggled a little bit with sometimes, United, is their bowling depth. Bagel's showing he's a more than useful option.
That's another good ball. And Janaka is getting frustrated. That's a perfect line and length at this time to the left-hander.
It's getting a bit of shape away from the left-hander, and Ihalagi, he's no mug with the bat at all. He's a specialist bat. He's just having trouble timing up Piyush Bagel.
Again, another dot ball. Fantastic last over here from Piyush Bagel. And
unbelievable.
Tell you what, if you can keep the next 3 balls quiet, United will be on such a high going into their batting innings, and it will be Bagel who'll be opening. So I think United with a big shot. Don't know what the wind predictor says, but I'm tipping United from here if they keep them quiet.
The wind predictor's a bit dizzy, I think, because it's been going back and forth. Again, anything could change here. I mean, these last 3 could disappear. The batter like Janaka on strike. Here he is.
It's a bit short and rubbish, but it's gone straight to Ayush Sharma, who takes the catch. Well, that's deceived him. And it's a wicket. It's another dot ball. Fantastic over here from Piyush Baghel. And if he was to pick out any fielder, that's the one he wouldn't have liked to have picked out. Ayush Sharma, good set of hands, probably the best fielder on the United side. So
he dropped a catch earlier, Sharma, which is pretty rare. This is the most difficult of the 3 chances he had in the innings. He caught 2 of them. This one was probably heading for 6. It was travelling. Not only does he stop it, he holds on to the chance. Ihalagi, he bats almost all the way through the 10 overs. He goes for 34, and the score is 81 for 4.
Brings out Kashif Ali. He'll have a swing. I mean, there's only 2 balls left, but that's the way he bats, and he hits the ball very hard and very long, does Kashif Ali.
Should be exciting.
Except when he misses.
Well, you knew that was going to be a big swing. Gee, what a good last over, though. At the moment, he's on a maiden here, you know.
Wicket maiden, yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's unbelievable stuff. Baghel, I wouldn't have picked him to bowl at all. He's been incredible. 2 for 4. Here's the last ball of the innings.
Oh.
What you doing to me, Piyush? Very rare you see a maiden in the 10th. You see it occasionally, but normally it's maybe in the second innings of a dead game, something like that, where the chase is beyond the team that's batting. Very rare you see it in the first innings. Still, last ball.
He's got a piece of that. That should go for 4. And it will. It's just a wild flail of the bat. And fantastic over there from Baghel, though, the wicket, but keeping the runs down. And 86, is it enough, Vinny?
Yeah, I think it's kind of line ball, to be honest. You think of Bruno, decent bowling attack, don't they? I would have said maybe 95 as par with these 2 teams, these 2 lineups. And yeah, a few short of that. And a lot of that to do with Baghel. I mean, he was brilliant. Bowled the 7th, went for 4 in that over. Bowled the last, only went for 5. Picked up some key wickets. They held some chances as well. You got to realise as well that, think of those 2 really bad bounces they got. They ended up going for boundaries. Apart from that, their ground fielding was pretty good. And I think that United, with their bowling and fielding efforts, they saved 15 to 20 runs in that innings. They're in the box seat, I think, to chase these down. But game hanging in the balance. Where's Charles Croucher? And he's just offering some congratulations to the batters as they walk off with 86 on the board. It was United. They didn't have Baghel, but they did win the toss. They elected to bowl. And whenever you do that, you're trying to put the pressure on early, and they did with some good stops, but they couldn't quite break through. And Steyn looked like he was going to cause some damage, not only on the scoreboard, but also to Amandeep Bindra. Luckily, he shook that one off, gave it the thumbs up. Yeah, you knew they had to get Steyn if they were to kind of keep this score down to double digits. And eventually, even after that one was dropped, the universe offered Ayush Sharma a second chance. Steyn went for 31, and that really caused a period where United could put the brakes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Dylan Steyn was just about to attack, really. Hit a couple of nice shots, a 4 and a 6, and they did put the brakes on, but so did Piyush Baghel. I think it's a vital spell for United in this tournament, because if they beat Brno here, they'll go through to the quarterfinals without a doubt. Still a long way to go in this game. And it was a good innings up top by Janaka. Bit of a strange one, as Vinny said, with Vasu with a run out. Didn't really need that single. They wanted to keep Janaka on strike, and there he goes. That's where good catch there from Ayush Sharma to dismiss Janaka. And right at the end, just a little flail and a 4 from Kashif Ali. So this is a very interesting game. Games in the 80s normally very competitive. As you can see, the scorecard: 34 from 27 for Ihalagi, 31 from 19 from Dylan Steyn, but not quite as fluid as what we've seen him. And then 5-1, 4-4. A few extras, not too many. Pretty disciplined from United generally, but just not quite fluid with the Brno boys. 86-87 to win. going to be a very tight finish, and hope you join us again for the second innings of this game in the FanCode European Cricket Series in the Czech Republic in lovely Prague. Nice and sunny today. It's going to be warm. See you in a few minutes. And welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from the Czech Republic, in lovely Prague. It's the final day of Group A action. This game, fascinating one between Brno and United. 87 to win, very capable are United. They almost chased down 120 against the same team earlier in the week. Missing a big gun up top in Pramod Bagoli, but they are very capable. You have to look at these two, Abhimanyu Singh and Piyush Baghel. Has been in fantastic form so far with the bat, and as we saw with the ball in that final innings. And the last innings, I should say, it will be Tree to bowl to Abhimanyu Singh. The other man in the United lineup, Ayush Sharma, is very important. And this one's been just hit away to the man on the boundary on the offside square. Just one run. Just a little bit short and wide from Tree. He's a tricky customer, is Tree. Sort of bowls spinish type deliveries. Gets a bit of dip. But hurries it through as well. With the keeper, Dylan Stain, standing up. It's a bit awkward for the batsman, especially opening batsmen who like the ball coming onto the bat generally and are not used to being leashed in their crease. Piyush Baghel is vital to this innings, and just prods it out to the man at that short cover region. It's a good area to have a fielder. It's in the batsman's eye line, and so it's a catching position, but saves a lot of runs as well. Keeps the batsman on their toes. I just wanted to hit the same man again. It's exactly what I meant. It's a run-saving position. That's fantastic work there from Sandeep Tiwari. But I do have quite a bit of bowling. We'll see Yug Warrior a little bit later, who's been really good since he's been introduced to the lineup, and has just been prodded down to third man for a single. I think he's got his field pretty right here, as Dylan Stain. There's a man deep at cow corner. There's also a sweeper deep on the offside. I want a deep fine leg. There's a backward square leg. Oh, that's gone through the fielder. Well, you can set a field, but then you have to rely on your fielders to do their job. And that one's gone straight through the fielder there at backward point, and that's 4 runs. First boundary for United. Just a little bit wide from Tree. Won't be happy with himself there, the fielder. And Dylan Stain, he's tried to get as much as he could behind him, behind the ball. Didn't quite work. Dylan Stain, though, it's very interesting. I think he's shuffled his pack a bit during this week, giving everyone a bit of an opportunity. He did give Naveed Ahmed, one of his best and most reliable players, a rest yesterday as well for a game. First one just prodded down, no run. And not a bad start there from Tree. Only 6 from it. That one loose delivery was hammered to the boundary for 4. But apart from that, pretty good. And United, Abhimanyu Singh, it's on 5. Piyush Baghel, 1 off 3. He's vital to this innings. He's been in very, very good form. The best batsman for United so far. And it will be Sandeep Tiwari who will take this second over. He's been a fantastic bowler for Brno for many, many years. He does sometimes stray down leg side. He sort of leans to his left when he bowls and sometimes does spray them. So I think that's a gap that Dylan Stain may want to plug. Vinny, what do you make of the start from United?
Yeah, pretty steady. I mean, no Bagoli at the top of the order. We talked about that hurting United chances, but also no Riaz Afridi for Brno bowling. So I think those two kind of cancel each other out a little bit. I think that Baghel has shown composure when under pressure in a chase. I think that's a really good sign. And he's already having a good game with the ball. He's facing up now. Plays the first one out from Tawari. Yeah, so Abhimanyu Singh is a pretty smart cricketer as well. He's not an out-and-out hitter, but he can be aggressive, and I think his biggest value will be probably just getting a ball that he faces, looking for singles, giving Bagel the strike. He can really take the lead, I think.
Abhimanyu can really anchor this innings, as you said, just that giving Piyush Bagel the strike. But if there is a loose ball like you saw in the last over, he is a very correct batsman, and he'll punish the attack if he gets the right ball. But apart from that, he'll poke it around, and I think if he stays in for more than it's a wide, if he stays in for the majority of the innings, same as Piyush Bagel, I think they'll get very, very close.
Yeah, for sure. Say a quick hello to Mandrake in the chat. But yeah, going back to what you're saying, I think we'll be pretty close. In fact, I just got a feeling this has got golden ball written all over it, to be honest. So I think it's that kind of total. And we know that United, they gave us 2 golden balls last year.
Yeah, that memorable golden ball was made news all around the world. I think that did.
I mean, that was the second one, though. I think the first one was against Prague Spartans Mobilisers, I think, and Ayush Sharma, who batted so well throughout innings, he wasn't able to scramble the second off the golden ball, though. That's the one they lost, but then they did win that next one with the famous sneak gate. This one sneaks down the leg side for a wide.
I did have a chat to Amit Pangaka after that game, and he said, I learnt from the first innings, from the first golden ball, that if you do that, you wait till they either take the stumps or until they relax, and then you can keep on running.
Yeah.
And so it was a tactic he was using. I don't think that Shomal Joshi was on the same page as him.
Yeah, I don't think so. But I think you're right. I mean, as long as you kind of make that intent to run straight away, breaking the stumps in itself doesn't make the ball dead. Some people think that should be the rule, but that's problematic in itself, actually, if you do that. So, yeah, you just have to be pretty smart in the field. PCC Rooks, they learned their lesson the hard way last year. This next one is just dragged across to mid-wicket. So it's pretty good over from here from Sandeep Tiwari so far, keeping things very quiet. I mean, the power play for Burno wasn't particularly strong either. They didn't lose a wicket, but only gathered 15, including 1 boundary in that power play. At the moment, same kind of a feel early on for UCC.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of nervous tension with both these sides. Neither want to lose, if that makes sense, rather than wanting to win the game.
Well, I think one of the reasons is they're kind of looking over their shoulder now at the Guardians, because Paulson yesterday sprung a bit of an upset in the first match of the day. So Guardians just 2 points behind these two teams. So these two teams will know if they don't win this game, and they're kind of in the horizon for the Guardians if they were able to win later in the day.
A good side, the Guardians as well, especially with those three with Data Shetty and Guru and Jatin.
Yeah,
very good players.
Yeah,
very good players.
Sure. And they suit this type of the game as well. They do like hitting and also pretty good fielders. It's the end of the second over, 10 for no loss. So at the moment, they're just being careful the way they're going about their business. It's 2 wides and 2 singles in that over from Tiwari. Now we'll see when they come back to Tree in the third. Yeah, this is the table that I'm talking about. You see 1 win to the Guardians and 2 wins to Burno and United. United, do you feel like their net run rate gives them a bit of comfort? But don't forget they are playing PCC next, United. And, well, this is fielded by Tree's knee. And it eventually gets gathered. Yeah, so toss news from match number 18 is that United won the toss and batted. The game coming up after this.
It's a nice shot, hammered through the onside for 4. Wasn't too much wrong with the ball. Maybe dragged it a little bit short and was right onto it there.
Yeah, really well executed. Yeah, it's not that short, but it is a bit short. And really well hit. Abhimanyu Singh plays that shot very well. That's the boundary, the second in the power play.
That's what he does well, though. He picks the bad ball. He doesn't take too many risks. Oh, nothing going on there.
Somebody hit rewind there on Trooper Eric Kanyalal.
So yeah, he doesn't take too many risks as a batsman,
Yeah.
which is what you see often in this format. So I think he's building a nice little innings here, Abhimanyu. It's nicely cut away.
Probably
Man
suits
out there.
this. Probably suits this situation, doesn't it? I mean, they're not. Oh, here we go. They're going to go 2 on the fumble, and that's really good running. Very, very good running by the batters there. Yeah, but it's not like they're chasing, say, 120 to 130, where you feel that you need a bit more aggression. I think here, Manu Singh at the top of the order is a pretty good option, and he's batting well so far.
Well, they're not. I mean, you look at PCC with their power hitters, and you've got Lala and Arun and Sudesh who can blast you any attack. And but there are not many teams with that sort of firepower. And that one's gone through the keeper, and that'll be four byes.
Well, was there an edge on this? Yeah, it's a
There
little
was.
bottom edge. So this is why it goes under the keeper. It's Dylan Stain who's behind the stumps. I would say he's a specialist keeper, but he is doing the job for Burno in this innings. You see, it's just a very small edge. It takes it, I think it probably flicks the gloves of Stain, but you couldn't really call that a chance. So he tries to react to it, but it's a little bit too late. Lots of fortune. Second boundary of the over.
Yeah, going back to that point, I think where a lot of the teams have missed a trick is this ground's lightning. We've said it all week. It's a nice shot just out to point. And I think there are unnecessary risks, big hoiks that have been missed or you've been caught on the boundary. And especially with the top order, I don't think you necessarily need to do that on this ground.
Yeah.
So here comes Tree again. And just poke down. Nice quick single. Nice soft hands there from Bagel. It's ended up being a pretty good power play here for United.
Yeah, it turned out okay in the end, didn't it? My luck or design. In the end, and over goes for 12. So it's 22 for no loss after 3 overs. So a handful more than Burno were able to gather. There's a few people talking about the keeping in the chat, but I've got to say that there was it doesn't look like a lot on TV, but there was a significant bottom edge on that, and that's what deflects it under the gloves of Dylan Stain. So I think as a keeper, you can't really be expected to hold on to those when they do take a deflection. Sometimes they're really tiny nicks that you can hold, and sometimes it takes you away. There's a little bit of the Swami dance about the win probability, Worms. They've been snaking in and out, and they've been interchanging favouritism. Right now, they are favouring UCC with a 58% chance of victory. Here's Arun Vasudevan, who was a last-minute inclusion for Riaz Afridi. He's going to bowl the 4th over into the power play, so up to 5 outfielders will be allowed from this point forward.
Here's the top wicket taker for Burno this week, and this is why. And that's a catch, beautiful catch out there down at that short third man area. And Vasudevan wasn't supposed to be playing this game. He's come up with a vital wicket, and that's the end of Abhimanyu Singh.
Yeah, well, no, that.
In fact,
they didn't want to lose a wicket. I think that might be Bagel.
I think it is Bagel.
Yeah, Bagel's gone, and he's going to go for 3 off 9. He'll be super disappointed with that because he had done the right thing. I think they want to check the catch. Let's have a look. As slow as he can when he catches it.
Oh,
Yeah, that's fine.
That.
That's no problems at all. We'll show it one more time maybe, but you see, sometimes when they're coming forward, it can be tough to tell. But this to me looks pretty clear cut. See, straight in, and then it takes it clean as a whistle. Nice catching, really good catch. Never easy coming forward, so it will be out. And I think Miguel's going to get the message, and UCC lose their first wicket, 22 for 1. This will bring Ayush Sharma to the crease at number 3. And look, this is a key innings for him. This is just the exact situation that he's made for in this format of the game. Let's see if he can put an innings together, because if he does, I think that they chase these runs down.
I agree with you totally, but we just haven't seen the best of Ayush Sharma yet this week. Abhimanyu Singh, he's been batting very well. As I said, he's pretty risk-free as a batsman when he doesn't have a swing at it. It's a good situation for him as well. So I think Abhimanyu is really going to be anchoring the innings, even though he is 17 off 10. But Ayush Sharma is a quality batsman, But Vasu, the vital breakthrough. He's been good this week, has Vasu with the ball. Maybe bowling to that man, Ayush Sharma. Slower ball, first up, just prodded back down the pitch tentatively.
Sharma's a bit jumpy, I think. You wouldn't be human if you weren't a bit nervous, especially after a run of outs. You know what your role is. That's a ball that probably he normally clips away confidently for at least one, maybe more. He was just happy to keep that one out. So let's see if Ayush can get a start here.
Yeah, sometimes as a batsman, he comes in and it's left outside of sometimes as a batsman, you get yourself into this mode where you just want to see a few off, or you just don't want to take any risks. You want to, you're just a bit tentative. And
he just needs to get the first one away. He's been caught a couple of times down the ground, just slightly mishitting balls that, you know, if he hits them well, they go for 6. So I think once he hits that first shot, if it comes off for him, he'll be fine.
It's definitely a confidence thing, but good line and length there. And that man, Sandeep Tiwari, at that short cover area, it's a good position there, I think, especially the line and length that Vasu's bowling. It's just tightening things up. As I mentioned, it's right in the batsman's eye line, that player. There's also short mid-wickets are quite handy for that as well. That's Vasu again. And this one's been poked out towards the boundary. There's a man out there, and just be a single.
Yeah, so Ayush does get one. Asad even was on a maiden there for the first 4 balls. Very, very good bowling from him, especially because he was last-minute inclusion.
So brings Manu back on strike. Been good so far from the skipper. He's got a lot of responsibility, much like Dylan Stain, who's the skipper-keeper. Manu leading his United team very well. Comes Vasu, bowling to the skipper. Just poked down, just found thought he found a little gap, but it's good work there from the man at point. And it's the end of the over. Excellent over there from Vasu. As I mentioned, has been very, very good for Burno this week.
Yeah, just the single off it. So, yeah, game at the moment in the balance. It's 23 for 1 after 4 overs. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Danny Hudicek. Great to have your company on the European Cricket Network. It's been a great week so far. We've been sport with good weather and some really exciting cricket as well. We've seen some close games. I mean, it was a really close game between these two teams in match 8. Just 2 runs between them, 120 to 118. So a bit more high scoring, but you just feel this could be a really another thrilling encounter between the same two teams.
Look, absolutely. It was a great game last time, and it was the opening partnership between Bagal and Baguli that really got them almost over the line. But no Baguli. Ayush Sharma is the key here, as well as Abhimanyu, who's really taking a good role.
Yeah.
So it's going to be great.
It won't be the same too. You're exactly right. Ayush Sharma, it's got to be the game. I think that he has to click because, I mean, well, they're out of chances in the group stage after this, and they don't guarantee qualifying if they don't win this game. Here's the next over. It's going to be bowled by Yug Warrior.
Oh, there's a full toss. It's called a no ball, and it's been hammered for 4. Not a good start from Yug Warrior. That one slipped, and that's good free runs there for United. He's been very good since he's come on came into the attack. Yug Warrior didn't really bowl in the first couple of games, but that was loose and horrible.
It was loose as a goose, wasn't it? And I'll tell you what, it's a pretty good shot. And now, this is exactly what Sharma needs, I think, because he gets the boundary here, but then he's got the free hit. So I think this is where I think he's going to want to go downtown. He's going to want to go down the ground because he knows this is how he's got out before. It doesn't matter if he mishits and gets caught this time. I think he wants to go straight and drive. I think I'm in his head here. Here we go. Warrior with a free hit.
Gives him another gift. Some player out there. Gets a dodgy bounce, but does so well there, does Jai Rathore.
Rathore does really well. Well, maybe Rathore can slam dunk because he had a vertical leap. And you see, yeah, Sharma, he was trying to go straight down the ground. Got another full toss. This one not as high, obviously. But he's no danger of getting caught. It was very well done. So after essentially giving away 5 runs, I think they saved 3 there.
Tell you what, Jai Rathore had a torrid time in the field yesterday. So we compared him to Lovepreet Singh from Brescia, and did very well there. Here comes Yug Warrior. Good ball. bit of fire in that one.
Good things happen when you hit the pitch, as Warrior does on the third attempt. And this one whistles past Abhimanyu Singh. Well, here, let's get up on him. Yeah.
Good pace.
That'll wake you up.
Awoken the Warrior.
We didn't see Warrior bowling too much at the start of the series.
No.
I'm wondering why not, because he has been really good. Yeah, the Dennis Lilly style run-up.
It is, yeah. I love it. Pumping those arms. Down the ground, just be a single. Bit of fancy footwork there from Avasu. He's taken over in that short cover area. Tawari now at point.
Good contest.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I think all our viewers love, games being in the balance. The longer games in the balance, the better. And this has been one that all the way from the start, it's been pretty much 50-50 or close to. The team's probably swapping favouritism a few times.
Another good ball, and he's gone. Well, Ayush Sharma is going to miss out again, and he's hit himself in the head. Just, what have you done? What have you done? That was a good ball there from Yug Warrior, and a comfortable take for the keeper. So,
yeah. It's a tentative shot, isn't it, really? I mean, I don't know how much this ball does on Sharma. It's well done to Warrior. He had a shaky start to the over, but now he gets the key man, number 3. Here's Sharma. He goes for 6 off 7. Well held by Dylan Steyn behind the stumps as well. United, they lose a second wicket, 30 for 2. They're just a little bit behind the rate as well. We see, yeah, maybe it goes away a bit. Let's be fair to Warrior. It's Ayush Sharma was a bit kind of reactive rather than proactive with that shot. Yeah, a healthy edge, and well, Ayush, he's certainly in the Hall of Mirrors, looking at himself at the moment. I certainly hope we see him again in the quarterfinals, and maybe we can see a bit more of the best of Ayush. Unfortunately, right now, he's going to leave the chase to someone else, and Mustafa Nawab has come out to replace him at number 4.
It's a lot on the shoulders of Abhimanyu Singh now as the skipper. He's been batting very well, very risk-free, and he's going to need a bit of support from his teammates. At the same time, so I'll come back to that. Warrior coming in, and again a good ball. That man, Vasu, right there in that short cover area. Again, cutting off some runs.
Very good first half, this from Burno. I mean, they're looking like 30 in the first half. They've kept UCC 2. That means they 57 in the second half.
That's true. At the same stage, I think they were about 38.
Yeah.
Were Burno, but they did slow down quite a lot in the second part of their innings when Dylan Steyn departed. It was Yug Warrior. Again, a good ball. This is in the air, just chipped over that man down to Kashif. Just be a single.
Into the over. So 31 for 2 off 5. Yeah, actually there were a few more than that, Danny. Burno were 47 at the halfway mark. That was after the magical over that Sharma delivered.
That's right.
They went for 20s. They were 47, and they were only able to grab 39 in the second half. As it is, United have got 31 in the first half. They'll need 56. Mandrake in the chat. Just mentioning, yeah, we haven't had the Dogs at the ground lately, but I did see them last night at the Down Under.
Yep.
And it was great to see them. They're very popular down at the Down Under as well.
Oh, they love them down there.
They were giving my table a bit of attention, and some of the other tables a bit jealous.
They love going down there. They greet everyone. They say hi. People are very friendly to them, and yeah, they love it. Tali was a bit naughty a couple of times.
Yeah, did notice that. Anyway, sometimes naughty, sometimes nice. Here's Vasudevan coming back for a second over. It's one up in the block hole. Another dot ball. You feel there's a time that United are going to go enough's enough, and they're going to have to go hyper attacking, because that rate's going to go probably above 2 a ball. I haven't seen what it is lately. It's up to 11.2 at the start of this over. So
if you look at Vasudevan's bowling figures, you can see why things have slowed down. This one's a bit over the top. It'll be cut off. They might come back for 2. Be comfortable in the end.
Yeah, good running.
But it's Aaron Vasudevan who's really just clamped down on the runs, and I think that was that wicket as well that helped that breakthrough, just to break up that opening combination, and he's been bowling very well this tournament, has Vasudevan. Got good support from Yugwara from the other end. Good ball again. This one's hit towards that same man. It's been cut off there by Sandeep Tiwari.
Knocks it down.
We've still got another over left of Tiwari.
Yeah, true. And I'm worried if they don't get another boundary this over, they're going to be, let's say, 50 required off 4. Leaving things very late.
Manu's not that type of big hitting batsman either. He's very capable. If anything's loose, he'll probably put it away. Didn't quite get hold of that. It's no fumble out there, and they've come back for a second. It's good awareness.
They have run well, pretty well in this innings. That's one thing they have done well. Just picking up on fumbles and taking those extras.
But there's no pressure really here for Burno. They've just got to keep on doing what they're doing, and they'll win this game. But so you're right, it's really up to United to start to change things. This one's hit over the top. There's a man back there. It's Rathore who fumbles it a bit, but does well, just a single. It's a bit nervous out there, Rathore, but doing okay.
That was a little bit easier one. We had to jump trampoline style to stop it.
Another good over here from Vasudevan, keeping it nice and tight. And you've got 1 ball left. You've only conceded 7 off your 2-over spell, taking a vital wicket. I think the skipper will be happy. It's a little bit slow here for United, which we didn't see last time. The last game between these two. I'm not sure if the conditions are a little bit different.
Yeah, this is a different feel to the game, to be honest. I think sometimes bats struggle a bit first thing in the morning. Bats wake up a bit sleepy. I mean, this innings, this whole match has been pretty bowler dominated. It's just, remember, overs 4, 5, 6 in the middle of the Burno innings were pretty productive. 12, 20 and 11. And so I feel like United hasn't had that kind of boost yet anyway.
It's down leg and good stop from Dylan Stain.
Oh, and he's hit that as well. He's hit that on the full into the ground. So Nawab would have got a wide instead. This is frustration. It's really good keeping from Stain to stop that. As it is, it's the end of the 6th over, 37 for 2. And they have left themselves 50 in the last 4. He glances that.
Oh, that was 4 runs all the way. There's a huge gap. In fact, there's no one back there at all. There's a deep backward square leg. In fact, it's pretty square.
Brilliant. I mean, I didn't realise at the time how good a stop that was, because that was right in the webbing. The win probability meter didn't want to stick around, but what it was telling us was that Burno's chances are on the up and up. And United, if they lose this, and you know, they're playing PCC next, and they'll either want to pull off a win in that one, or they're going to have a nervous wait this afternoon, because the Guardians, they could essentially steal that 4th spot from them.
Do we have toss news yet from the next game?
Yeah, next game. I'll give you the lineups at the end of this over, but I can tell you that United won the toss and are batting. I think they prefer bowling first most of the time. Yeah. But I don't think it's a bad thing, because you see chasing this time hasn't looked particularly confident. The other thing is, to PCC, we know they love to bat first and put big runs on the board. That's what they've been doing lately.
That's a lovely shot, but there's a man out there and it's bounced in front of him. Well, we saw Naveed Ahmed with a fantastic catch in the corresponding game before, which really won it for Burno. This one just dipped in front of him, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, he let that one get low on him, you know, earlier in the week that he caught. Same thing again, but this time he doesn't quite get there. This one takes off and bounces over him in the end. So it's just a slight misjudgment. It's the boundary that United needed, really. Maybe that can kickstart something. They've still got some big hitters. I mean, I'm looking at maybe Joshy could come in next and try and whack a few around. Bimanu on 25.
Nicely poked down to Tiwari. Just a bit of a fumble and a
terrible
throw. And that's going to go.
Oh, no. He's thrown that into the car park. So, can you believe it? It'll be 4 overthrows. And that's what happens. It's a slight fumble initially. And this is what panic looks like. You look at Vasudevan. He has launched that. This will be a replay that he won't want to watch. I don't know if they'll even find this ball. He's thrown it so far. And, and there's no flying leg, as you can see there. And, well, poor Tree. He was a deep square. He was trying to scramble around, but he couldn't. Oh, so we had the 4, which was stoppable, I suppose. And then we had the 5 in this over.
Comes your Warrior again. It's a full toss. It's been smashed away. We'll let go all the way. It'll one bounce over the boundary for 4.
No ball called as well.
Oh.
So things happening. And Warrior, that's the second high delivery. So it'll be a final warning for him, I think.
I didn't think this one was that high, but
Yeah,
it was a rubbish ball.
You're right, but the way he plays it, it's fairly square. I mean, it was called on the field. Remember, it's waist height or above.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, and I think that's a good call. I think it's belt buckle high is what I'd call it. I think they're the ones, they do get called. Once you call it on the field, I think typically it'll stand. So there'll be a free hit coming up. It'll be a second and final warning to Warrior. He's just struggled a couple of times with his length. And, well, that also has brought up the 50 for UCC. Just getting final clarification about if that was a no ball. Yeah, it was a no ball plus 4. So free hit coming up.
Oh, this is a big over in the context of this game. And Yug Warrior, after a dodgy start with the full tosses in these first over, was brilliant. And then now he's completely lost it. But I'll tell you what, the Abhimanyu Singh really attacked him on the first couple of balls. He's bowling slow ball. It's been hit towards the boundary, and it's another 4. Couldn't get there. The fielder, Naveed Ahmed, and this is a huge over in the context of this game.
Oh, it's massive. I mean, this over has essentially gone 4-5-5-4. So it's 18 off the over, and it's just the first half of it. And remember, I was just saying last over that this game has been the same kind of pace, except for the middle 3 overs of Burno. And this looks like the magical over that United needed. Maybe this is their kick along as they've roared back into contention. And now, according to the win predictor, they're favourites.
Wow. How things change after a tight over from Vasu. It's all gone pear-shaped here for Burno. Comes Yug Warrior. And pulled away, should only be a single.
They've got to ride the wave here, United. They've got to ride this momentum and get as close as possible with this partnership. Jeez, what a really exciting game we've seen. It's been a bit of an arm wrestle. It hasn't always been kind of bang, crash, wallop, but it has been tense. It's 2 teams. They would love the safety of 2 points. That will guarantee them a place in the quarterfinals.
Comes Warrior again. Falling to Abhimanyu. It's been cut away firmly. That'll be 4 as well. Oh, just a little bit of width there from Yug Warrior. And Abhimanyu, as I mentioned, he's very correct and he's a very good batsman as he's showing it today. And it's a good skipper's knock.
And the over does go magical now. That makes it 23. Still a ball remaining. The score has rocketed along from 37 after 6 overs. Now we're up to 60. I think. So with the ball remaining, Warrior, oh, he's bowled some good deliveries, but yeah, he's bowled far too many loose ones. He'll know that. He'll want to finish with a good one. Last ball of the 7th.
A bit short and wide, poked out there. Fielder does well. Chance for a run out, but nothing. Oh, he held the
5
ball
as well, maybe. Anyway, it's the end of the 7th. The score is 61 for 2. What an over that was for United. I mean, they looked like they were kind of slipping into oblivion, but they've roared back. They're fighting. That's what they do. And now they need 26 off the last 3 overs of this game. Still very, very much in the balance. Let's have a look at what's coming up next, though. And we will see United doubling up this morning. I'll be hoping to polish off these runs and get safety. And then they'll be wanting to challenge the reigning champions, Prague CC. They're back. Big news for them. Aaron Ashokan not in the lineup today. They'll be led by Prakash Sadasivan. But still, 2 big guns at the top of the order. Named Lala, who's had an outstanding week. And the beast, Sudesh Wikramasekara. He just keeps on keeping on. Mataranga as well is featuring in there. Dan Casey making his first appearance for the week for Prague CC. United, fairly similar lineup that we saw this morning.
I haven't seen Dan Casey play for PCC for many years. Maybe he has, but he's a huge man. Not in girth, but in height.
Looking forward to seeing that. So here we go. Strap yourselves in for a big finish. I mean, I called the golden ball. That was about 7 overs ago. And I'm feeling just as confident now than I was then. I got the tingle.
Interesting choice. Kashif Ali got absolutely smashed the last time he bowled. And that's a great effort. Bit of an AFL style mark attempt there. Didn't quite hang on to that one.
Well, he does stop 2 runs, I suppose, because they will get 2. But imagine if he reels this in. That's such a momentum changer, isn't it, for Bruno?
Good effort.
Good effort. I mean, it just beat him for base. It was over him. It was also well done by Nagaraj to chase that down. Kashif.
It's out to the man deep. Pick it up and throw it in. That's Tree. Keeps it down to 1.
Tree's fielded really well this series. Got to say, been really impressed with his fielding on the ground and in the air. He's bowled his 2 overs, so we won't see him again. Let's look at some of the options they've got to come back. And, come back to that in a second.
It's a quick, wild, leg-spinning type delivery there from Kashif Ali.
So Kashif Ali is bowling the 8th here. I think they'll go to Tiwari in the 9th. And then they either have to come back to Kashif Ali or somebody else. And we haven't seen Naveed Ahmed
Exactly
yet.
right.
Yeah, but again, I wonder if there's some sort of issue with him. A miss.
It's a good ball there from Kashif Ali. He's bowling a bit quicker than what we saw him, I think, yesterday, where I think he went for about 22 off 1 over. And this is again, you're right, it's an arm wrestle. Here comes Kashif Ali again.
Oh, wow.
That's terrible.
No. What's happened here? It's gone all wrong for Kashif. Got some crazy angles, and that's going to be a no ball, I think. And 4 byes. Oh, again, very harsh on the keeper. It'll be 5 to the total. I mean, this one. Well, I've heard of the slower bouncer. This is a slower, wider bouncer. And in the end, it goes for 4.
He must have spotted a mole next to the pitch and tried to hammer it.
That's just getting it wrong at the release point. You know, that'll happen occasionally. That was a Steve Harmison special, really, wasn't it? So, yeah, again, he'd held it down this over so well. He'd had it at 4 off 4. But now, with those runs, they basically have the runs that they need off this over already. They're creeping up towards this target. 2 to come, free hit.
It's not a bad ball, but it's been squeezed down to that area where there's nobody, and that's 4 runs. Well, it's a pretty good ball right in the block hole. Got a bit of an inside edge, and a bit of luck there for United, but also 4 vital runs.
Yeah, they took the gamble of keeping 6 on the offside, but you don't see that often at this stage, unless someone's bowling really disciplinedly. I don't think that's a word. So there's no fine leg at all. So anything in that area that squeezes is going to go to the boundary. Last ball of the over.
Oh, a bit quicker there from Ali. Dug it in a bit, and he missed out, I think, a little bit, did Mustafa Nawab. And it's a very good over again for United. It was actually a pretty good over from Kashif Ali, except for that the one he completely lost control of.
Well, he'll get 9 against him. There are 4 byes. I'm counting it as 13 off that over from Kashif. It was at a point where they only needed kind of 8 and over, 8 or 9 and over before that over. So we go down 13 off 12. And look, I still think at this stage, there's more runs required than balls remaining. You're only a couple of dots away from being right back in the game. Well, you are in the game essentially already. Tiwari, it's a bit of an Iceman. They do trust him at the end of the innings. I think that we're going to see him in the 9th. He's still going to be Ahmed. I mean, it's an option. I mean, I don't know of any injury to Naveed, but I think he's someone I would be using for sure, even in the 10th. Here we go, Tiwari. Second last over. 13 to win off 12 balls.
Pretty good start. Cut down there, and it's gone through the man there, and it should go all the way, I think. It has been cut off. That's... What are they doing, Vinny?
He knocks it down, I suppose. But I suppose they were going to take 1 anyway, so it essentially costs them an extra 1. Gets it back to a runner ball, 11.
Got down and just might have taken a bit of a left turn at Albuquerque.
Yeah, a little bit. Knee assisted.
It's Good ball there from Tiwari. They'll look for one and they'll get it.
Good running. Yeah, at this stage, you might as well be fairly aggressive with the running, hit and run stuff, even though it does go back to Tiwari. It was a lot of work for him to do to get that and direct hit.
It's a good move, actually. Manu still there. Mustafa Nawab is hitting the ball pretty cleanly at the moment.
Field's back. I think I'm just concentrating on making sure I don't miss the ball. One minimum. If you get something, you can get into a gap. Maybe you can get more. We know how fast this field is. Might get a fumble.
It's a good ball. One thing I think Dylan Stain has done, and I'm not sure if it's a good tactic, is he's kept a very similar field. He says to his bowlers, I want you to bowl in or out, like outside off stump, around about off stump, so they have to play through the offside. He's kept the leg side very free. It's a tactic, but he hasn't really been very flexible with it. That's a good ball, and bit of an under edge there to the keeper.
Yeah, because you could argue that having an extra man in that cover region doesn't add as much. You're not kind of getting double as much as while you have nothing in the fine leg region. You know, it doesn't seem like a good trade-off for me. You can kind of cover both areas a bit rather than leaving the fine leg completely open.
But when you have to run a ball, that's also a run-saving position.
Yeah, that's true. But I'd like to see the leg side field brought in as well, if that's the case. You know, they don't have anyone in the circle at all on the leg side. There's just the three fielders on the leg side, all on the boundary, deep square, deep mid wicket, and long on. Sticking with the six, you can kind of see them there.
I think the next couple of balls from Tiwari are vital. If you can get a couple of dot balls or restrict to a single, I think it's going to be a very difficult last over for United. But so in the balance this game.
All right, ready to go. Some running repairs. Still, plenty of cricket left in this one. 10 off 8. 2 more balls in this over from Tiwari.
Oh, it's got him. Wow. Tiwari, he's such an important bowler for this Burno side, and he's come up with the goods. And that's the end of Nawab. And, well, I was just saying that these 2 balls, if Tiwari can keep them down to a couple of runs, it'll be very interesting in the last over, and it's a bit more interesting for Burno.
Wow, that throws a cat amongst the pigeons right here. And he went for the big shot, wasn't really satisfied just knocking a single. He wanted more. I guess you can't blame for being attacking, but Nawab, although he provided a handy contribution of 17, he's got to go. Abhimanyu, the captain, is still there. The score right now is 77 for 3.
It's, well, I don't know, it's still pretty even for me. It's very good bowling there from Tiwari.
I like that they've got Pangaka in now because he's a scrambler.
That's it.
You know, like he really is, and that's what you got to do. I think if I was Burno here, I'd be bringing the field in. I think he wants to push and run. Anyway, let's have 1 ball left in this over. They probably don't mind a 1.
It's taking the single. I don't really know if that's the right thing to do. I mean, probably look for the single in the next over as well to get Abhimanyu Singh on strike.
Yeah, I think at this stage you don't want to necessarily turn down runs and back yourself into a corner, because then suddenly, if there's a couple, as we have a look at the golden ball timeline, which all started very well for the batters in 2020, but since then a lot of red balls there. See in the graphic currently it's 11 to the batting team, 18 to the bowling team. If we do get a tie here, then we will go to a golden ball. If you're unaware, it means that the batting team get 1 extra delivery. They'll need 2 to win, otherwise the fielding team will win. Our last golden ball was all the way back in March. We didn't have one in April. We didn't have one in May. We've got to be due, don't we? Here's Kashif. He is getting the last over.
Interesting choice.
He's been good when he's been good. So Pangaka misses out first ball. Yeah, and the other thing is, I don't think, because Abhimanyu's not an out-and-out boundary hitter, so I don't think you're turning down runs, but you need to be hitting the ball here. 9 off 6.
In saying that, he's going almost 200.
Yeah, that's true. He has hit 5 fours. I'm just saying he's not what you're saying. Someone's going to hit good balls to the boundary.
That's a good run. Well played by Pangaka. So Abhimanyu, yeah, he's Abhimanyu. He does hit the ball along the ground. He's very correct but and a solid bat, and he's very intelligent as well.
Here's the thing for me. Now you've got to get your running shoes on. All right, if you're going to the outfield now, I think you've got to go for 2. I think we're at that point where they need 2 a ball, and they need to force the fielding side to run him out. Let's see what happens. 8-4.
Good ball.
Run.
Squeezed out. They look for 2. Tree's got a good arm, and
exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. To me, I'd probably go to the keeper there as well, because you can really zing it at the keeper. He's got the gloves, and also you're a chance of gunning down Abhimanyu Singh. As it is, that's good running, smart placing. No one in the circle on the leg side. That wouldn't happen if they had a mid-wicket in there. As it is 6 off 3. High drama here in match 17.
Well, he's got that one wide, and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Abhimanyu Singh. Just a little bit wide and short here from Kashif, and absolutely smashed that to the boundary. Lovely shot, and he's almost to his 50. I don't think he'll care about the 50.
He won't care at all. I tell you that much. He wants the win. He needs 2 more runs. It'll be the sweetest 49 not out he's ever had if he can do it. But here's the thing. It's one mistake, and it could change things drastically. 2 off 2. Now I'm concentrating on tying the game. Just scoring off this ball. I think you take the 1 if you can, and maybe force them to run you out for 2. All right, here we go. This will be it. And they're going to get the winning runs with a ball to spare. Abhimanyu, he will get his 50, Danny. 51 off 27. A real captain's knock. And UCC, what a journey that was. They get the win here, and they are safe from elimination in Group A.
Fantastic innings from Abhimanyu Singh. And United deserved the win, but he also deserves his 50. It was a chanceless innings. I think it was fantastic from the skipper, seeing that Baguli was out. Someone had to step up, and Bagel went early. Great innings there from Abhimanyu Singh, and congratulations to United. They're through to next week's quarterfinals. And Brno, a bit of a nervous one.
That was just a classic contest, wasn't it?
That was great.
All the way through, you had trouble saying who was ahead. I know a couple of times one team pulled ahead, and Brno were well ahead, I would have said, halfway through that innings. Had them bogged down. They were 37 after 6. They needed 50 off the last 4 overs. Didn't look like happening. Over from Warrior. Well, a bit like Sharma's over that he delivered in the first half. It went magical, just changed the narrative. But it's Abhimanyu Singh for me. He's my player of the match. I thought he was outstanding. Held his nerve. He has ice in his veins, and it is United. They get their 3rd win of the series.
Yeah, absolutely no doubt about the man of the match there. Abhimanyu Singh was brilliant. And we say about captain's knocks, well, he really took the responsibility on.
And also, he ran well. I mean, when he summed up the situation well, he knew to go for that slightly dicey second at the end. He knew to be proactive. He wanted to be on strike. It took a bit of a risk in doing so, but then he put himself in the position to win the game, and he did with consecutive boundaries. So well done to United CC. Brno, well, we will see them later in the day, and I think they could potentially have a contest with Paulsen Guardians that could determine that 4th spot, because Brno, only the 2 wins. If Paulsen can beat them, then potentially Paulsen can leapfrog them into 4th spot. But right now, let's go and look at some of the highlights. We see a very happy United CC. They'll have to pull themselves together, because there's another match in around about 15 minutes that they'll have their eyes on. But in this one, it was 87 required for victory. Slightly slow start, Miguel. We thought that he'd be really important, but it was the other opener, Abhimanyu Singh, that stole the show after Miguel was caught very smartly in the short 3rd man position by Ihalagi. And they sent out Sharma, but really, this innings for me, it was all about Abhimanyu Singh. Sharma looked like he might get going. He got that high full toss, and then nice stop, but this one by Rathore. A bit of chin music as well, if you don't mind. Luckily, he had the helmet on. Sharma went, and that brought No up to the crease, and along with Abhimanyu Singh, they went about changing the course of this game. They were bogged down, but they hit their way out of trouble.
It was a good little partnership in the end between Mustafa Nawab and Abhimanyu Singh. But I think I said early on, if Abhimanyu can bat throughout and stay with this, stay at the crease, that they would get pretty close, and he showed it there. I think that's a fantastic innings on this ground. No risk cricket, just hit the loose ball, and there are plenty of them from Brno, including that one from Kashif Ali. And as we see, a bit of a poor fielding, cost him a couple of runs as well, did Berno. But it's all about Abhimanyu Singh.
Then they looked to be well ahead, didn't they, United? And then Nawab was out swinging. Kashifali trying to be the hero, but it was Abhimanyu. And that's just a good cricket shot.
Yeah.
It's good footwork, getting across, hitting down. But this field lightning fast, and then they needed 2. He said, I'll take 4. Also took him to his 50. And a really memorable moment in the history of the United Cricket Club. They have been the most improved team, I think, over the last couple of years. Well, Joshy.
Public, and we want Crouch to the tournament referee.
Trying to
2 captains
smash
for the
everybody in the celebration. Let's have a look at what's coming up. And it will be United once again against Prague CC in match 18, starting in about 15 minutes' time. The news from the toss, UCC winning the toss, electing to bat first. Well, maybe they can carry some of that momentum through. I think Abhimanyu batted really well. I'd like to see him continue. Bagel gets another opportunity. Maybe Sharma can get going. I think they might as well be attacking. They've got nothing to lose against Prague CC, who are without their captain, Arun Ashokan. That'll be a really interesting contest. And a good test for United. Let's not forget that they will have to play a high-ranked opponent in the quarterfinals next week. So I think that testing their skills against Prague CC, that's a really good way for them to end their group campaign.
Yeah, it's a bit of a free hit here for United. They know that they're into the quarterfinals, and they can breathe easy. PCC as well. They want to confirm that top spot.
Yeah, well, they're not there yet. They're actually 2 points behind Bohemian.
Yep.
So Prague CC, they'll want to win both their games today. They do play United the next one. They play the Guardians in the last. So if they can do that, they will guarantee top spot. So plenty to play for. And that will be coming your way. Like I said, in about 15 minutes, let's have a look at the scorecards. You can see who the hero was. Abhimanyu Singh, 51 on out of 27 balls. No sixes, but 7 boundaries in there. In fact, we didn't see a Maximo in that entire chase. We didn't have too many. I think there were just the 2 in the match, both in the first innings. Apart from that, Nawab provided some good support, partnership when they needed it. And despite not too many extras, when they came, they were a bit costly, weren't they? As just 1 ball to spare, United, the winners in match 17. And as far as the bowling figures, well, it's a real mixed bag. Tawari 1 for 7, Rasidevan 1 for 7. Well, they put them well ahead in the match. But unfortunately, Warrior went for a very expensive over. Despite taking a wicket, he finished with 1 for 32. Kashifali, again, a bit hit and miss at the end. Tree certainly got him off to a decent start. Even he went for a couple of boundaries in the third. But what I would say is Berno, they'll be focusing now on that 3rd game of the day against the Guardians so that they can guarantee qualification.
Look, absolutely. They're going to be a little bit worried. I think the only thing going in Berno's favour is that the run rate for the Guardians is not fantastic. So that might just sneak in Berno. But United, I think to be honest, Abhimanyu Singh, that 51 off 27 on this ground has played the perfect innings.
Yeah, so we're going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll be back with more cricket from the United Cricket Ground here in Prague. Many sound to here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. Hope you're all having a great morning. Well, that was a great way to wake you up, but there's plenty more cricket action coming your way today on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to the Czech Republic, and we're one game into Peacock Friday. It's Vinny Sander here with you, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Net. We are heading into the second match of the day now, and United, they are back and they're going to take on Prague CC. Well, no, Prague CC, they'll want to win both their matches today. This is their first appearance of the day. If they do that, they will be top of the table. So plenty on this one, of course. United, they'll desperately want the 2 points as well, I'm sure, because this is their last match in the group campaign. Let's go over to Charles Croucher, the tournament referee, who's with two captains for the coin toss.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail. Oh, we're going to bat first. Bat first.
So it is Prakash Sadasiv, and he's leading Prague CC today in the absence of regular captain Aaron Ashokan. So that's a big out for them, isn't it? But he didn't win the toss. The toss was actually won by United skipper Abhimanyu Singh, who says that he'll bat. Look, United, often they do like to chase, but I think Prague CC, everyone knows how much they like to bat first and put a mountain of runs on the board. So I think United, I hope they can put together a good innings and put some scoreboard pressure on Prague CC when they bat in the second half. Look, no Ashokan for them, like I said, but they do have Naeem Lala. He has been really the find of the tournament for me. First time we've seen him in the T10 here in the Czech Republic. Also the Beast, Sudesh Wickramasinghe. We always talk about him, don't we? Mataranga as well. He might have a bit more of a role to play with the bat as well as the ball, of course. For United, well, once again, we know that they are sometimes pretty inconsistent, but we know their best cricket, they can mix it with anyone. And let's see if they can provide a bit of an upset here at Prague CC. They have been on the march after losing the first game of the tournament. They haven't tasted defeat since. That's how they go in match number 18. They will be bowling first because United winning the toss and batting. Over to you, Danny Hudacek, who's ready for the first ball.
Thank you, Vinny, and welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series match from the Czech Republic. Welcome to everyone on the YouTube chat and also on FanCode in India and the subcontinent. This PCC walk onto the field, the imposing figure there, number 77, Dan Casey. He's taken a bit of a hiatus from cricket for a while. As we see the teams here. Abhimanyu Singh, I think the perfect innings on this ground in the last game, got them over the line, and Piyush Paghel will be opening the batting. See if Ayush Sharma can get some runs that he needs to get himself into this tournament. For PCC, very strong lineup as usual, without a couple of names, but we captained by Prakash Sadasiv, who's been very good for PCC throughout the years. And it will be that man, Samira Mataranga, who will open the bowling. Might get a bit of swing. Wind's not really in his favour. And PCC, they'll like to take another win under their belts. They like to bully teams. So I think it's a good win, the toss for United, to have a bat first, especially have a little bit of momentum from the last game, especially Abhimanyu. He'll be taking the strike. Piyush missed out a little bit in the last game. He's been their best batsman so far in this tournament for United. But it's a different animal playing against PCC. Brno has struggled a little bit this tournament. Had a couple of shock losses. One against the Guardians and that one against United. Both second division sides. So Brno will have to come back hard in the game this afternoon. I'm sure they're having a discussion about tactics and about how they can win this game against Guardians this afternoon. But this game will be very interesting. It's a bit of a free hit for United. For PCC, they don't try to lose games ever. They're always trying to as I said, bully teams, get big wins, and they do eke out results, even that sometimes that doesn't go all their way. It's been pretty good so far. So it'd be Mataranga. He'll be bowling to Abhimanyu Singh. He was so good in the last game. He's definitely got his eye in. This one's outside off stump and called a wide. He does spray them a bit sometimes, Samira, especially when the ball's swinging. It's again, beautiful day here in Prague. We had fantastic weather for cricket. It's going to be a bit warmer today, I think. It's Mataranga again, bowling to Singh. Bit short, good ball, good pace on that one from Mataranga. And again, it's going to be a fascinating tussle, this one. They're a bit slow out of the blocks, were United in the last game, but a couple of big overs in the middle really turned things around for them and got that victory against Brno. That's Mataranga. And this one's over the top. There's a man back there. It's Lala. He should take this, and he does. Well, he's picked out the only man in that area, has Abhimanyu Singh. And I mentioned before, he played the perfect innings, a chanceless innings in the last game, and he's gone already. There's a bit of trouble here for United with their main man today, Abhimanyu Singh, gone for a duck. It'll bring out Ayush Sharma, but not intelligent cricket that time from Abhimanyu. Tried to force it over the top a bit in the power play, but unfortunately he forced it in the direction of the only player out there, and he doesn't really drop them, does Lala. Naeem Lala, he's taken quite a few catches in that area. All been pretty comfortable. It's been mainly through poor cricket shots. And that, I have to say, was a poor cricket shot from Abhimanyu Singh. And UCC 1 for 1. So, yeah, Arun Ashokan is actually in the chat. Good luck, boys. Keep going, Lala, and that field place. He's grabbing everything. Yes, he is. Vinny, not the start United would have liked.
Yeah, well, that's cricket for you, isn't it? 51 game, duck the necks, Abhimanyu. And presents an opportunity for Sharma, though. He's a quality player. And so's Mataranga. He's steaming in. Getting a good move, but this one moves too much. It'll be another wide. So both the runs so far have been scored in that fashion. Yes, hello, Arun. Missing you here. I know that you'll be watching intently, hoping that Prague CC can do what's required to get to the top of the table. Nice catch by Lala. Made that look really easy. We talk about fielding being important. The good teams are solid in that area. This one down the leg side, slight overcorrection. Doing a bit for Mataranga with a new cherry. I don't actually know if white balls can be cherries, but yeah, he certainly is a very, very good bowler. He's someone that's always impressed me, Samira, when I've come and watched cricket live in Prague.
Yeah, he's a good bowler. As I said, he does spray the occasional one, but also gets a wild outswing. He bowls round arm like that. but he's he is a very good bowler.
We have plenty of time to praise him up during this over. It seems like it's going to go a while. Obviously, he's enjoying the attention. He already has a key wicket of Abhimanyu Singh. Yeah, Sharma wants some runs going to quarterfinals next week. We know United have qualified now.
Comes Mataranga again. Full toss, just poked down to backward point for a single. Just going back to Arun, who's in the chat today and not captaining PCC. I don't think they'll lose much in the captaincy with Prakash. He's a very, very good captain. But what I've liked about Arun in the last few years, he's really matured as a cricketer. He's always had the talent, but maybe not the temperament. And now I think he's got the full package, and he's growing as a captain as well. So I'm very impressed with Arun.
See, I've only really known him in the last couple of years when he's already a wise owl, Arun. And, he's a lovely guy as well. And like so many other people, he's watching live on YouTube. Some people might be watching on FanCode in India. Here's Mataranga, who gets a crack at Piyush Baghel for the first time. Very good shot from Baghel.
Good ball, though.
Yeah, it was a good ball. I don't know what Baghel's trying to do here. He tries to basically helicopter this. I think he's thinking leg side because there's very few fielders over that way. So you see how he's trying to maneuver it that way. Actually, I'll have to do a count, but I think we actually got 7 fielders on the offside and 2 on the leg. Yeah. So that's why Baghel is thinking about it, and that's why he set the field like that. Try and force an error. You don't want to bowl there with only 2 on the leg. This one will be called wide. You might notice there on the umpires, they have these contraptions that are being trialled in this game, and they are actually shooting live footage, and it's designed to be able to recapture some of the moments from out there in the middle. So that's a pretty interesting development. We'll try and get a close-up maybe after the next wide from Mataranga. There you go. And here we go. Let's zoom in on Pete. There you go. And he's looking pretty cool. I don't know if the look's going to catch on, but I think it's a cool idea. I should mention these are ECN phones, and they are switched off. And they're there. They're just being used as a camera, just if anyone's unclear about that. And yes, I do know the future. There we go. It's also looking good on both umpires. Here we go. This is a foot stop, and it will be a single. That is Naveen Padmaraju. That was able to cut that off.
You sure they're not just going to break into harmonica solos, Vinny?
It does look a bit like that, doesn't it? I feel like they could crack into Piano Man at any moment. Let us know what you think about the look. Never mind the functionality. I must say, I would be tempted. I would be trying to watch some sort of TV program or something on there between balls.
I tell you what, Pete Vincent is he's the head of umpires here in the Czech Republic, does a great job. But there's that whole adage of can't teach an old dog new tricks. Don't think he's going to be pressing that button very often.
Yeah, because there's a button. Come to that in a second. It's 8 for no loss after 1. Let's have a look at some of the top performers. You can see that Noah Shokin in the lineup for Prague CC, but their 2 leading run scorers are there. Their openers, Wickramasekara and Lala. As for United, well, Bagel has carried their batting, but he's still out there at the moment. Bagali not in the lineup. Abhimanyu Singh already out. As far as the bowlers, you can see and, they've both got some consistent performers. Shokin again, he's equal top wicket taker with Wickramasekara and Mataranga. Mataranga already bowling a pretty good first over, if albeit a little bit long. Now we are getting ready for the beast, who to bowl the second over, Sesh Wickramasekara. Thanks to Ravi from European Cricket for putting together those graphs for us.
A name there that's also missing from the United lineup is Shukla, who's not with us today. But Baguli really the big loss for them. It's poked out towards point for a single, rifled in, and yeah, look, I've got to say, going back to Abhimanyu with the in that first over, there are 2 men on the the leg side, and he picked one out, and it's very disappointing for someone who really carried his team in the last game and played beautifully.
And even if they stack the offside, you can still hit it through the field or over, because there's only 2 outfielders allowed.
Yep.
That's the thing. But I mean, I can also see why he'd want to go leg side. Lala covers a lot of territory. Now I need Beastie to bowl a wide so that we can get a look at Pradeep Gangappa, I should say. He's no stranger to some strange accessories, Pradeep. We saw him fielding in earmuffs last year. So now I think the neck contraption works pretty well on him. He's at the bowler's end right now. Pretty good delivery. Just whistles past the outside edge of Sharma, who does need some runs. No doubt about that. Yeah, he was disappointed in the last game. Signs that he was getting going. In the end, I mean, he'll be thrilled that they did get across the line, but I'm sure he'd like to play a bit more of a leading role in their batting.
Here comes the beast.
He deflected away. This will be a big chase. In fact, it's not going to be chased down. It's going to be 4. Yeah, that's Deepan Patel down there. But, you know, the pace of Wickramasekara, if you just deflect it away, especially on that kind of vortex style side of the ground, it's going to run away really quickly and they get a boundary.
You mentioned there are a lot of players on the offside, but if you hit the ball well enough, it's just so quick, this ground, that just needs to be slightly to one side of the fielder, and it's 4 runs. It's a good shot, that. Going back to Pradeep, he had the earmuffs this week.
Yeah, I think I saw them earlier.
It was against the wind rather than the cold. Nice single taken on the leg side.
Yeah, and Sundori's actually talking about the amount of extras bowled in this tournament, and it's been a bit above average. Look, I'm not going to make too many excuses, but for sure the wind here is a bit unpredictable. It picks up and it drops, and I think the ball has been moving around a lot more than other tournaments. I think I mentioned the batch of kookaburras that they sent you seem to be the swinging variety. So, you know, whenever that's happening, you can bet you'll have a few more extras than usual. I'll spoil the over. Oh, that is quick. I think he's fine. I think that has littered him. It really rears back at Bagel, and this is where It's a nice moment from Wickramasacre. He doesn't want to do any damage to Big L, obviously. But remember, we had a situation last year with Magari copping one similar to that, and he wasn't wearing the helmet. Well, let's just be very, very thankful that Piyush is. That one really jumps up. Yeah, this one. Oh. Yeah, he just turns his head slightly, so it hits him on that right-hand side, I think. Look, he sees it's coming. There's not much he can do about it. Bang. And yeah, it's that side protection. And I think he's going to be a bit rattled there, but I think he's going to walk away from that, and that's the main thing. And Wickramasacre, I know maybe doesn't bowl full pace that he might, as he might used to have, but certainly can sneak that bouncer in. And the over 14 for 1.
Well, that's the thing with Sudesh is that he's firstly he's an intelligent cricketer. He knows he's a good bowler. And again, a few years ago when he first came to the Czech Republic, he was lightning. And what he does is he judges the quality of the batsman, and if it's someone who's not not up to his standard, not up to his like who wouldn't be able to face him normally, he just basically bowls within himself. When there's a good batsman, he knows he needs to activate beast mode. Then he did do that, and that was, I mean, I know that Piyush is a very good batsman, and I did not mean to hit him, of course. He's just not that type of player.
No, but also, wearing the helmet as a bowler, they're not thinking that there should be any lasting physical damage, even if they do hit him in the head area. Anyway, here's Padmaraju bowling over number 3. And a bit of practice as he gets a dot first ball. Yeah, but I mean, a very good batsman. And look, to be honest, Big L is a very good batsman. Couldn't have done too much with that. It really took off. We know that this pitch can be a little bit unpredictable at times. I think it does replicate a natural turf pitch in that fashion. And that one really took off and kind of seemed back towards him. It was really nasty delivery. I think that would have hit a lot of batters.
It would have shaken him up too, because it's not only just the physical hit, but it's also the sound of it. Yeah. It's a loud bang when you get hit in the helmet.
And as someone who's been hit in the helmet probably more times than I should have been, I can tell you that sometimes you get the helmet taking all the impact and you actually find, normally when it hits kind of on the side of the actual hat bit of the helmet, but those ones that hit the grill or on the side, they can deflect off and still kind of shake you up, because it can kind of jar your head because it moves the helmet so quickly. So it's still kind of, you get that kind of whiplash effect, or the ball can deflect off the bottom of the grill, for example, into your jaw or kind of more your neck area. That looks like maybe what happened to Miguel there, but for sure, the lid taking most of the impact, and we're glad that he's still there. And let's see if he can make some runs. Piyush, he was excellent earlier in the week. Hit a fantastic 70 not out in a losing cause in match 8 against Brno. And, right now, he hasn't had too much of the strike. He's had 4 balls that he's faced. 25% of them have hit him in the head. And the next one is going to be hit through the covers. Well, a nice comeback from Piyush. He's back to his normal self as he hits that one beautifully. Picks the gap. They have packed that offside. They still couldn't stop that. 4 runs to United.
Lovely shot there from Piyush. Just he didn't try to overhit it. Just leant on it a bit and said, this is a very, very fast outfield. And not much wrong with the ball. Maybe a bit of a half volley.
Now goes leg side, and it's a slight misfield. It's going to have to be chased down. Wickramasacre will, not before they get 2 runs. Yeah, the previous one, I don't think it was a half volley. It was just a kind of length delivery. Piyush hit through the line, hit really handsomely. So United, I'll be hoping to put something on the board. Say, 80 plus minimum. Again, they're going to have to beat a higher ranked opponent in the quarterfinals, seems for sure. In the air, and once again picks the gap. This is good batting from Miguel. Gets a second boundary in the over. That also finishes the power play. So 11 come off the third. United are 25 for 1.
Yeah, look, that's a fantastic shot again. It's a slower ball. Got right onto it. Smashed it to the offside. And with Abhimanyu not featuring anymore in this innings, I think Piyush, who missed out against Brno, is really taking that role. Anything loose, He's hammering towards the boundary, but again, just safe shots, just along the ground. I'll bring Ayush Sharma onto strike, and he'll want to do a bit the same. I mean, it's the last game they were playing in this side of the draw for the United. It's been a good week for them in general, and they'll be back next Thursday. But Ayush Sharma, it'd be nice to get a bit of form in, get a bit of runs on the few runs on the board, and just to put a bit of pressure on PCC's batting. They're very strong with the batting lineup, but no Aaron Ashokan today. But Lala and the Beast, as we mentioned at the sitcom of Czech cricket. It's will be instrumental for PCC. And it is that man named Lala who'll be bowling. He's bowling spin today.
Yeah, he's a very versatile cricketer. I know he's struggling with a bit of a groin strain at the moment, so he told me I will be bowling, but I'll be bowling off spinner. That's another skill that he has. So he's bowling the fourth over, has the protection of up to 5 outfielders. It's pretty well bowled. Not a lot of turn, but well located. No, it's been a real revelation. Has played some T20 cricket here in the Czech Republic of late. Typically resides in Warsaw, Poland. This one's hit to Sanasivan, who is the skipper today for PCC with no Aaron Ashokan in the lineup. A slightly different looking lineup for them. No Raj Nanathi Swaran as well. He has had some good knocks during the series. Oh, this is up and away, and it's going to disappear. Maximo Bagel. Oh, he was shaken up, and now he's doing the shaking, isn't he? As he takes that one over the leg side. 6 runs to United.
Yeah, he's just dragged that one across, and what a beautiful shot. That's a bit of Suresh in that one, and absolutely hammered it through the leg side. Won't like that, Lala.
He won't. Lala not afraid to dish it out when he's batting, though. Couple to come. So he's gone for 8. So comes back with a dot.
Bit quicker, that one.
Yeah, that's the thing. People that don't bowl spin a lot, they find it hard to toss it up because they don't want to get banged. So let's see what he does here. Again, and pace on the ball. This will just be a single, so not the worst start for United at the moment. Bagel and Sharma trying to build a partnership. 34 for 1 after 4 overs. Once again, it's great to have your company, Vinny Sandu, here. And I'm in the giant inflatable ice cube with Danny Hudacek. Danny, we know United, they're safe from elimination. We know that. We've got Burno and Pulls and Guardians. They're the ones in the drop zone now. We'll see them playing in the next match. But right now, PCC, they've got the job. They want to win both matches today. If they do that, they will certainly top the table.
Of course, look, they're the dominant force in Czech cricket, have been for many years. They've got some quality players, and they'll want to win this game. But United, I think they've got a good chance if this partnership can get them towards 100. Even though there is some good batting for PCC, there's no Aaron Ashokan, so you get there is the big 3 normally, now it's the big 2.
And remember, they fell short in the chase against Bohemian in match 1, chasing 86. Also, a very happy Peacock Friday to all our viewers. We're enjoying our Peacock shirts, and I don't think my jacket's going to stay on too long this afternoon. If the temperature hits what they tell me it's going to hit. Change of bowling here. Deepan Patel is going to come on. So nice to see Deepan getting an opportunity with the ball. First one's around the mark. It's just knocked away for a single.
I heard rumour that you went to a interesting show last night in Prague.
I did go to an interesting show last night. I'll try and work out how to describe it. But it was a really chic little kind of cocktail bar in Vinaradi.
Yep.
Just your part of town. And yeah, it was a burlesque show. It was very classy.
Yep.
I have to say, a lot of feathers. And tell you what, the audience, which was about 95% women, I've been in some noisy places. It was a riot in there. I don't think you can run here. This will be a dead ball because he doesn't play a shot. Yeah, so that's correct. So the correct procedure for the umpire is to wait till they've completed a run and then call and signal dead ball. You see, he doesn't play a shot. He's not trying to avoid the ball. Sometimes umpires call dead ball straight away, but that's not the correct thing to do because the fielding team does get the opportunity to try and run them out.
Yep.
On that first run. As it is, it'll go down as a dot. Interesting decision from Sharma, who's on 16. And now has to watch this one. He hopes it's going to swing away outside the wide line, but it goes the other way. And a few people are asking, thanks for asking me about that, Danny. A few people are interested about it. It was very good. The host is an American chap by the name of Action Jackson. He was great. And I was actually there with Charles Croucher, our tournament referee. I see him doing the tosses. And there we go. They'll take a second. That's good running. Getting the overthrow. Charles was very quick to say he thought Action Jackson was a much more entertaining host than I was. And he could have just stopped at saying that about two times.
Should we get him on comms?
I think he'd be great. He certainly had a lot of personality. Don't know how much cricket knowledge you have, but maybe you don't need a lot. Here's the last ball though from Patel. This time they'll just get one. So pretty good over from Patel, despite the overthrow. He only goes for 5, and we're halfway through the first innings of this game. United are 39 for 1. Now my favourite part, my favourite line, because he actually asked our table, where are you from? I said, Australia. Made most sense. And he said, what are you doing here? And I just kind of said, we're stuck. It was quite loud. I didn't want to go into details. And he said, yeah, same here. And he said something about, because he's from the USA, he said that he's been here 4 years and he still hasn't learned language and he's just trying to find out the word for airport. That's why he hasn't gone yet. Here's Lala coming back for a new over. And this one is lofted away and it's going to have the legs to carry Maximo. Well, Sharma heating up. Oh, PCC, they'll consider themselves the best, and it's getting the best out of Sharma, who moves to 25.
Lovely shot that, and played with confidence. So I think might have hopefully turned a corner with Ayush Sharma, because he's hit that very cleanly. And
they picked up really nicely. See, that's the thing with these battery dimensions, a bit less than last year, but it gives the batters the confidence for those kind of shots. And I think we end up just seeing more action.
Jackson.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Here's the next one from Lala. And tossed up, that's good bowling. Not afraid to slow it down. Just worked away for a single. So Sharma, yeah, this is the innings that he needs, I think, to be in a better place mentally for next Friday's quarterfinal. Yeah, a lot of people saying they should have brought the feather boas to Peacock Friday. Tell you what, there were some outfits there that I don't think I could get away with.
The place you mentioned, where the venue, I know it very well because I've walked past there.
Bar and Books, it was called.
Yeah, Manitoba Bar and Books. I've never been in there. I lived around the corner, literally around the corner from it for about 6 or 7 years, and I never went in there. It's still there, I guess. I can go. But,
still there.
I heard the cocktails are pretty good.
The cocktails were very good. A lot of the books are fake. It's just wallpaper books, so it's kind of like a fake library, if you like. Yep. I was having a cocktail called the Painkiller.
Yeah.
I had several, but just the right amount. As the next ball is going to be whacked away leg side. This time Lala gets a bit too straight to Bigel. Both these batters have been putting together something pretty special for United. Coming off a very good win this morning. They came together at 1 for 1. In fact, that brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership between these two as the score moves along to 52.
Yeah, it's been good batting, I think. And these two, along with Abhimanyu Singh, and let's come back to that, and that could be an edge, but not given. Lala's confident.
No, I'm not super sure about this. I think it's the end of the over. I mean, he's trying to get a review. Good luck with that. I think this is the one that goes the other way from Lala. And he has a bit of a laugh about it in the end. I'm not super sure there was an edge on it. I thought maybe the bat flicks the pad on the way through. This is the one. She does come back a little bit. I think, yeah, the bat flicks the pad. I don't think that was an edge. I think it's a good decision. It's the end of the over. Lala ends up going for 22 in his spell. 6 overs down. The score is 52 for 1. So 2 a ball, he gets them to an even 100. Or 10s, get them to 92. You can see they're still in the game. They're kind of hanging in there. Remember, chasing does carry a bit extra pressure. And Noah Shokin in the lineup for PCC today. Here's Deepan Patel, bowled a very good first over.
Left armour coming around the wicket. Just been pushed down towards leg side for a single.
So what I was going to say is I was having this cocktail called the Painkiller, and the first thing I asked the waitress taking the order was, does it cure emotional pain? It's not quite sure with the language barrier. That joke.
Well, cocktails are meant to do that, aren't they?
So quite a lot of people speak good English in Prague. I was going to say, it's one of those places that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Well, yeah, in the urban centres, you do find it. Okay, this is driven away, and they're all pointing at each other. I'm not sure this will get stopped, and it won't. There's a long chase out there, wasn't it? But unfortunately, that's Jahangir Ahmad. He wasn't able to get there, and just kind of pulled up late. There's nothing too wrong with the ball. He hits it a little bit uppishly, and that takes a jump over the foot of Ahmad. And the result is 4 more runs. United getting a bit of momentum into this innings now.
Yeah, they're looking good. Very good, these two. Going back to cocktails, a friend of mine opened a cocktail bar in Vinarati called Electric Sheep, which is very good. Also got a little bookshop in there.
Hello.
And
still open?
Still open. We'll go and visit if you like.
Put on the list. So we're driven for 1.
And they have, because it's a book-themed bar, Electric Sheep being, well, do androids dream of electric sheep? There's a question for you, a trivia question. Which film was made based on that book? Come back to that in a minute.
Patel holds something on the length. Plenty of protection out here. And Padmaraj uses the whole of the field to stop that for 1.
Yeah, so they have a lot of their cocktails are actually named after characters or literary themes, and they have the Intergalactic Gargle Blaster from The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yep.
I'll come back again to that. I think it's interesting. Ooh.
I think it is too. Anytime. I like interesting cocktail names and backstories.
So it comes out to you, and there's a bit of absinthe in it, and absinthe is dangerous.
Yeah.
It's not very pleasant if you drink it like just straight up, but quite nice with sugar and cold water and ice.
Patel putting together a pretty good spell here. This next one driven away just for 1.
But it comes out with a little perfume sprayer that you can either do yourself or you can get the bartender to do, and you spray it over the top, so it's kind of like a scent, an essence of absinthe, which is quite pleasant.
Yeah, it sounds interesting.
Yeah.
I've got some more absinthe-related questions, but first I'm going to just mention to everyone where we will be heading over the next few weeks. I'm loving my time in Prague, as I always do here. Beautiful time of the year to be here as well. We're here until the 11th of June, which is the final. On the 12th, we'll be travelling to Hungary. I'll be in Budapest for a week, then Vienna for a week in Austria before we head into our Italian summer, starting on the 27th of June and heading all the way through July. Germany is where we'll be for the majority of August, starting with 2 weeks in Dresden in the east, 2 weeks in the west after that in Krefeld. Here's Padmaraju starting a new over. First ball driven away for a single. One thing they have done pretty well here, United, is they haven't had too many dot balls, and the ones they haven't hit to the boundary, at least they're getting ones off most of them. Yeah, so absinthe. I've heard in some countries that absinthe is illegal, including Australia, I believe. That's what I remember from when I was younger. Well, this is skied, and this should be a simple catch. The fielder is under it and holds it. So finally, Bagel forced into a false shot, and that is Siddhartha Udagalagi that will hold on to it. And yeah, the keeper, Hilal Ahmed, he had visions of chasing that down. There was no need. Siddhartha, it was just pretty much straight down his throat. So Bagel, he survives an early brush with danger, but he does finish with 26, and United lose a second wicket, 61 for 2.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there. He was looking pretty good, was Ayush Sharma. Bagel's still there, and brings out Mustafa Nawab, who's good last innings.
He was good, 17 he scored last game. Yeah, so is absinthe, what's the ingredient in it that's controversial? Do you know too much about it?
It's wormwood.
Yeah.
And
is that dangerous?
So it's not, but what it does is it's very bitter. And it adds, I can't remember the name of the active ingredient in wormwood, but mixed with alcohol, it can be a bit strange. They call it green fairy because apparently.
Does it make you crazy?
Well, a little bit.
That's what I thought.
Most of the absinthe you find here is sort of fake. It's got like an aniseedy type taste to it, and it's super strong.
Maraju takes a wicket and then gets the dot next ball through Nawab. I think people are wanting to know if you know any more cocktails in this place. And it's the Electric Sheep, is that what it's called?
It's called Electric Sheep.
I think I've gone past it before.
You might have. Yeah, you might have walked past it. It's a really nice little bar, and they have interesting events down there. Actually, a good friend of mine, Marissa, who you think you know, is hosting a book quiz down there on the 19th. But they have, every so often on a Friday night, they have drunk poetry night.
Okay.
Which is, I'm not sure if the Pan-Galactic Gargle Blaster has anything to do with it.
I love talking culture, which is what we're doing at the moment. It's the next one. It's going to be all the way out to Ahmed. Should keep it to 1. So just doing well to keep the boundaries quiet at the moment, PCC. Tell me about drunk poetry.
Well, I got in there one night and it was so full we couldn't stay because I think one of the things with the Czech Republic is you have to take a seat. You can't just stand at a bar. It's there's a limit to the seating capacity is basically the limit of the bar.
Is that a pandemic thing, or has that just always been the case here?
I think it's always been
this. Go for 2, but they're going to have to hustle. I think he's gone here. Got a bad feeling for Nawab, but I might be wrong.
I think Pradeep pressed the button too.
Yeah, he's got a lot of buttons to press. Nawab seems pretty confident, but I just, my spider senses are tingling. And I just think he gets the ball down onto the stumps pretty quick here, Padmaraju.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
Yeah, look, he is
gone.
Gone. Yeah, just had a feeling, and it's pretty good work to get it down that quick. So Nawab's going to have to go, and well, they've told everyone else but the batter because Nawab's going to face up. But I think that he's going to be the last to know. To quote a famous Human Nature song from the 90s. So, I think they just want to have one more look at this. And here we go. We'll have a look at it on the replay, and we'll get you the money shot. You see, he does get the ball on stumps. That's the other thing. Definitely the ball hitting the stumps. And, Nawab, don't mind that hustle from him. He gets sacrificed, essentially. Probably not the greatest bat slide either. Seemed a bit in the air. So well done to the officials. They get that one right. And as it is, it will be the 3rd wicket to fall. And at the end of the over, the score will be 63 for 3.
I think people are getting onto the Electric Sheep website. James Stewart there. Gin, lime, Cointreau, vermouth and absinthe. Yum. It is delicious. And I actually had another one, which is, I think, like some sort of peach flavoured a concoction, which was absolutely delicious. So if you're down in Vinarati, head down to Electric Sheep. Say hi to Jane for me.
Well, you know what? I'll even put it in the chat, because if we're going to talk about their work at Elite, we'll give them a little plug. And so many interesting places to go. A few people are asking what the dominant language is here in the Czech Republic, and it is Czech. It's its own language. People not from this area might not be familiar with that, and it really is its own language, isn't it? I mean, considering, when I say that, I know it's got quite a lot in common with Slovakian.
It's a Slavic language, so a lot to do with Polish as well, and Slovene and Croatian and the whole Slavic language. So I know friends Czech friends who've gone down to Slovenia and be able to communicate quite effectively in Slovene, even though they're speaking Czech, but they're different languages. Yeah. Slovak's very similar.
I've heard that. But for me, the funny thing is it borders Germany, and it doesn't seem to have a lot in common with German to me. I mean, it probably has bits, but just
there are a lot of German roots in Czech words because of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Habsburgs and such.
Just some country, and I mean, not to discourage anyone that would want to learn Czech, but A lot of the advice I keep getting when people say they're spending time in the Czech Republic is, if you're trying to learn Czech, the best thing you probably do is give up before you start and save a bunch of time. It might have been you that told me that, actually, Danny. Here's Mataranga. Because obviously, being predominantly English speaker, I'm okay with Spanish, but going around all these different countries, you see all the signs, the advertisements, all the billboards, things like that. And most of the time, you can kind of get the gist of what they're saying.
Yeah.
But here in Prague, I've got no idea. Don't know what the ad's for, if it's for a toothbrush or a mobile phone company.
Aren't you in Hungary in a couple of weeks?
Yeah, Hungarian's not much better. Yeah, Hungarian's not much better, but I do admire the language skills of a lot of European people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, I think it's just proximity as well to other countries and other cultures that a lot of them do have 2, 3, even more languages.
Being an English teacher in Prague, the most important thing now for people throughout Europe and throughout the world is to learn English, because it's the language of business. It's also the language of travel. So if you're traveling to another country, you communicate in English. It's become the universal language, much to the disgust of the French.
Yeah, that's true. It has evolved that way. Lucky for us. 9 balls to go here. They've got to hit a wall, haven't they, United? Brought back Mataranga, and this one is going to be out as well. So you can't really blame the batters for going after it. But another wicket falls. And once again, Naeem Lala has been so good, hasn't he? And this time, it's going to be a 4th wicket. United, they are 64 for 4.
He's the hitter to the ball magnet there, Naeem Lala, who just doesn't drop them. They just keep on hitting in that area, and I'm not sure if it's to do with the bowling or just to do with trying to hit that boundary. But Naeem Lala, it'd be interesting to see how many catches he's taken this tournament. Must be at least 5 or 6.
Right up there. I'll check that in a second. But
and he missed the first few days.
Yeah, that's true. He missed the first 2 games. They had Tuesday off. We saw him on Wednesday, so this will be his 5th game. But he doesn't drop many, does he? Shrug in the chat is putting his hand up for Polish being the most difficult language ever. I mean, everything's, I suppose, difficult when you first look at it, but I think also different people pick up different language easier than others. Looks like the lunch has arrived.
Oh, pies.
Which is good news from the Down Under.
Yeah, going back to Polish in a minute. Talk about that.
Amit Pangarka, the new batter for United. Drives this one straight to cover point. Have a crack. Take that, Hilly. Had his hands full with that.
I have a friend who lives in Krakow, who's Polish-Norwegian, and we went to a music festival in my father's hometown of Ostrava a few years ago, and he came down and he was speaking to people at the food stands and just random people around, and he felt that Czech was like baby Polish, just little diminutives and things, but it's similar. I don't think it's more difficult than Czech. Let's come back to that in a moment. Samira, a bit of a full toss, hooked to the leg side. They'll come back for 2, and a bit of foot fielding there from the beast. But what I will say is that the spelling is a little bit different. There are lots of accents and things on words that form special ways of saying different letters.
Yeah.
In Polish, it looks more bizarre because lots of Z's and things, Z's and Y's, and here's another little interesting bit of trivia, because I am full of trivia. The Z in Scrabble in English is worth 10 points.
Yeah.
But in Polish it's worth 1.
Is that right?
So
see, that is the kind of info that you're bringing to the table, Danny. I love that. That's such a random fact. That is unbelievable. I never would have thought of that in my whole life if you hadn't have said that.
I've asked it as a quiz question.
That is brilliant.
Quite a few times.
All right, 67 for 4.
That's right,
the
the cricket.
dried up. You asked me how many. I took some time as well to look up Lala. He's taken 6 catches now, and he's the leading catcher in the tournament amongst non-wicket keepers.
Sahil Grover would be the main dismissal taker.
Here we go, last over Rohit Deshmoini getting a bowl. Swings and misses at the first one. Yeah, as far as Grover has taken 11 catches and a stumping. So, yeah, he's been very, very good.
I'm surprised that Rohit this morning he hasn't had more an opportunity with the ball for PCC. He's a very good bowler, and he knows how to bowl on these pitches. He comes out nice and wide and angles it in.
They've just got so many options, don't they? One man that we haven't really focused on is Dan Casey. He's been out there in the field.
He's a giant Danzilla.
Yeah, his shirt says Danzilla, which I think is a great nickname. But it's the first time we've seen Dan in the European Cricket Series, I think. I'll try and get you a look at him in a moment. He's just lurking around the side on umpire. I think it's going to be called a wide. Could be a generous call. There he is.
Yeah.
There he is, Danzilla. And it doesn't really do it justice, but he is one of the taller players you'll see in the FanCode European Cricket Series.
I asked him if he's going to have a bowl because he's a pretty good bowler. He uses his height pretty well. So come back to it. Good ball then again from Rohit. But he did his knee a little bit playing football with his kids in the backyard, so he might not get a bowl. It's good to see him though. He was a very good cricket administrator in the Czech Republic for quite a few years, and did a lot for the game and the development of the game here.
Deshmoini has really dried things up. This time there's some bat on ball. They'll get a single, but not too much damage. The boundaries have really dried up. They haven't scored a boundary since the second ball of the 7th over. So, yeah, that's 20 balls now without a boundary. That's a third of the innings. And along the way, they have lost 3 wickets. So, United seem like they're running out of gas at the moment. Deshmoini has got a couple of balls to try and close this out, but right now that 68 not looking particularly intimidating, I think, to this PCC batting lineup.
There's Rohit again.
It's a good delivery, and I think he might be caught behind. He is. So a bit of movement there for Deshmoini as he gets this one to leave the batter, and Shamil Joshi, he's doing his best to get the ball to the boundary or over, but he could just get a little thin edge. It was well taken behind the stumps by Hilal Ahmad. As it is the 5th wicket, and with 1 ball remaining, United are 69 for 5.
That was a great ball there from Rohit Deshmoini, and he's been right on the money. Big deflection, good take from Hilly Ahmed. Take it fairly casually. He is one of the most casual people I've ever met, Hilly, and nothing ever phases him. And lovely guy as well. He's from Kashmir in India.
Right.
So, yeah, I actually spoke to Hilly and said I'd love to get to Kashmir one day, and he said, let me know and I'll get you in contact with my family. So,
sounds nice.
Very welcoming.
You wanted to go to India one day.
I'd love to go to India. Yeah, it's I've just seen a lot of pictures and friends who have gone to weddings there, and it looks like such an amazing place with a fascinating history.
Yeah, it certainly is. So, just a slight hold up here. Last ball coming up. So here's Vikrant Godara. That will face his first and last ball. He just plays it away on the offside. They'll go for 2. They'll get it because of the fumble from Lala. Haven't seen him fumble too many times. As it is, they will take a couple, gets them over the 70 mark, but do feel it's a bit light on United. They're going to finish 71 for 5. Not a bad shot from Vikrant. But ultimately United, they were able to do the job over Burno. They'll need a minor miracle, I think, if they're going to slow down the Prague CC train, which has been motoring along, hasn't it, ever since that slightly shock loss, I suppose, in the first match of the tournament. Since then, they have been undefeated, and they'll be hoping to knock off these 72 in quick time, and I think they'll consider that half the job done for the day, PCC, as they look to top the table. But right now, it's United with the task ahead of them. 71 on the board in the first innings of match number 18.
Yeah, not enough runs on the board for me, and this was a big wicket pretty much first up of Abhimanyu Singh, who just played the wrong shot and got caught there by Naeem Lala. That was disappointing, but the next two, let's just see, Piyush Baghel had smacked in the head from a fantastic bouncer from Suresh. But Piyush, he did do well as been their top run getter so far in the tournament, and he batted pretty well. Had a bit of support from Ayush Sharma. A couple of big sixes there in that innings, but not much else, unfortunately. And after a pretty bright start after that early wicket, they couldn't quite go on with it. Looked like they might get towards that 90 area. I think that slowed down. Got to say, some pretty good bowling from PCC, but just couldn't quite get him away. That was the catch there from Roy. But United, they've done their job today with a good win over Brno this morning. They booked themselves a place in the quarterfinals next Thursday. This was, as I said before, a bit of a free hit. As I see Noam Lala take another catch. Bit of a free hit against PCC. They had a good go, but in the end, just not getting enough runs, I don't think. But you never know. If they can get Noam Lala and Sudesh Vikramasekaran early, then they do have a chance in this game, because they're so important for PCC. And no Arun Ashrakan today. As you can see, Abhimanyu Singh hit that nice 50 in the game before, flawless 50, just playing the wrong shot and going for a duck. But Piyush Baghel, 27 off 21, and Ayush Sharma finally getting a little bit of form, 29 off 24, doing all the heavy lifting. Not much of a contribution from the rest, unfortunately. 7 extras, 71-72 to win for PCC. Should do it comfortably, but you never know. And with the bowling figures, up top, Samira Madaranga, again a good contribution, apart from the horrendous number of wides that he bowled in that first over, taking 2 wickets. Sudesh Vikramasekaran, don't need to use him if they don't need him. It's only 6 off his over. Very good contribution at the end. Rohit Deshmoini, lovely over, 4 runs coming from it with a wicket. And Naveen Padmaraju with another wicket there. So it's going to be an interesting chase. As I said, if they can get Lala and the Beast, the sitcom of Czech cricket, out early, then I think they've got a chance. But as you can see, the win probability, 92% for PCC, 8% for United. It does rest on the shoulders of the 2 openers, but it's they're 2 big sets of shoulders. So we'll come back in a few minutes' time to see if PCC can knock off this total of 72 to get another win on the board. And we'll be back here in a few minutes' time. The FanCode European Cricket Series, live from the Czech Republic. See you in a minute. And welcome back to Prague for this FanCode European Cricket Series game between PCC, Prague Cricket Club, and United. So 72 to win for PCC, and they are the traditionally the top team in the Czech Republic. United, a second division team, so they should win here, PCC, but if they can get a few early wickets, United, especially that of Naeem Lala and also the Beast, then they are in with a big chance. There's a bit of a change up at the top with Naeem Lala, who will be opening, but he'll be opening with Hilal Ahmed, who has been a very good player for PCC and the Czech Republic for many years. He's the wicket-keeper, and he's opened the batting for the Czech Republic. He's not been in fantastic form of late, but gets his opportunity, and it would be Amandeep Bindra, who's been excellent for United, to open the bowling to Lala. And it's been smashed over the top, and that's 4 runs. And Naeem Lala, anything loose, he gets right onto it, shows his class, and that's 4 runs. So Bindra has been really tight, very good bowler for United this week. The left armour just a little bit wide, just can't give any room to this man Lala. I think it's a good move for PCC. If you can see there that Sudesh, the Beast, has the pads on. Might come in next. It's Binder again. That's a better ball. Respects the good ball there, does Lala. So give Hilly a bit of a chance up the top with Naeem Lala, and then if they need him, Sudesh will probably come in next. Comes Bindra. It's crashed through the offside again, and that's 4 runs again. A little bit of a half volley there, and well, ominous signs. He's been such good form, has Naeem Lala. He's a very good cricketer, and this is the man they need. United just drifted outside our stump. They've put a man back there. Don't think it's going to help much with the power play. As soon as it gets through this infield, it's going to go to the boundary, because it is so fast here in Prague on this Scott Page field. And oh, this one's edgy. Does well the big man, Joshi, and no run. Got an outside edge. Bindra, you want to come back? Looking out there, there's no one in that vacant gully area. It's a good ball, just prodded forward there by Lala. We'll bring Hilal Ahmed on strike. And Ali's favourite areas, he likes to hit over the top on the offside, but also anything short on his legs he'll dispatch, and there is a bit of protection out there. There's a man at cow corner. Let's see how he handles Bindra. It's outside of stump, just leaves the first one, and that's the end of the over. It's a pretty good one for PCC, 9 off it, including a couple of sparkling boundaries from that man, Naeem Lala. And that's a pretty good start. Need 63 of 54, 7 runs and over. Shouldn't be too difficult. As I said, if they can get Naeem Lala and then the Beast. If they're without Arun Ashokan today, PCC, they should still have enough batting to get them over the line. But I think getting those 2 wickets will put pressure on that batting lineup, and you never know what happens in cricket. The new bowler will be Zahid Iqbal, who's been pretty good also for United. Of course, Pramod Baguli holding a slight injury, not playing today. And this one's down leg side. Lucky to get away with it. It hit the pad and scramble through for just a pretty easy leg by in the end. Bring Hilal Ahmed on strike. Zahid Iqbal. Bowling, and pretty good ball tucked away. He's normally very fidgety on the crease. He does tend to charge at the ball. He walks across his stumps. He's got a lot of interesting little idiosyncrasies, does Hilal Ahmed. Iqbal, and good ball. No run. Squeezed out to the man at cover position. Yeah, Hilly, he's does tend to charge. Often saw him stumped in the leagues. Doesn't do it quite as often as what he did, but he's a candidate for LBW. Just waits on that. Does Lala. Just hit out to the man at the deep cover area. Just a single. It's been a pretty good over so far. Bring Ahmed back on strike. And got him. Well, there you go. He's gone across the line there, has Hilal Ahmed. And a good bowling from Zahid Iqbal. And that's the first wicket down for PCC. Hilly not being able to trouble the scorers too much. And that's it's a good breakthrough. It's a good bowler is Zahid Iqbal. And Hilal Ahmed have to make the long walk. And it'll be another new face. They're going to hold the beast back. So I think it's pretty wise while Lala's out there. There's no point in having too many risks in the batting lineup, because if they lose him, there's still a bit of backup there with the beast. It'll be Jahangir Ahmad, who we haven't really seen with the bat yet for PCC. He'll strolling out there. I think it's a very good opportunity for some of these batsmen who haven't really had much of a hit so far for PCC. They've been pretty dominant. They went through one match where they didn't lose a wicket. And so it's good captaincy. Maybe Arun has mentioned that to them, but Prakash is a very clever schemer and captain today. I think doing very well for his club in giving these guys a bit of a hit. And, knowing that they've got the class of Lala and Vikramasekara up his sleeve. Comes the bowler again, and just outside of stump. It's a bit of a dabble at it. Does the batsman. That's the end of a very good over there from Zahid Iqbal. That's 3 coming from it. Just 2 off the bat. Vinny, nice little tussle here.
Yeah, I mean, certainly haven't been blown away. Some nice shots early from Lala. No beast yet. It's the story. Looking ahead to the next game, Brno, they've decided to field first in match number 19. Coming up, that's one that Brno don't necessarily need to win it, but it certainly will help if they win it. And they'll secure qualification. Guardians, they'll have to win either one of the matches between them and Brno, or them and Bragg CC. Say Brno the most likely, and also rely on net run rate. As this one is in and it's out. That was a chance. It was hit pretty hard, wasn't it? And unfortunately, it was a spicy one. They couldn't hold on to it.
That would have been a big wicket. Jeez, it was hammered at him. And I guess he saved 4 runs, but that would have been a huge wicket. Oh, just away from the fielder there. And that was it's good bowling, as he did play a full shot there. Did Lala. And Bindra, he would love another breakthrough, and that would have been a big wicket.
Yeah, it would have been. As Pawan Granger, who seems like he's on the field earlier in the over. Anyway, Bindra, they just got to keep taking wickets, and we saw PCC stumble in a fairly low chase, you'd say. Back in match 1 against Bohemian, slightly different, probably quality of the bowling attack to deal with, but
part of the issue I think for United is without Bagoli, I don't think they've got as much depth with their bowling, even though the first 2 are very solid.
Yeah, that's where Piyush Singh came to the party, didn't he? As this one's cut away, and I think this will run for 4. Smart batting, and Ahmed, he'll get off the mark with that boundary. Pretty nice shot, just using the pace of Bindra, and he gets 4.
Yeah, lovely shot, very safe, and it's a bit of a gap there in the field. Found it well. Lovely shot. See how Bindra will reply to that. He's got a few wickets bowled so far, Bindra, in this tournament, and he's straightened a few up. Comes in again. That one's poked out towards the same sort of area. I think it'll get another 4. Have to do well, the big man, and he does. Shaimal Joshi uses his big size 13 to stop that one, and they'll only come back for a second one. Good effort there on the boundary. Giving him probably a little bit too much room there. And Jahangir seems very strong outside that off stump. Oh, that's a good ball. Tucks him up a little bit.
Yeah, at his best. He troubles good batters, Bindra. And he doesn't bowl a bad couple of overs here, but he can't break through. Ultimately, that's the end of the power play. PCC, well, as destructive as have been sometimes. It's 19 for 1 off 3. So, I mean, United, they've got an opportunity here. I mean, they've put 3 good overs together. If they can maybe do the same again, and I think that worm will keep rising. I know there's those persistent threats, but you can only really bowl to who's out in front of you. At the moment, we don't have the beast at the table.
They look like gnashy teeth. That's what puts me off about that. Looks like gnashy teeth.
Remember Mr. Squiggle?
I remember Mr. Squiggle.
Mr. Squiggle. I think that must have just been an Australian show. But it was this kind of puppet with a pencil for a nose, and would kind of make these drawings. But often you have to turn them upside down to see what they were.
Kind of like the Australian Bob Ross.
A little
or
bit.
Rolf Harris.
Oh, hold on. Have to edit that out. Here's Zahid Iqbal. Yeah. We're not doing lookalikes, Danny, but you may be mistaken. I do think the Rolf Harris impersonation market has gone down a bit in the last couple of years.
He did paint a portrait of the Queen, of course, celebrating her 70th year on the throne, and it was horrific. Let's go back to that. It looked, I don't know, it looked like she had this sort of evil grimace. It was terrible.
I tell you, I've seen that one.
Oh, he's a pretty good artist, actually, Rolf Harris.
Yeah.
Not that his paintings are worth much anymore, but I remember going to Sheffield and there was come back to it in a moment.
It's cut away. Bit of work for the fine leg. Handle that one, Joshy.
I was in Sheffield a few years ago and I remember seeing, I don't know if it was a specific Rolf Harris art gallery, but there were definitely, they did specialise in Rolf Harris paintings, and he's actually a very good artist. But yeah, as I said, probably not as valuable as what they used to be, the Rolf Harris.
Yeah, true. Worked away, leg side. Ahmed, so they're just cruising with no real sense of urgency, PCC. And United, they got to just keep hoping this holding pattern stays as long as possible. But it's hard to see Lala sticking it and run a ball for too long. Not on strike at the moment. We'll be back to Ahmed.
It's a bowler again. Oof, good ball, that.
Just nips back a little bit. I think you haven't waited. You're into your pie already, Danny.
Oh, the pies are here, Vinny.
So
why would I wait?
Tell me what you've gone for. That's fair enough. I'm not judging you. I'm just saying. Maybe give us a bit of a review.
It's a beef pie. I think it's a Melbourne. Oh, that's close. Got him. Well, not happy the batsman. But he'll have to go.
Pretty close. Just because he got so far across, I think, we'll see here. Yeah, it's gone. That's not missing. I think it's a very good decision. Doesn't like maybe he's trying to make the case with the inside edge, but it's the oldest story in the book. I think certainly based on what we saw, what the umpires saw, you can certainly see why that one was given LBW. So Jahangir Ahmed has to go. Score at the end of 4 overs is 22 for 2. And there you go, Danny. Let's Don't just give the review. Let's show us the pie you've got. So what is it? You got the Melbourne today?
I think it's the Melbourne. There's a bit of a sample.
Yeah.
There you go.
These are all from the Down Under, and they're all named after different places. They've got different cities, right?
Yep.
And yeah. So the Melbourne is what?
I think the Melbourne's it's a steak and pepper. I think. I'm not sure if it's that or the Sydney. They're both really good. One's a mince pie. One's a steak pie. So a bit chunkier today. I think there's an Auckland as well. And there's London, which is chicken and leek.
Is there a Bombay?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there's a curry pie. Yeah.
Really
they can't have a pie shop without a curry pie.
Sounds good to me. Anyway, thanks to everyone from the Down Under for feeding us. We do appreciate it. Nice spot to have a drink if you're ever in Prague as well. Here is Mustafa Nawab, who is going to bowl the 5th over. They're not even run a ball pace at the moment, PCC. But this is the man they need to get. Lala. Well, this is probably just heading down the leg side. Maybe a bit of bat in this. And Lala doesn't quite hit his straps. I think this one hits him in the back leg. Unprotected. I see this on the replay. This wasn't far away, you know. Just heading down the leg side. I think it's good decision from the umpire. Missing by a stump. On the charge, but it could be trouble. Piyush, he's got the catch, and now he's got Lala. So United, they're hoping to pull off a miracle defence here. If they're going to do that, they have to move some of the big players. They get too much bigger than name Lala this series. He goes for 13. And Prague CC lose a 3rd wicket now, 22 for 3.
That's a good catch there from Piyush, and it's quite ironic that Lala falls to a catch in the area that he's taken 6 already in this tournament. And that's a huge wicket, and they have shuffled the deck a little bit. They've got some good batsmen still to come, and one of them is coming out right now. It's the Beast. But and also Naveen Padmaraju, he is a very good all-rounder. I haven't really seen him with a bat, but he can bat. He's very, very handy. But if they get the Beast here early, then they're in with a good sniff here, United. Some of the old stages still to come in Rohit Deshmoini, Prakash and Roy.
They've got plenty of batting, but I mean, you just got to hope you can get them not scoring quick enough, and that'll force wickets. I mean, look, any route to victory, you're going to have to go through the Beast. You can't go around him here with a score of 71 on the board. Yeah, here's the big man coming to the crease. Let's see what kind of mood he's in here on day 5.
That team, and it's PCC, they always eke out victories. And I remember having them in trouble years ago, when having them 7 down for almost nothing, and then they come out with national team players batting number 8.
Yeah.
And they're always in the game. But bringing out the Beast here, it's a good start.
Yeah, Nawab got the big wicket of Lala. Just his second delivery. Yeah, but here's what I'll say. Even if you're a quality player, and we know the quality up and down the order for PCC, and they've got a strong squad, strong depth, but the situation still gets on top of you. If you're batting with 6 wickets down or something like that, it's not quite the same as batting earlier in the innings. You feel like there's kind of momentum's against you, and there's less insurance behind you. So that's why I think you get through the Beast here. Have kept things really quiet. Have a look at the rate required. It's suddenly up to 9.1 and over. So that's like chasing 91 pace, which is, above the kind of pace that PCC weren't able to match in game 1 against Bohemians. It's in the realm of possibility. Nawab is on length and just deflected away. Padmaraju, nice opportunity for him to make some runs as well. Haven't seen too much of him with the bat this series. Haven't seen too much of anybody with the bat, actually, a lot of the time with PCC, because top order has been so strong.
Yeah, I think that's why they've given these players a bit of a bat. And Naveen, as I mentioned, is very handy, but does need to get a bit of form. This one's dabbed outside to point just for a single. Have to hurry, but does pretty well. That's Padmaraju.
Yeah, Padmaraju took a little bit of time to get going. The Beast, he's an expert ball counter. He knew that was last ball of the over, so he was off. He wanted the strike. I think it made sense to run, but you have a look at this. If this hits, yeah, it might have been close. That's still safely home, and a single to finish the 5th over. The score is 25 for 3 at the halfway point. So they've left themselves 47. I think the win predictor favouring United at this stage. Well, maybe they might have to Google Sudesh Wickramasakara if that's the case. Don't know if the win predictor has Google. Anyway, you see no extras at all, and that is one of the reasons I think that they are down at that 5 and over pace, because we've seen a lot of bowlers struggling with extras this morning and throughout the tournament. So the fact that haven't given any away in the first 5 overs, I think keeps them in the contest.
Look, I think this is going to be a vital couple of overs coming up, and especially Piyush Paghel. We haven't really seen him bowl during the tournament, but he was fantastic last game against Brno. See what he can do against the Beast. And tucks him up.
Yeah, right on the money. I mean, yeah, he's been excellent, hasn't he? And he's certainly not someone you think of as a bowler, but he did take 2 for 9 off his 2 overs. It's a very important contribution as they eked out a win over Brno. Just the 1 ball to spare. And he bowled 2 overs pretty much towards the end of the inning. I think he bowled the 7th and the 10th. And he was one reason that they were only chasing 87 for victory. Otherwise, it looked like it could be in the 90s or even 100 plus.
Not sure.
He's just nagging, isn't he, with his bowling?
Not sure why he didn't really bowl in the start of this week.
I just don't think they think of him as a bowler, but they might have to think again. He's have to deal with the Beast, though. And the Beast gets a bit, what's the word I'm looking for here?
Lucky?
Yeah, well, he does get lucky. I was going to say fed up and pushing it around. He runs out of patience. And I just had a feeling that sooner or later he was going to try and swat one out of the ground.
He's interesting, Sudesh, because he can just push the ball around quite contently and look for the bad ball. But when he's not hitting it cleanly, he's a bit vulnerable, because he might try to overhit one that wouldn't be there normally. So, but he's got a lot of experience. I know that he'll just bide his time a little bit, and you know that if he needs 20 and over, he can do that too.
Enough's enough. It's a false shot. Could be a chance, and it is taken. Nawab takes the catch. Well, he's been a star on his return for United today as well. And the Beast, we ran out of patience. He ran out of luck as well. And Paghel gets the big wicket of Sudesh Wickramasakara. And PCC, they're in a bit of strife now. It's 29 for 4.
We've got a game now. This is that win predictor, I think, is definitely in United's favour. And what a day they're having. And the Beast has to go. They did the right thing, I think, PCC by putting him further down the order. But the 2 big wickets, Naeem Lala and Sudesh Wickramasakara, out of there. And with Arun Ashokan at home, this is up for grabs, this game.
Wow. Did not see this coming. It just shows you can't assume anything in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Some people thought we're heading for an early lunch. Well, Danny was anyway. He munches on that Melbourne pie. Looks pretty good to me. But right now, PCC, they've lost their other key cog. Of course, no Ashokan in the lineup. That's normally the big three. You can call that for PCC this week. Naeem Lala, as well as Wickramasakara and Ashokan. There'll be some others that have to feature, but like you said, Danny, they've got a lot of depth. They've a lot of guys that can bat, but can they bat at the pace required? As the rate required is over 10 and over now. New batter out there is Rohit Deshmoini. Well, he's no slouch with the bat either. He's a very good batter, but problem here is you don't have too much time to make your mark, as that's the end of the 6th. The score is 30 for 4. So once again, just 5 off the over. And Piyush Paghel has been so good with the ball today. He's come out of nowhere. And still just that 5 and over pace. We've only had 3 boundaries in the innings, and we haven't actually seen one now for 20 balls. So it shows you never know what's happening. And have a look at that. That's turned around pretty quickly.
84% for the Division 2 team.
It's just gone yoink, surfs up. But here's the thing, 1 bad over, you undo all your good work. We've seen that probably both innings this morning in the first game. 1 bad over kind of undid all of that good work. The house of cards fell down. Hopefully it won't be Manish Jangid who delivers it. He's going to have the 7th over here. And start with a single. And well done by Abhimanyu to gather that throw that was a bit wide. So, yeah, you've still got Bugell to come back for one. He's just been very good with his control. Still no wides in the innings. I know I'm probably jinxing it. Phil G says the win probability graphic looks like the teeth from the space worm in Empire Strikes Back. I'm liking some of the cultural references today. Yeah, but into the gap. Cleaned up by the sweeper. Just the one. Oh, they'll get an overthrow here. This is a bit lazy, to be honest. Padmaraju gets a second run that he didn't probably deserve. No need for that throw to be so spicy to the bowler. And or the fielder's on the other side. On the boundary, need to be hustling in to try and back up that throw. How are you feeling, Owen, if you're in the chat? So looked a couple of emojis, eye roll, and the kind of cry face emoji. That might have been on the Beast's dismissal. This one is not an easy one to stop, but Joshy will grab it and throw the long way. Between the three of them, they've managed to back it up. I don't know if we got this on the shot, but Joshy just got carried away with the clean pickup and he fired at the bowler's head and everyone was scrambling to make sure it didn't go for an overthrow.
It looked like they were tap dancing trying to stop that ball. Luckily, there's a man out there, Mustafa Nawab, just to clean things up.
Oh, this will be a dot. So, I mean, every ball, there isn't a boundary. That run rate required is just creeping up. And it's not out of hand yet. It's about 11. But just the way things are going, they're going to need a big acceleration. No double-figured overs in this innings so far. Jungid, again, good full in the block hole. And there's Amandeep Bindra. I hope he's not having flashbacks. He's in that position this morning. He got a terrible bounce and copped one in the face, but he's come back well. And, at the moment, we're up to 11.5 and over. How long can this hold? Well, they've gone for it. This is Miles in the air, and it's going to another catch for Nawab, and he will hold it. So there you go, full straight doing the job. Padmaraju, he'll go for 6. Prague CC, could we have a massive upset on the cards here? They've lost a 5th wicket now. It's 35 for 5.
Oh, they're definitely in with a chance, and they're buzzing. United. That's another big wicket. Padmaraju can hit the ball nicely. He's a good bat, but and it's going to be the old stages. Rohit Deshmoini and Prakash Siddisivan out there now, and they've been good players for PCC and the national team for quite a few years, but they're not the youngest anymore. And then also you get Surita come in, good old Roy. He's again one of the best batsmen in the country in his day. But this is very intriguing, this game. And now I think you've got to have United as favourites if they can keep their bowling together, and they've been very disciplined.
Yeah,
I think that I'm going to call it, Vinny. I think they're home.
Well, you've called it way too early, but it's probably good for the game because maybe we'll see a swing of momentum. What I will say is they're not even halfway to the target, and we're 7 overs in. That's 7 overs down, 35 for 5. Mustafa Nawab's been really good. He's going to come back to bowl his second over. I'm going to tell you the over scores. 9, 3, 7, 3, 3, 5, 5. And that first over had 2 boundaries in it, if you remember, all the way back from Lala. Nawab gets another one, and this one is a good delivery to get Deshmoini. Definitely jags back, takes the leg stump, and Prague CC are in disarray into the 8th over. They're 35 for 6.
You starting to believe me now, Vinny?
Oh, well, I believed you. Well, I live by the win predictor, and that was telling me it was already 88%. So what I would say is Nawab is having such a great day. I know he was out with a slight injury during the week, but he's come back, and especially with no Bagoli, he's really stepped up, not only with his bowling, but also his catching. And see, Deshmoini's weight going away from the ball, and he just didn't cover the line of that one. So over goes the castle, and once again, they're leaving it to somebody else. It's going to be Sadita Udagalage, who will be the next batter. And I mentioned, look, he's a good batter, but he's coming out at number 8, and it's certainly a different feeling. I'll flip the script here. Let's just say they needed this amount of runs 37 off 17, and they were 140 for 2, and he came out. It would just feel completely different.
Yeah.
He'd probably be a lot more confident. But you just feel the fielding side's up, and they're on you now. And Nawab, he's still got 5 balls to go. He's got 2 for 3. Great bowling from United, who still haven't conceded a wide or a no ball in this innings.
Well, that's a big factor, is their discipline. And that's a very good side, United. I saw them last year. They were everyone's darling team. But this year they're competitive.
All right, here we go. 5 to come. Oh, this is a pretty good delivery. Oh, he's jumped over it. That's going to be 4. Oh, well, that's Manish Jungid, who's down at fine leg. And I thought, first up, this is a pretty good delivery from Nawab that might have taken a wicket. Have a look at this on the replay. I thought if that misses the bat, he's gone bolder LBW. Then the fielder, look at this. He has this covered. Just does a whole Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Was he on a hat-trick, Finney? We missed that.
He was not on a hat-trick.
Oh, okay.
Team hat-trick would have been, because he had a wicket last ball of last over, and then first ball the next over. Mustafa Nawab did take a wicket in his first over. That was second ball of it. Wow. So, yeah, that boundary just offering a bit of relief to Prague CC. Yeah, credit to UCC. Their bowling has been super disciplined. And once again, good delivery, searching. I mean, I know we saw Pulsen beat Burno yesterday, but Burno maybe a little bit under strength in that game. Cricket upsets in the Czech Republic. They don't come much bigger than this if UCC could knock over PCC.
Come no bigger than this. Getting in, Bills and Guardians are going to game against PCC later, I think, don't they?
Yeah, it just shows you anything's possible. And that's right. That is the fixture for the last game of the day. Another good delivery. And Nawab gets this one to take off. Oh, you just feel like PCC will have one more rearguard action in them, don't you? You feel like that. That's what I felt like for about 2 overs, though. And we're running out of time because now that run rate required is heading towards 15 pretty quickly. Last ball of the 8th coming up. Gone, and Nawab does it again. He gets straight through the defences of Udagalagate, who tried to move things along, but he's the one that has to move along. And Prague CC, surely from here, there's no way back. 41 for 7, 2 overs remaining, 2 fresh batters at the crease, and they need 31 off the last 2 overs. Fantastic spell from Mustafa Nawab. He's going to finish with figures of 3 for 9, as well with 2 catches. I think he's been brilliant for United.
It's been a great performance here from the United bowlers. And again, good captaincy from Abhimanyu Singh. And bring new batsman, it's Dipan Patel. And here's a question for you. Actually, let's have a look at this game
let's have a look at
first.
this first. And just looking ahead to the Pulls and Guardians versus Brno game. And the Guardians, they are able to hunt Brno down and sneak into 4th place with some good performances this afternoon. I can tell you that the news from the toss, Brno winning the toss and electing to bowl first. So they will be chasing Guardians. Just have a look at that lineup. Dada Shetty is in there. And he's been a pretty good performer for them. And look, again, it'll just be a matter of the 11 they put on the park if they can get it done. But I do see Jatin Kumar at 4 there. Guru Singh, don't see him in that lineup. So that's a bit of an out for them. Nems Magazine comes in for his first of the tournament. I wouldn't mind buying a subscription to that. Well, this could be a game changer. Maximo! It's the start of the 9th, and we often say it all happens in the 9th. It has to happen for Prague CC. And Prakash Sadasivan, well, he's captain this game, so he's saying, well, hold on a second. This game is not over yet. Again, very capable batter. Gets the 6 he needs. Pagel goes again, but this time, swing and a miss.
He's a quality player, Prakash. He's captained this team for many years and got a lot of runs. Also a very good bowler. So while he's there, they do have a sniff.
Interesting. Here's Pagel. Low full toss, probably turns into a pretty good ball. And here's the thing, you can't really manipulate the strike to get Sadasivan back on it because you're running out of wickets. So you don't really want to sacrifice Patel here. He's going to have to play his role at the left-hander. And I don't think we've seen a left-hander in this innings yet, and maybe that'll throw United a bit because their control has been so good. But I think, just looking up and down this order, they've only bowled exclusively to right-handed batters. Luke Belgium just saying in the chat that he's going to watch some international football tonight in Brussels, Belgium versus the Netherlands, and then he's going to Amstelveen for the one-day international between Netherlands and West Indies tomorrow. So hoping you have a great time, Luke.
Here's a question for you, Vinny.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Pramod Baguli has been the best, probably the best bowler for United, and very handy up the top. They've won, or they might win 2 games today convincingly without him. Oh,
has he caught that? No way. No way he's caught this, Bagel. As this was smashed back from Deepan Patel. And I couldn't believe my eyes. I saw him going for it, but I thought there was no way that he was coming up with the ball. Well, those neck cameras are going to have a great view of this from Bagel. And just everything coming up golden for United. A lovable team. Yeah, he takes it down low and he anticipates. Patel can't believe it. So Prague CC right down to their bare bones now as they lose an 8th wicket. It's 48 for 8.
Not sure if he pressed the button there, the umpire, as I mentioned.
Have to press it on that.
Pete Vincent, the umpire there, I think, is it? Yes, it is. Can't teach an old dog new tricks. I reckon he's forgotten about it.
I think he would have pressed it. If you're ever going to do it, that'll be the one. He had a great view of that. What a good catch by Miguel. He's been a revelation with the ball today. And Jackson Redek saying, very wonderful display by UCC. They're hot and cold this season. Yeah, well, they're a really lovable team, United. They were unlucky in so many close games last year before they finally got across the line with a win, qualified for the quarterfinals, but had it rained out. And this is in the air, and this could be another wicket. It's Ayush Sharma. He doesn't drop catches, and he's not going to drop this. So Mataranga batting all the way down at 10. And, well, I'm a bit surprised to see him that low, but he doesn't last too long. He tries to send this ball out of the ground, but he sends it into orbit instead. Ayush Sharma takes the catch. Bagel's on a hat-trick, and PCC down to their last batter, although it is a big one. It's 48 for 9.
He brings out Danzilla, and I reckon just launch it at his toes. There's a long way down for the big man. And Piyush Bagel, I think, has a very good chance of getting this hat-trick. No disrespect to Dan, who's a lovely guy. But
you're writing him off straight away.
Well, no, he needs a bat that's about 6 inches longer.
I want him to 5 this ball because I want to see the conference between him and his batting partner here, Prakash Sadasevan, because that is a tall and the short of it right there. And, he'll have to survive this first. It's a hat-trick opportunity for Piyush Singh Bagel.
Well
he doesn't
played.
Want the single. Okay. So it's always annoying when you're on 0, but I can see where he's going with it. As it is, it's the end of the 9th over. Just 7 off that. Started with a 6, but finished with a boom, boom from Piyush. As we go into the last, Prague CC 48 for 9. They're going to need 24 off the last over. There you go. You see the 2 batters, slightly different stature. And this will be a new record if they can do this. In fact, the highest we've ever seen off a last over to win was 23 back in Italy last year. Well, we have seen overs of this many. The Cats status even put together. And the other thing is they only have 1 wicket to play with. So on the verge of a huge upset, and probably the biggest moment in United Cricket Club's history, I think, if they were to knock off the dominant force in Czech cricket here.
When they've, as I said before, they're too good for Division 2, but they just can't get out of the division because they keep on losing semi-finals and finals. That's in their T20 league. But they are a very, very good side, and they back themselves as well, and playing as a real unit.
All right, here we go. Last over. I need to run hard. I'll only get the 1 here, so they are going to have to rely on Casey. And if there's ever a guy that has the attributes to hit maximos, it'll be Dan Casey. Because these are like 30-metre boundaries that we almost can't get him in the shot, in the side-on shot. So Danzilla, let's see what he's got. Hits the boundary. He's on the walk, and he's gone. And that's the end of the game. United CC go back-to-back this morning on day 5, and they pulled off a huge upset. Prague Cricket Club just not able to put anything together in the chase, and in the end, they don't even make 50. They're bowled out for 49. What a great team effort. probably the most disciplined bowling and fielding effort I think I've seen in this competition. It's come from the little team that could, United Cricket Club. They're going to win this one by 22 runs, 71-49. And what a moment that is, Danny.
Oh, it's fantastic for United. And as I mentioned, it was those two big wickets of Lala and Vikramasekaran. They both went pretty cheap. And then after that, it was just, you're right, it was a very good disciplined team performance for United. And that job done for them today. And they beat Brno this morning. And they've beaten the best team in the country in PCC. Although PCC probably not at full strength. But United, they won't care about that.
Yeah, you can say that, but I mean, it's definitely a very, very competitive side on the park for Prague CC as well. When you think that they had to get through Lala, had to get through the Beast as well, and even a lot of the middle order, they're very consistent players. I mean, Hill Ahmed, we saw him opening up, and they just couldn't get anyone to stick around. They couldn't put a partnership together. And United CC, well, they look excited, but they also look exhausted because that is the end of their group campaign. So that was a result I don't think anyone saw coming. And what that means now is Prague CC, they can win their last game, still go top of the table. It'll depend on net run rate, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Although their net run rate has been pretty healthy. But look, credit where credit's due. United just showing in this form of the game that they are a force. I know they have ambitions to push into that top division, and I'm sure that that performance will give them a lot of confidence. It's the last we'll see of them before quarterfinals Friday. And what a way to go out of the group stage. Coming up this afternoon, we have Bulls and Guardians versus Brno. This match is starting in around about 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Brno winning the toss and electing to bowl first. So the Guardians, they will be batting, trying to put the score on the board. So stay tuned for that one. Brno with the win, they can put the Guardians out of the competition. And, well done once again to United, and they'll enjoy these highlights. And Lala looked like normal service would resume, didn't it, early with 2 boundaries, and we thought I was ready for an early lunch anyway. But there was to be a little bit of a twist in the tail, and it was all about taking wicket first. Hilla Ahmed swung across this one. They had to get those 2 big fish, didn't they? Jahangir Ahmed came out at number 3. And meanwhile, the Lala show would continue. They needed to get him, and eventually they did. It was a good catch taken down there by Piyush Singh Baghel. He would feature prominently in this successful defence of 71. It's a fantastic score to defend, or even better when you defended it against the defending champions, Prague Cricket Club.
Yeah, look, it was a really fantastic performance there from United. Sort of good team effort, and just did excellent work with the ball. Very, very disciplined. And feel very happy for United. And what it'll do also, I think it'll give Bulls and Guardians a big sniff next game against Brno, who are a bit fragile at the moment.
It was a great catch, wasn't it, from Piyush Singh? I like this comment from Aaron Ashokan in the chat. He is not making any excuses. He says, well played UCC, keep learning, don't take it for granted. He certainly gives credit to United. He won't be saying so much that it was PCC having an off game. I just think UCC were really good, and they took the opportunities that came their way. Unfortunately, that one was a bit low for Danzilla, who was on the walk, and he had to keep walking, didn't he? And Prague CC, they were rattled out for 49. A boil over in match number 18. A real shake-up of the standings. Although Prague CC, they can rebound. I think they'll be going pretty hard on the Guardians later in the day, because they're going to have to win, and if they can do that, then they should secure a top spot. Otherwise, Bohemians, they could hold on to it. So no one saw that one coming, and that's just a lesson that you never want to turn away from the European Cricket Network. You never know what's coming next. A real clean innings, just the 1 leg bye in there. That was a real key for me. Lala with 13 top score, but nobody else was able to hit double digits. Vikramasekaran batted 5. And you can say things like, okay, they changed the order, but ultimately they still got through all the batters. So, you still got the Beast. He had plenty of time to play. Steven tried his hardest at the end, but he ran out of partners. See the last 3 going for ducks as Prague CC were bundled out for 49. In fact, got bowled out with 4 balls remaining in the innings. Credit to United, though, and it was a real team bowling effort that got them there, I think. Look at these figures. I mean, Bindra, he did go for 16. He copped a bit from Lala early, but the other bowlers were outstanding. 2 for 5 for Zahid Iqbal, Nawab with 3 for 9, Piyush Singhbagel with 3 for 12, and Jagged with 2 for 6. I mean, that's a really good team bowling performance. They couldn't afford a weak link in there. And what I would say is you throw Bengali back into that bowling lineup, and United, they're capable of really anything in the finals. Remember, you just have to win 3 games from quarterfinals Friday to win the competition. I wouldn't count those guys out.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, sometimes you play with luck. There was no luck involved in that. It was just good cricket from United, and PCC. I think you've poked an angry bear there. But
well, I hope that the Guardians brought their bear spray, because they will be on the rack next. They're playing Burno, and then they are playing Prague CC in the last game of the day. Stay tuned. We'll be back in about 20 minutes, and when we do, it'll be the afternoon session starting between Burno and the Guardians. Burno hoping to scramble to safety. They can do that with a win in the next match. I hope you enjoyed that one. A bit of an upset. Just shows you anything's possible in this form of the game. I hope you have your company. The other side of this break, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek. Hope you're having a great day so far. Back with more cricket soon on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Prague. We're halfway through the 5th day of action here. It's the last day of Group A matches and a pretty big one up. We have Brno versus the Pilsen Guardians. Both these, they'll really want to win this game because that will assure them essentially qualification from Brno's side. Anyway, Guardians, they have to win, and if they do, depending on net run rate, they could qualify for quarterfinals Friday in a week's time. I can tell you the news from the toss is that Brno, their captain Dylan Stein, he won the toss and he's elected to bowl first, so they do get the chance to chase. I do like that from him. I think that it means that he knows exactly what he has to do. He's the kind of player that can change his game depending on the situation, so he'll know exactly how many he needs to make. And well, it should be a really interesting one. Brno, they weren't able to get the job done this morning. They'll want to do it here and make sure they qualify with a bit of form going into quarterfinals Friday in a week's time. And the Guardians, they've improved a lot. Let's see if their big three can do something special here in match number 19. Let's go over to Danny Czech, who's in the commentary box, and get ready for the start of the next game.
Thanks, Vinny. Yeah, it's welcome to everyone for the next game in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Czech Republic in lovely Prague, the Scott Page Field here at Vinoř. And this will be a very interesting game between the Pilsen Guardians and Brno Cricket Club. Brno a bit fragile. They need a good win here against Pilsen just to make sure that they get into that fourth spot now. And it will be the Guardians who'll be batting. Dada Shetty, he'll be instrumental in that, as will Jatin Kumar. No Guru Singh today, unfortunately. So I think those two will be the two main guns for the Guardians. As with Brno, Riaz Afridi is back in after a bit of a niggle this morning. He said he's okay. Navid Ahmed, he might be a little bit injured. That's why I haven't seen him bowl. But you never know what's going to happen. If Dylan Stein, the captain's going to throw the ball to Navid. Uguaria took a bit of stick in the last game, and that was the over that really changed the match against United, who gone 2-0 today, including an amazing win against United. So this will be an intriguing contest, and it'll be Dada Shetty to open with Nirmal Kumar. It's also very handy for them. As you can see, the expected scores 83 and 94 for Guardians and Brno. But the average runs for, not too much in it, 77 average runs for Pilsen Guardians, 95 for Brno. And I said, Brno have been a bit fragile. They lost the last 3 on the trot. And they'll want to win this game to ensure their spot next week in the quarterfinals, whereas Pilsen Guardians, after seeing United beat Brno this morning and then beating PCC, will want to do the same today. They're a very good side, again a Division 2 team. They're missing one of their big guns in Guru Singh, but I think they'll be backing themselves for a good performance here against the Brno side that's misfiring a little bit. But it will be the big fast bowler Riaz Afridi who will come in, and I'm sure he'll steam in to these players here from the batsman here from Pilsen Guardians. And interesting, he's changed the field a little bit, has Dylan. Got a man in at short mid-wicket, and then that short cover as well. And it's Tiwari there, who was very good there, cutting off quite a few runs. But it is very difficult on this field to defend it, even though it is quite small. Anything through the infield is 4 runs. And Dada Shetty is very strong through the offside. Trying to cut off those runs early. There's no one deep on that offside. There is a man at cow corner and third man, deep third man. So want to keep it on off stump or middle stump. Will this bowler be very impressive? Riaz Afridi, probably the quickest of the bowlers we've seen this week. And he's going to be bowling to Dada Shetty. He's been good, Shetty. He's not really gone on with a big score yet, but he's powerful through the offside. And see that anything can happen in this form of cricket. Amazing victory for United against PCC. Here comes Afridi. And he's got him first ball. Wow, that's a big wicket. Big outside edge. Shetty trying to cut it through the offside and gets a thick outside edge. Nicely taken there by Dylan Stain. And that's a big wicket first up for Brno. And Afridi not quite on this long run. It's all shoulder, came in quick, bit short of a length, and a big breakthrough there for Brno already. So that's turned the match on its head already. As I said, Dada Shetty and Jatin Kumar, the two main batsmen for Pills and Guardians, and one of them's in the sheds already. Brings out Sadun Farooq. Wow, good start here for Brno. I think they might have had a chat after their disappointing performance earlier in the day. In fact, Brno really need this victory to get into that fourth spot. I think United have locked up that fourth place. And that's a good catch there by Dylan Stain, the skipper. And a very good first up delivery from the impressive Riyad Afridi. Here comes Riyad Afridi again, and he's got him! Well, he's on a hat-trick now. Sadun Farooq just not in the same game as Riyad Afridi, and what a start from Brno. He's looked a bit sketchy, has Sadun Farooq. Not really fluid at all with his stroke making throughout the week, but you wouldn't have expected that. Just too quick there, Riyad Afridi, and he's on a hat-trick. And if he gets it, this game's almost over, because it is Jatin Kumar who'll come in. In fact, it's not. It's Dejo Vincent who'll come in. Haven't really seen too much of him so far, Dejo Vincent. Jatin, he's just holding himself back a little bit. I think it's a good move. But Riyad Afridi on a hat-trick. Could we see the first hat-trick of the tournament? He's quick, this lad. He's fiery. And after seeing two of his teammates being dismissed in the first two balls of the innings, Dejo Vincent, well, pressure's right on him. And Afridi, well, I'm surprised he hasn't brought the man in from in the cow corner boundary. I guess he's sweeping quite a bit of ground out there. Let's have a look what Riyad Afridi can do to the stumps of Dejo Vincent. Here he comes, he's on a hat-trick. And it's down leg side, called a wide. They'll take another one as well. Tried to get it through that gap between bat and pad and just missed it. Did the big man Afridi. Disappointing. But a couple of runs on the board now for Pilsen. Nothing off the bat yet, just those two wides. That would have been pretty amazing with a hat-trick off the first three balls of the innings. Not to be, though. Comes Afridi again. This one's been pushed out towards the gully. No run. Nice tight bowling. Nirmal Kumar, he's seen the destruction from the other end. He can bat. Again, Nirmal, very good performer for Venerati Cricket Club over the last couple of years. Dorothy with the red shoes. Comes Afridi. And a good ball, backed away. Didn't like that too much, Nirmal. Very close to that off stump. A fantastic start here from Brno. Just what they needed. They did miss him in the last game. And he just wasn't up for it. Not sure if it was a niggle or an illness. But just wasn't up for the last game. Was Afridi. He's definitely up for this one. This one's down leg side. Called a wide. And Afridi. See how important he is to this Brno lineup. They've got some good bowling. We'll see if Naveed Ahmed gets a bowl. Said he might be carrying a little bit of an injury, which will hold him back a bit. But Vasudevan, the top wicket taker for Berno is in the lineup. This is Sandeep Tiwari and Tree, who'll definitely get probably the next over. Very awkward customer. Comes Afridi. Oh, nasty delivery straight at the body of Nirmal. And pokes that down to third man just for a single. And he's asking for a lid, is Nirmal Kumar. We saw last innings a bouncer by the beast that hit Piyush Baghel in the side of the helmet. That was nasty. This one's pitched up, full toss, and stopped in the gully. Just scrambled through for a run. So a couple of loose deliveries, but in effect, a fantastic over there from Afridi. 2 wickets off the first 2 balls, and then just keeping it relatively tight. So 2 wickets down are the Guardians, not what they'd anticipated at all. As we can see, top batters Jatin Kumar still to come. He'll be instrumental if they want to get a decent total here, the Guardians. Guru Singh not in the lineup at all today, and see there that Vasadia is also in there with a few runs. And the bowlers, Vasudevan, 8 wickets, been very good for Berno, Sandeep Tiwari and Naveed Ahmed, which we haven't seen. His economy rate might have something to do with it as well. I think 14 and over is not the great. Here it is. Here's Tree, who hasn't taken too many wickets, but has been awkward to all batsmen. Comes again and just plays across the line. Tree bowling his customary spin-like bowling. Pushes it through quite nicely, rolls his wrist over it. And another nice ball there from Trees, right on song straight away, turning the screws. 2 wickets down for 5 runs at the moment are the Guardians. I think they just have to hope they can get a good partnership or two. This one's in the air, it's past the fielder, do well to cut it off, and that's 4 runs. Just a bit too much width there from Tree, and nice shot from Dejo Vincent. Just giving him enough room to swing, maybe slightly over pitched as well. Let's see how Tree comes back. I think it's going to be a bit of a quicker one. It's almost a medium pacer, even though he does roll his wrist over it. Comes in, and good ball again, nice and tight. And that man, Vasudevan, right there. Vasudevan, just in that area, that short cover. That one's a good ball again, right on line. Not giving him any room to swing his arms here, DJ Vincent. Good bowling from Tree, just that one loose delivery so far. And this one is gone for it, got a dodgy inside edge, and that's 4 runs. No fine leg. You really can't set a field to dodgy inside edges like that. Rico Fool in the chat. Good to see your name up there, my friend. And hoping you could get to Prague this year, but I hope you're enjoying some fine time with your family back in Spain. So Nirmal donning the helmet. And Afridi, I think, will continue. He will. Good move here from Stain. He's big fast bowler up front. He's not off a full length run up. But when you get 2 wickets with your first 2 deliveries, don't think you need it. He'll be bowling to Dorothy. Nirmal Kumar with the red shoes. Again, I think that Riaz's pace is worrying Nirmal, but there's only 6 deliveries left of the big man's spell. So if they can survive it, get a few runs off this over, don't think it's going to get too much easier for the Guardians, but at least it won't be coming to them as quickly and as much spite and venom. Comes Afridi. That's a good ball, well played. Just back down to the bowler, no run. Good to see Keanu Nolan in the chat. I know that Helix was there as well. Luke Belgium, always a pleasure to see you there, Luke. He's in again, shorter, just dangling his bat at it. No run. It's been pretty good over so far. Nirmal, as I said, I don't think he really likes the pace of Afridi. I think he's lucky that he's not coming off his long run. Just trying to control it. Been threatening too. Deidre Vincent, 9 off 7 at the other end. And just pokes it down. This should be 4, and it will be. Just gets a bit of bat on it, does Nirmal, and that's 4 runs. Playing the ball away from his body. I have a fair feeling I know where this next one's going though, and I think it might be coming a little bit faster at him. So Afridi doesn't like getting hit for 4, especially just that little pokey shot down there from Nirmal. Good shot in the end. It's very quick at that part of the ground. There's a deep third man. Didn't have to move too far. And that one's right at his toes. Just digs it out, just a single. It'll bring Vincent back on strike. Shrug says, Afridi bowling better off his shorter run-up, more control. I agree with you with the control, but he's fierce when he comes off his long run, when he charges in from the 30-metre circle. Here comes bowling to Vincent. That's a good ball. Again, a dodgy inside edge. Only get 1 for it this time, though. They're just surviving here, these Pilsen batsmen against Afridi. I don't think they'll find the bowling any easier. Just a little bit slower. Here comes again. Good ball and well played by the batsman. No run. That's the end of his spell, Afridi. And after the power play, Pilsen 2 wickets down for 19. I have to say that really Burnov had the better of the power play, especially with the big important wicket of Dutta Shetty. But they're still hanging in there, Pilsen Guardians, and they still have a Jatin Kumar to come, the captain. And with him still waiting to bat, you can really rely on him to get a few runs, especially now that Riaz Afridi's gone, and Tree also keeps things nice and tight. Afridi finishing with the figures of 2 for 11. So Vinny, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch.
I did, and I think I had the vegetarian pie. What city is that one called? Maybe you can tell me in a second. Here's Tree Kanyalal.
I think they've got a couple. One of them is a Tuscan. It's not a city, it's a region.
Yeah.
I think it's a Mediterranean type food, like vegetable.
Might have been that one.
Tuscan,
Yep.
very nice.
Yep. Enjoyed it. Had some couscous. So again, kind of blending the flavours. Anyway, right here, it was a tough start for the Guardians, wasn't it? Trying to get things back on track. They've got it above run and ball pace at least, but yeah, Afridi. Interesting, you know, he missed that game. He wasn't feeling particularly well earlier today. Was a late withdrawal in the first match of the day, but came back, took 2 early blows. I thought that third ball was straighter, might have had a hat trick. Haven't had one in a while, actually.
Just outside off stump, called a wide. Taranjeet Singh is in the chat, and he's a fantastic batsman for Romania. If it's the same Taranjeet Singh, which
it is. Hello, Taran. Hope you're well.
Yeah, he dominated that tournament in Malta. I think the teams are pretty even, but when you get a quality batsman at the top of the innings like Taranjeet Singh, you can turn any game against any opposition. You know, here comes Tree, and a big swipe across the line there from Vincent.
And he goes on with it and gets some really big scores, can't he? That's the thing. That's what good players do. They don't give you a look in.
Tree again. Good ball, right on line. Just poked down there to that man at short cover, Vasu. And it's been a good spell so far here from Tree.
Matt's asking me how my lunch was. Well, I'm feeling good. I think I'm feeling quite as good as the United guys at the moment. See another one, but this is going to get through everybody, including the keeper Stain. So this is going to be 4 buys. I guess this is the thing. They don't really have an out-and-out specialist keeper. You know, so Dylan Stain, who's an excellent fielder, ends up with the gloves. And he's done some good things, but you see here, just doesn't stay low enough. And that one gets straight through the legs, and he knows straight away what's happened. You'll get a good view of it here. Just slides on, beats the batter for pace, and it beats Stain too. It's the end of 4 overs, and at the end of it, it is 26 for 2. Now, once again, it's great to have your company. I'm back. It is Peacock Friday. I'm loving the weather as well. One thing that was interesting to me is we were talking about whether we'd ever seen a century in the Czech Republic in T10 cricket, and we haven't. This is actually a list of the centuries we've seen this year, and we've only seen 3 of them. The first one came in Group C, and the ECL, Baba Hussain, was for Brescia CC against the Turkish champions at Zafra, and then Azarandani in Portugal, Umar Nawaz in Landskrona in Sweden. So we haven't seen one for about a month. A little bit short on centuries this year. Something I've noticed.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it to do with the quality of the bowling? Maybe.
Yeah, it could be. But then I'll also say that, you know, to score a century, you have to keep taking a lot of risks, you know. So you've seen people that are saying, oh, this guy's on for a century. We said it with Lala, for example, during the week. But, you know, just one mistake. And I think, all in all, I think the catching is improving in Europe. I think they're focused on this form of the game and how important fielding is. I just don't think as many chances are going down. I'd say there's no drop catches. It's really well knocked down. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about there. I know it's still wildly inconsistent, the fielding standards, but for sure, on the whole, I think it's been rising. I think
just the general play, level of cricket has improved a lot in Europe over the last few years, and again, I think these ECN tournaments have really helped, and the T10 format is I was skeptical at the start when we first started doing the T10 here in Prague for the Super Series. As the bowler Vasu comes in again, good bowling and I thought to myself, why do we need another format of cricket? And I absolutely love it, because it is a condensed version of the game, and it's still the best teams that win. It's not as though it's just hit and giggle. It's still proper cricket, but just at a much faster pace. Comes Vasu again, and that's going to be called a wide.
Yeah.
But there's still those. It's the same sort of thing as with all forms of cricket. There's an ebb and flow to a lot of the games, and when they're tight, they're really exciting. And sometimes I watch 20 over games and I think, this is going pretty slowly.
It's funny how it does seem that way now after you've watched a lot of this. The next ball is just defended, but the thing when I first started doing 10 over cricket, which was back in 2019. At the ECL back then, the thing that surprised me the most was how many momentum swings you could have in such a short game. So you'd think, okay, the writing will be on the wall, it's only 10 overs, you'll see which team's winning and they'll win. But it really does swing back and forth. And even when we had 5 over cricket at the ECL because of the rain issues, and that was even more that way, as this one is a nice bit of fielding out there to slide and make the stop. Yeah, so it just shows you. I mean, it's slightly different. I would say it's not your grandfather's cricket, but what it is, it's bite-sized matches. It's kind of low-commitment viewing as well, so you can watch a match in a couple of hours, maybe get on with your day. If you're doing something else, you're not kind of locked in the whole day. You kind of watch it a bit more casually as well. It's certainly found a special place in the cricket landscape. Here's Bassett Even. He's bowling over number 5.
It's in the air, could be caught. It's going back, and nice take. Well done. That's another wicket down, and that is Dorothy, I think. Nirmal Kumar will have to depart. Well judged, that catch. He had to go back a bit, and it was Navid Ahmed, who's pretty safe under a high ball.
Good pair of hands. What he does well here is he determines the drop zone and still turns himself around so that he's facing the ball. You see, just kind of runs backwards. It's always easier than trying to catch it over your shoulder. So unfortunately for Kumar, survives Hurricane Afridi. If he doesn't survive to the end of the 5th over, he goes for 8 and the score is 30 for 3.
Here's where things are getting interesting. Jatin, who is, I think, the best batsman in this lineup for Pilsen Guardians, batting a bit down the order, but has plenty of time to affect this game. And he's going to be facing the very good Vasu, who's now taken his 9th wicket for this tournament. Jatin, he's a clean hitter of the ball.
Batting low, but I think he just didn't necessarily want to come in the power play, or essentially probably not risk himself against Afridi. So he does come out with just over half the innings to go.
It's in the air. It's going to go for 4. It's a lovely shot. Instead, a very clean hitter of the ball. Just gave him a bit of width to the bowler. And Jatin is a very nice man as well. Had a bit of a chat to him earlier. Actually, speaking to Dylan Steyn in the break, and he said they were trying to sledge him a little bit, Jatin, and he just turned around and smiled at them.
How frustrating.
I know that Dylan's not that kind of player. He's not going to say anything disparaging to Jatin, but he said, like, how can you sledge a guy who smiles at you?
34 for 3, up to 5. And Dylan, he's quite a humble guy, and he's pretty softly spoken. If he tried to sledge behind the stumps, I don't think his voice would carry to the batter. Anyway, you see, we've had 10 extras in the first 5 overs. 6 wides, 4 byes, so 10 avoidables, if you like. Just kind of padding the score for Pilsen, but they do have Jatin Kumar, the captain, at the crease now. And you can't always plan when you come to the crease in cricket. That's the funny thing, unless you retire somebody out, I suppose. But yeah, he just didn't fancy coming in after 2 balls. Now, look who we got. It's Yug Warrior to bowl the next over.
It's just poked down towards third man for a single. And good start there from Warrior.
Ideally, Jatin comes in the 3rd or 4th over. I think that's probably the way he's planning it. That's why I think if they hadn't lost a wicket at all and got to about the 4th or 5th, then for sure he's coming in at number 3.
Yep.
So sometimes that's how you set your batting order in T20 or T10 cricket. You'll set it based on wanting players coming out at a certain point in the innings. But again, you can't kind of plot your wickets unless you create one by retiring someone out. So
exactly right.
It's a big sacrifice to make. Here's Warrior.
It's called a wide.
Let's hope that Yug can come back strongly as well. I know he had that over to forget, but he's had some real good overs as well. And it's part and parcel of the game is being able to come back from adversity. That one probably catches a little bit of that tram line. That's why it's called wide.
It was Yug's over that really turned that last game against Brno and for United, but there was that wild overthrow from Vasu. Here comes Yug Warrior again. This one's wide as well, and not called that time. They do want to bowl in that area. It's very much an offside field. But as you saw, Jatin, if he gets hold of one, he'll smash it through that area. Quite a bit of protection straight. Well, not quite straight actually, more in that cover area. 3 men patrolling the region where he hit that 4. Here comes Yug Warrior again. This one smashed over mid-wicket for 6. Well, he dragged it from outside off stump. And Jatin, such a powerful batsman, just launched that to the onside, and that's a big 6.
Oh, poor Yug. Story's not getting much better for him in this game either. This is just a fraction short of a length, and pounced on by Jatin Kumar. It's a JK blast for 6 as he moves to 10 in only 3 balls.
He's looking in good form, Jatin.
Still got time to build a score here if the captain stays in.
It's tucked around the corner. There's no one there. That should go for 4. Clever batting.
Really clever, and it runs down the hill, doesn't it? So all you got to do is tap it in that area. So Kumar gets another boundary. And don't forget the Guardians. Okay, they were caught in the hop a bit by Afridi early, but if they can win this game, they're going to put some serious pressure on Brno in 4th place. They'll be level on points, especially if they can win it well. At the moment, they've recovered from a pretty bad start. Their run rate's not terrible. It's over 8.
I think they'll have to win it well because the run rate, the strike rate, or the run rate I should say, is not really in their favour.
True.
And unless they beat PCC this afternoon, but that's another story.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw the kryptonite come out in game 2, didn't we, today?
It's a nice shot hit out through the offside. Be cut off there by Tree, who is felled.
Well, Kumar doesn't want to run himself out here. That's what he did yesterday at a crucial point. As it is, this will be just the single. Yeah, and it's possible. I would say that, but I do feel like these 2 points are a necessity. I mean, maybe some rain around later in the day as well. Heard of that. So imagine if say the last game was to be washed out and they grabbed a point, that'd be enough for Guardians if they win this game.
Good point there, Vinny. Well, it's a wide. Just loses that a little bit. Yug Warrior.
Terry O'Connor, the weather guru here. And ever since he got crushed by wind a couple of years ago, he's been a bit of a armchair meteorologist. He told us maybe a bit of weather around the last game scheduled today.
Doesn't seem it, but what happens sometimes in Prague, it's the same as Sydney as well. When you get a really hot day, there's often a thunderstorm, and we get spectacular thunderstorms occasionally here in Prague. Here comes Yug Warrior again. No ball called.
Uh-oh, and it's gone for 4.
Oh.
Uh-oh, this is no good. Seemed like things were going swimmingly for Warrior, but this one he oversteps. Would have been a wide anyway. Let's see if it is for the foot. I think that was a goal. It does look like there's nothing behind the line there. Again, Stain, unfortunately for him, isn't able to make the stop. So 5 bonus runs, and Guardians getting let off the hook a little bit. Mixture of a few gifts and also some good batting from the captain, kind of getting him back into this contest.
Yeah, definitely, and he's getting good support there from DJ Vincent, who's still in there, 13 off 18, but he's still in there. It's a free hit.
Yeah,
they haven't plugged that gap, a deep fine leg, so he'll want to keep it outside off. Will Yug Warrior. By the way, just going for spectacular names in world cricket.
Go on.
NEMS Magazine.
I saw it. I've already booked my subscription to that. I can't wait to see NEMS Magazine bat. All right, free hit. Strap yourselves in.
Oh, that's well played, well bowled. Just a single.
Oh, there's nobody behind Stain there because there's no fine leg. We saw a 5-er, didn't we? And that was earlier, as it is. This is the end of the 6th over. It's 54 for 6. So back up to 9 and over now. I want to say a quick hello to Rico Full, who's in the chat. He said it's great to be back home. He missed the dogs, his daughter, his fish, and the wife. And he said he's working in the kitchen though. Everything's organised in his restaurant at the moment. 34 degrees outside, 38 degrees inside. Not so great, but beach on Sunday. And also, he's letting himself have an ice cream an hour. So
an ice cream an hour?
An ice cream an hour. That seems fair.
Will he be able to fit in the commentator seat down in Hungary?
It might be melting based on what he just said. Hope you're well, Rico. Great to have you tuning in. Here's Vasudevan, who's going to get knocked away to fine leg, and there's nobody there. And even if there was anybody there, would have got over their head. Maximo! Well, it's Dijo time, and he breaks out, just working this one round the corner. He times it over the fence, 6 runs.
It looked like a dodgy top edge, but I think he got a good piece of it. And let's have a look. And yeah, just a weird shot there.
Just helps on his way.
It does. Yeah, and very, very good shot in the end.
Never call a match too early. Okay, 2 balls, 2 wickets.
I'm not calling this at all.
That's what a lot of people would have seen the start and going, oh, well, that's it. They've got no chance.
No.
I may have said words to that effect. I was just having my lunch. But then I remembered to check myself because they still had almost the whole 10 overs to bat, and they're making good use of it at the moment, Guardians.
This is in the air, and it's going to be 6 more, I think. It just might have bounced. No, it's gone over again. That's 2 in a row.
Back to back, rolls the dice, comes up double 6s, and DJ Vincent, how about that? The thing is, that's Guardians, they know the approach they need, and they've slowly got back on track. And how's Burno on the defensive? I think they may have to think about changing this field. The fact there's absolutely nobody in that quarter of the field, it's a kind of shot that once you're in, there's lots of balls you can take from even the stumps or outside off stump and just tap it around the corner. You don't have to hit it hard. Anyway, they are going to stick with the same field.
You can see the plan for Burno, and that's a bowl outside off stump, and he's just not got it right. Those last 2 balls has Vasu. Going again, that's a better line. It's been smashed straight, but Tree should stop this. And he does, just a single. It's a better line and length there from Vasu.
That is the plan, isn't it? And that's good back up by Stain to make sure they don't get an overthrow there. But that is the plan, isn't it? The thing is, someone like Jatin Kumar, he might not be bothered about the 6 fielders on the offside. I still think he'll hit the ball hard and hope to find a gap. And we know that this outfield is lightning fast.
Well, we saw the Tortuga bounce earlier in the day that almost took out the United player, hit him in the mouth.
There is 2 there, you know, but good throw, might have him in trouble.
Yeah, got him in a lot of trouble.
Oh, he's run himself out again here. I'm sure he has. He's already walking. So I think that it's just a matter of miscommunication, because I think Vincent sees it. There was a slight, brief hesitation. And yeah, that's another annoying one for Kumar. He's already nodding. I think he knows that the writing's on the wall here. It was a rocket arm, I have to say, though.
Look,
and,
yeah, I mean,
we'll see what the replay says.
It's Kashif Ali who has got a rocket arm. So even on the fumble, you don't want to do that to Ali. He will rifle it in like he just did, and a good take by the keeper. And yeah, he's short. He's still waiting for the decision, but I think there's only one decision. Let's have a good look at it. And this one's played away.
Yeah, won't see too much from this angle.
You never know. A bit of hesitation, but what an arm. And he's gone.
You can tell he's gone even from that angle. We'll slow it down for you a bit. To be honest, it's not the greatest bat slide ever. He's actually closer than I thought he was live. Look, he's pretty much there, but he hasn't got the bat down. He hasn't really extended it. It's not a great piece of running between the wickets. So Kumar, I think there was 2 there, even with the hesitation, but he is caught short, and I think he knew it as well. He goes for 16 in the end of just 6 balls. What a waste. Oh, the humanity, as they said in the classics, it's 68 for 4. Unfortunate for JK, getting run out twice in 2 days.
Jackson Redex saying unnecessary running. I think that's probably right, but then again, when you see that replay, if there was a bat slide of any form, I think he would have been in. So, but Kashif Ali out there, he does have a rifle arm. So, yeah, in that case, saying waste.
Yeah,
which is true. Here comes Vasu again, and it's been hit out in the offside. It's got through the fielder, and that'll be 4. Well, a bit of poor fielding there, unfortunately for Riaz Afridi, who is a very good fielder, and might be carrying an injury, as you said, but it went straight through him, and it's a good shot there.
Well, not all doom and gloom. I mean, the scoring rate's good. They've already got a fairly competitive total on the board as is. They've got just over 3 overs to improve it. I still think they can get 100 plus, especially with Vincent up and going. He hit back-to-back 6 last over, and a good start for Kalki Kumar.
This one's through the offside again, and well done, Navid Ahmed. Interesting, they've got Ahmed and Afridi there. You've seen them on the boundary quite often.
Yeah, it's interesting they've decided to pack that offside with them. So Kapil Kumar will retain the strike. He's on 5. The score at the end of 7 is 72 for 4. Just a reminder about what'll be the showpiece in the second half of the year on the European Cricket Network, because the European Cricket Championship will be back, and I'm looking forward to seeing all the teams. The Czech Republic, we talked about them in Group A. But you can see that we'll be in Hungary next week. They're in Group B. Austria will be in the week after that with ECS. They're in Group A. So, I mean, a lot of these countries we are visiting, they will be represented. In fact, 21 countries now. That's grown from 15 last year. They'll be involved in that fantastic tournament. International T10 cricket. Of course, the first ever International T10 was played right here on ECN. Here's Tiwari coming back in the 8th. Sneaks a dot in. So, pretty good guy to have come back. Tiwari, I know he hasn't had it all his own way in this tournament, but he's got a pretty cool head. That's why I think he does a good job bowling at the end of the innings.
He's got loads of experience, and he's been a fantastic servant to this Brno club. And as the bails fall off, the wind's picked up a little bit.
Yeah, certainly testing the cube, turning the squares on the sides into parallelograms.
Comes Tiwari, just chopped down straight to the keeper. Yeah, the wind is, I was saying before, or yesterday, that the wind was going over the batsman's left shoulder. I think it's going pretty much across the pitch now. It'll help outswingers a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Comes Tiwari, and down leg side, and a bit of an appeal. I think it might have flicked the pad. So no run, no wide.
So things universe conspiring against the Guardians now. Check it's on the replay. Yeah, I think it grabs a bit of the pad on the way past. Half an appeal from Stain, but it's more just to let the umpire know that it did take a little something on the way through. Main Waters chat saying go Malta in Group C, but remember Taranjit Singh, that's true. Taran, I'm sure, will be turning out for Romania in that tournament.
I mean, cricket's such a great sport in the sense that it is a team sport, like you saw with United, where there was not real one standout performer. It was just a good team effort. But then occasionally you'll get innings like we've seen with Taranjit Singh and the Beast, where they just take it away from the opposition. And so an individual performance within a game can just turn everything, especially in such a short format. So it's important when you get these big players, and I think Dylan Stain is that big player for Brno, and you have to see what he comes up with a bat, because even though he did hit 60 earlier in the week, he's just not been in touch. It's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, and I actually think with someone like Stain, I said this just in the introduction to this game, but I think that batting second suits his style of play because he can actually choose his aggression level. He's one guy that can kind of dial it up or dial it back, and so I think he can bat according to the situation. But if you're batting first, you don't really know how aggressive you should be if you're that kind of player. Some players are just naturally going to be aggressive. They're going to bat at the same pace no matter what.
Yep.
And you take like a Belgium or something like that, they're just going to go out there. They're going to whack it. More, I'd say, traditional openers like to play themselves in a little bit, like to hit the ball on the ground a bit more, maybe be a bit more selective. So, but not to say they can't do that. They just don't do it unless necessary. So by batting second, you can just do it if necessary, and also, by ideally not getting out, you give players like Ihalagi, probably Riaz Afridi, now he's back in the lineup as well, a bit more of a license to go for it.
Exactly right. And look, we saw in the first game between Brno and United a wonderful 50 by Abhimanyu Singh. Let's come back to this, and it's no run. It's been a good over so far from Tiwari, using the shape well, and in fact it's only just one off the over.
It's a great over, isn't it? As we get to the end of the eighth, the score is 74 for 4. Or Luke Belgium saying Brno maybe in a bit of time trouble. I'm looking at it as probably 3 minutes from now, but I actually think there might be a few allowances, and we had the run out, which it took a little bit of time to get that sorted, of Kumar, a couple of other minor technical delays. I feel like they probably have more like 5 minutes to get through this over. Anyway, the officials will know for sure. And here's Kashif Ali. He already showed a bit of muscle with that throw to run out Jatin Kumar earlier on. Here he is in the ninth.
We've seen a couple of eventful overs from Kashif Ali. He does drag it down a bit sometimes, and he has taken a bit of stick. Let's see what DJ Vincent can do to him. He hit 2 big sixes, but he's been pretty quiet apart from that, has Vincent.
Yeah, that's true.
And he's got him. Well, big edge, and that's a fantastic start for Kashif Ali. And DJ Vincent has to go. Well, again, it's turned a little bit again this game. Still a good total on the board already with a couple of overs left for Pilsen, but Kashif Ali makes another breakthrough, and that's I think that's important.
Yeah.
He was pretty set there, Vincent.
Yeah, he was, wasn't he? And it's a really good catch by Stain. I've got to say that it flies off the edge, and you see he just extends the arms and takes it. And a nice start to the over for Kashif for sure. As Vincent goes for a spirited 27. The score now is 74 for 5. I was going to say, Shrug in the chat, just making mention of the fact that we haven't really had time penalties this week. But what I would say is that what we don't see, and what the viewers don't see, obviously, is that allowances are given for certain things, even to the point of 15 seconds chasing a ball, those kinds of things. As we see swing and a miss. So, for example, I think on this ground, because often the ball just flies miles after the boundary. You know, all those little things add up. So you do get your 40.5 minutes to bowl, to start bowling your 10th over. I think that sometimes stretches by a few minutes before you'd be incurring any penalties. Most of the teams have been pretty good with it.
It's down leg side, but I think it's just common sense from the officials.
Yeah.
And the umpiring has been very, very good in this tournament. So there is that new gadget, the harmonica.
Yeah. Well, jury's out on that. I think they're trying to upload the photos at the moment, or the videos.
Oh, there's a 4 runs that it's a little bit fortunate. It's very fine, the third man there, but he's picked that gap between the keeper and third man, and it races down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it gets another edge, but this time it's not held. It flies past Dylan Stain. They needed something to go their way. The Guardians, at one point, I thought they looked on for 100, but the brakes have been put on by Bruno in the second half of this innings.
By the way, I did mention Old Dogs and New Tricks with umpire Pete Vincent before, and the technology around his neck.
Yeah.
He did press the button for that caught and bowl, so I'm looking forward to that.
That's he did handle the equipment okay.
It's hitting the air. Won't be a catch, just be a single.
You didn't have too much faith in Pete, did you? But he showed you.
I'm glad he got to press the button. He's a good man, Pete Vincent. Does a lot for Czech cricket as well. He mows the lawns out here on his the ride on mower. And his head of umpires is in the air, should be out, and he's gone. There's another wicket down, and Kashif Ali takes his second wicket of the over.
Yeah, nicely done. Now, what I would say as well is that every time you take a wicket, I think it's after 4 or 5 wickets, I can't remember, but every wicket after that, you do get an extra minute allowance as well, because obviously it takes time for the batters to go off and go on. But that minute is kind of eaten up by the time it takes the new batter to get to the crease, so it kind of cancels out. But it's just a way of making sure teams aren't penalised for taking a bunch of wickets. I mean, it does take time.
I mean, that's logical, isn't it, Vinny?
Yeah. Yeah, not everything in life is logical. Here's Roshan Singh, who will do the keeping for Pulls and Guardians in this one. Remember, Guardians, if they win this game, they'll pull level with Bruno, and it'll be up to net run rate. And look, if they could burgle an upset or even a point out of the last game of the day, that would be enough to see them qualify for quarterfinals next week. So Bruno are the team in jeopardy. One of these two teams, their ECS will end at the end of today. 9th over coming to an end in a second, but maybe a few more seconds. It's a good tactic as well if they're running behind in time. Just the odd back away. I'm sure the umpires will note that. See, they're very, very good, the officials.
They are. Here comes Kashif Ali again. Ball to the new batsman. It's outside off stump, cut away, and well done there. Great piece of fielding from the big man Riaz Afridi that saved a certain 3 runs. And yeah, look, Bruno early in the day posted a score of 86, and it's going to be probably a little bit over that from the Guardians, there or thereabouts. So they wouldn't want to take this too easy, Bruno, with their batting. I don't think they will.
Yeah, for sure. It's the end of the over. 81 for 6 off 9. So we'll see what happens going into the last. It will be Tawari to close out the innings.
It's a good move. He's the most experienced of the Bruno bowlers. Does sometimes lean and drag one down the leg side. And there's no protection for him. But if he keeps it outside off or about off stump, it'll be fine. That's a good ball. Dragged across. Kashif Ali will pick it up. They wouldn't want to run his arm again as he throws to the keeper.
He's got a bullet, doesn't he, Kashif? Oh.
Yes.
Boom, I found out the hard way.
He's a very good athlete. He's Ali Kashif, very tall man as well. Not quite in the stratosphere of Dan Casey. That's hit the pad. Just going to miss leg stump, I think.
Yeah, so I think it's just kind of meandering along. This one was heading down the leg side. Hits him just on leg stump or maybe a touch outside already.
It's getting pretty windy here.
Yeah, it sure is. Right to left is the wind. It's funny because we still have seen balls flying away to the right of screen. Those 2 that Vincent hit still seem to go a long way.
was Tiwari. Bowling to Patel. And, oh, he's got him. What a nice catch there. Or has he dropped him? I think Dylan Stain has said that
I think he's well, I think he's probably running anyway. Well, he'll be out one way or another here.
That's unfortunate. I'm not sure if he's going to take the bails. He's actually very good sportsmanship there from Dylan Stain.
Yeah, I think he's saying, no, we don't want to appeal because you thought you were out. But here's the thing. I wonder if we're going to look at that again. Does the batter take off to run, like legitimately run? That would be my thing. Or does he turns around?
No, I don't think so. I think he thinks that Dylan took the catch, and he just chugged off.
Yeah, I'll give the batter the benefit of the doubt there. That's really sporting stuff. Anyway, we'll come back to live action now. Here's Tiwari. The next ball will go down as a dot. That's some good karma then for Stain. It was good effort to try and hold on to it. Made a very good stop. Essentially, he saves 4 runs. Doesn't really hurt them. I think that's not a wicket.
Yeah. Look, that's fantastic sponsorship from Dylan Stain, and that's part of the reason why Dylan hasn't been in the Czech lineup earlier, is that he wants to play cricket with his mates. He's there for the fun of the sport. So he is competitive as well, but it's going to be a nice throw in. He's competitive, but he likes the sport and he likes being with his friends.
Yeah.
So that's a fantastic piece of sportsmanship from Dylan Stain.
I think good leaders do, playing the game in the right way. And like I say, it didn't cost him a run in the end.
No.
Yeah, it was an interesting one because non-striker actually does run, legitimately. But I think common sense prevails in the end. We are down to the last ball now, and score in the 80s. I don't think they'll get out of the 80s. Make it 86. They'll probably come back for 87. As that's more fumbles I think you'll ever see in one ball from Yug Warrior. They get chased back, and in the end they do get 2. So very similar score to the previous game. That was a very good one, as they're going to finish at 87 for 6. And yeah, well, couldn't field the stationary ball. Warriors have one of those days, and he flicks it in blindly. I would have been thinking about a third. It was actually a pretty good flick. But Pools and Guardians, after a real rocky start, they do recover. And although they lost their captain late on, they were still able to manufacture a few more. It's those last 3 boundaries after the captain, or the last 3 overs, which was just after Kumar was run out. They only got the 1-4 in there. They weren't really able to make too much count. Just 1, 7 and 6 off the last 3 overs. So 14 off the last 3, because they were 73 off 7. We thought they were destined for something 100 plus. It just didn't work out that way. But ultimately, I think Burno, they should get these runs, but once again, they'll have to bat well. And which Burno will return when we come back in the second half. First, let's have a look at the Afridi show. There was Hurricane Afridi early. Wicket to start the innings, and Guardians on the back foot.
Yeah, it was a great start from Afridi, and just coming off a short run. Might have a little bit of an injury. He's got a week to recover, and 2 balls in the 2 wickets in the first 2 balls of the innings. And Tree getting a bit of punishment just with a loose delivery, but generally Burno been pretty good. Good stop there by Afridi, saved 3 runs, and then it's a nice catch there from Naveed Ahmed. The wickets kept on coming down. It's a nice shot played by Jatin, who is the quality batsman in this lineup, the skipper. And then a couple of 6s in a row from Dejo Vincent. See the second one, beautiful shot out there on the leg side. Then it did slow down a little bit for Burno. That was the vital run out of Jatin. It's the second time he's been run out in 2 days. And then a nice catch taken there by Dylan Stain. So Burno, I think they've got it all to lose. This was the bit of sportsmanship there from Dylan Stain. He dropped a very sharp chance and then didn't affect the run out. But then there's Yug Warrior trying to find the ball, trying to pick it up. Bit of soap, that one. So, very interesting game here again. And Pilsen Guardians, they're playing for their tournament here to stay in there. 20 extras as well. 10 wides. and then quite a few buys there. Probably a few too many, if to be fair. Dylan Stein won't be too happy with that. 87 for 6. It's about the same score that they scored earlier in the morning. Did Brno against United. See the scoreboard. 2 golden ducks for Dada Shetty and Sadun Farouk. 8 runs for Nimel Kumar. But Deidre Vincent doing the heavy lifting, 27. And also Jatin with 16. Riaz Afridi, 2 wickets for the first 2 balls. It's a good spell. Again, similar figures without the wickets for Tree. Vasu was a bit expensive, going 13 and over. Yug Warrior as well, another expensive day for Yug Warrior. But then brought back the experience of Sandeep Tiwari. Only 6 off his 2 over spell and 2 wickets right at the end for Kashif Ali. So this is going to be a very interesting run to chase for Brno. You've got to think that Dylan Stein will be instrumental, as will Janika Ihalaga with the bat, who has been batting pretty well. Here's the win probability. Brno 62, Pilsen 38. I think it's a lot closer than that. But, we'll have to see when we come back in a few minutes' time whether Brno can get the 88 runs they need to win this game and to advance in the tournament. If Pilsen win this game, even though their run rate isn't fantastic, they'll still have a sniff in this tournament to get into that 4th place. Brno, the start of the week, we're looking to get into one of the top 2 spots. Just hasn't happened for them quite yet, but they're a very good side. We'll see whether they can get the 88 they need to win this game against the Pilsen Guardians very shortly. See you back in a few minutes. lovely Prague for the second innings of this game, the FanCode European Cricket Series from the Czech Republic. Brno, they need 88 to win against a plucky Pilsen Guardian side. Similar total what they hit this morning against United, and it'll be change in the batting lineup, I think, for the Brno side. It will be Riaz Afridi opening, so they'll look for some early runs in the power play. Afridi, a powerful man, and Janika Ihalaga will be the opening batsman at the other end. Will be facing the first delivery. Right-handed, left-handed combination. It's a good move. It'll be Data Shetty to start for Pilsen. He's been very good with the ball. But interesting move here from the skipper, Dylan Steyn. He'll come down a little bit further down the order possibly, or maybe at number 3. But Ihalaga has been good. And that's 4 runs. Well, got too close to his pads and he just whipped it away behind square for 4. I was about to say there is a man at short mid-wicket, but no one behind him, and it's very much an offside field. And Data Shetty, he's coming around the wicket, so he's angling the ball towards the left-hander. Not sure if there's the right strategy from Data Shetty coming around the wicket, because that's about the area that Janika wants it. Comes in again, and this one's at top edge. Don't think anyone will get there. They'll just get a single. He's looking for that area again, and again too much on the legs, possibly there from Shetty. And will bring the powerful Riaz Afridi onto strike for the first time in this innings. And Data Shetty got one man back. That's Sadun Farouk. And that's a cut shot. That's through the field. That's 4 runs. So fast, this outfield. And a very clever shot. No risk. Bit of wit there from Data Shetty. Put away by Riaz Afridi. And a good start for Brno. They want to prove a point, Brno. They're not here to make up the numbers. They're a very proud club. Some very, very talented players. One of them being this man, Afridi. Data Shetty. He's going to have to get his line right. Isn't quite right for either the right or the left-hander yet. It's better. It's poked away. Down to third man. Should be just a single. There it is. Bring the left-hander back on strike. Ihalaga. I said he hits the ball very cleanly, but not really scored the number of runs that you'd expect. Hasn't really gone on with a big one yet. It's got the opportunity here with 88 the target. 10 already, Brno. So they needed just over 8 and over. They're doing that in the first over. And cut away. That's through the field. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot. Not too much width there from Data Shetty. Just a nice cricket shot from Janika. And this is a big over already from Brno, and a very positive start. So I think the keeper's having a bit of a chat to Data Shetty about his bowling. He hasn't done too much wrong, probably just slightly the wrong line. Comes again, slower ball, and that could be out. And not out, says the umpire. He's bowling from around the wicket. It's quite difficult, probably missing leg stump with the angle. Had a good look at it though, the umpire. And let's have another look. And I think it's a very good call. That is missing leg stump. And especially with that angle, very difficult to get an LBW bowling right arm around the wicket, even to a left-hander. So, good positive start here from Brno. 14 off the first over. Afridi, 5 off 2. Ihalaga, 9 off 4. Data Shetty, 14 off the over. Vinny, good start for Brno.
It is. And actually, I wouldn't have thought of this, but I think it's a pretty clever move by Steyn. He's just kept 10 overs. I do think that he's got 2 players in there that can both attack the power play and hit over the top a bit more than he'd be comfortable doing. Here's the start of the second over. Jammed down on by Afridi. He then has to hustle, and now they might get an extra. They will, so they're going to leak a second. Yeah, but Afridi, they've been batting him at 3 a lot, sometimes lower, but by batting him at the top, you know, he can back himself to go over the top if he gets something he likes, and then he's still got Stainer's insurance to come back in those middle overs and kind of work them towards the total. So I don't mind this.
I think it's a very good move from Dylan Stein. Comes Nirmal, and it's a nice ball, another slower ball. Been a good start from Nirmal. First 2 balls been right up in the block hole. It's a slower ball. And, frustrating Afridi a bit. You can tell he wants to swing his arms. Comes again. And big wide. And Afridi goes down trying to chase that one. Another thing, Vinny, I don't know if it's just a psychological thing, but when the weather heats up like this, you feel like you can actually, as a batsman, you just feel a bit more energized. Is that a myth? Is it something, just an impression?
I'll tell you my theory on that in a second. Not something I would have thought of either. This is just punched and will be stopped in the field, just a single. I think maybe it's that the fielders are out there, kind of, you feel their energy getting sapped, you know, bit by bit. It's never fun fielding when it's pretty hot and things aren't going your way. So I think it's just easy to get on a run and get that confidence batting, because you just, although it's hot for you and hard work for you, at least you get the enjoyment of scoring runs. And the other guys chasing leather, they're not having a great time. I think it's maybe one reason that we see scores going up when the temperature goes up.
Comes Nirmal again. That's a lovely shot. It's fielded down there. He'll just block it off. That's just a single, but well played there from Ihalage. I was telling you in the break about a game I played in Australia, because we play over 2 weekends quite often. And it was about 35 degrees, and I lost the toss as the captain, and quite gleefully the opposition captain said, we'll have a bat. And it was pretty tough going. Here comes Nirmal again. And a slow ball has been crashed through the onside for 4. Powerful shot there from Afridi. Got a bit of an inside edge. Didn't quite get all of it, but it still went race to the boundary.
The inside edge, but he swings so hard, and this field is so fast that it easily gets to the boundary. This is one I think he's trying to go over the top, but he just clunks it. He doesn't care. He gets 4.
Yeah, so what happened is this gleeful look on this captain that for us to have a bowl. It was pretty tough. I mean, 35 degrees is pretty normal in Sydney, to be fair.
Still pretty warm.
And it's down leg side, called a wide. And then all through the week, the temperatures were in the 40s, and got to the ground. And when I was walking out to the pitch to have a look at it, not only was the grass crackling underfoot because it was so dry, my feet were hurting. It was that hot on the ground.
Okay, your turn.
Here comes Nirmal. And that's an edge, bottom edge, and 4 runs. Safest shot in the book by Afridi.
Afridi has hit nothing in the middle of the bat here. But he has got 2 boundaries. He'll take it. And also, it's the end of the second over. The score is 28 without loss. And, well, yeah, it's interesting you say that. As we have a look at the table, we see that Bruno, if they can chase these runs, they will be safe in 4th place. The Guardians, they'll be playing for Pride against Prague CC. And Prague CC, they'll want to get the result they need in the last game of the day to take them to the top of the table. Another win would do that.
Quick question.
Yep.
How quickly would Burno have to get these runs to leapfrog United on the table?
That's a good question. I can have a little bit of a look into that for you. But yeah, you are right. They could pull level. But see, Burno, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just going to check this before I say it wrong. But because of that unexpected win over Prague CC, I think United jumped even further ahead. I'll give you that info in a second. Right now, let's look at the start of a new over. And it looks like Data Shetty coming back to bowl again.
Yeah, it's been important for them. Data Shetty was expensive in the first over.
Yeah.
Didn't quite get it right. Let's see what Afridi is going to do. He's looking on that leg side again. Getting another dodgy inside edge for 4.
Just double checking I wasn't seeing wrong. Yeah, but United with that last win, they go 4 points clear of Burno. So Burno can't actually take 3rd place now, no matter how quickly they do this.
Gotcha.
And that just shows you the importance of that surprise win, I suppose, for United over Prague CC, it means that they'll most likely, or almost certainly, play the second team in Group B, not the top team. Now this is up and away, it's a miss hit, but there's nobody back there, just green pastures. As Chatton Kumar comes back, but it was so high, they'll get back for a pretty comfortable 2.
Oh, they'll get more than that. Oh, did well the fielder there. I think it hit him more than him stopping it.
Well, you can have a look away. I went back to my screen and there was some buzzers around. So 2 becomes 3.
Could have been 6.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah. Look at this here. Came back in. Kind of sailed over, didn't it?
Ihalaga on strike, and that's down leg side. Again, the right-hander, left-hander combination playing havoc as this wind, because it's going to be pushing it from right to left as on screen. So you have to start it pretty wide, I think, the bowler. Again, down leg side, just dribbled around the back, and that's cut off. Didn't get quite what he'd wanted onto it.
Yeah, just a feather, but it wasn't enough. So, a pretty good power play, no wickets. Haven't really seen a lot of over the tops. I know we saw kind of miss-hit one this over, but here's a Freedy. Scary thing is, I don't think he's hit too much in the middle at all, and he's 19 off 9. Trying to close out here, Data Shetty.
You feel that when he gets one in at the middle, it's going to race. This one's not quite in the middle again, but he'll get another 4 for it. No one out there. And I think they're going to have to change the field a bit, because he's mishitting it. He's hit 2 possible catches in that area, and the skipper who's out there is on the leg side. He hasn't changed anything yet, but it's a small margin to get it right to a fielder. I'm sure he's capable though, Freedy, but when he hits one, I think it's going to go a long, long way. Oh, a big swing and a miss. Good bowling there from Data Shetty.
It's end of the power play, so 38 for no loss. Essentially they're about 10 or 11 ahead of the rate at the moment. They still have the insurance of Dylan Steyn, the skipper, to come. You see, they're firm favourites, although it didn't always seem that way. It was just a really good last 4 overs or so that saw Burno roaring back into this game. You can see if you just follow the goal line, that's their chances of winning according to the computers. According to the kind of time period of the game, you can see they were doing well early, they took a big dip, and then roaring back into contention. So, a change of bowling. Here's a guy that I've enjoyed watching, Narendra Padmanabhan. He's been bowling a bit of seam up this year, getting some good movement. I think that this breeze will assist that right to left kind of outswing, or I suppose in swing to a left-hander. But let's see if he can control it, because I've got a feeling, I don't often say this first ball's going to swing down the leg side. I've been right my prediction so far today.
Yep.
There it is.
Didn't really
and,
swing.
Well, it's even worse than I imagined, Danny, because that one, you're going to have to pick that one out of the crops. So there's down the leg side, and there's really down the leg side, and then there's that from Padmanabhan, and that'll cost him a 5.
Not sure if they'd hit the edge of the pitch or not. Good.
Yeah, I think it was on the pitch. Might get a look of it here. Because it was so short, it stays on the pitch. But it doesn't stay on the pitch for long.
Yeah, I think he's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander now. He's interesting bowler, because I remember early in the week when the wind was in the opposite direction, he was getting massive in-swing to the left-hander, but so wide it was going wide.
Yeah, he changed his angle now. Not a bad idea.
Just dab down there. Nice shot by Janika. Just a little single. Bring Afridi back on strike. Be interesting to see what the bowler does if he stays around the wicket. Now he's going to come over the wicket to the right-hander.
I might just start writing down numbers in case they're the lottery numbers tonight, based on the day I'm having. Remember that one with Samira Mataranga before as well? When we were trying to get a peek at the umpires' fancy contraptions.
Yeah, you would have got pretty short odds on Samira.
In that over.
But not bowling a wide.
That's true.
Or bowling a wide, I should say. And that's short, called a wide. Well, he followed it there, Afridi. That was, I don't know about that being a wide. There's a difference when it goes low past the crease and high past the crease. You still play a cut shot to it, but It's just chopped down.
Yeah, typically they'll still call anything on that tram line, otherwise it gets a bit grey. But just speaking of wides, that's something United did so well, defending that score of 71 against PCC. Absolutely no wides.
Yeah.
So if you can do that, it's almost like having another player. It could save you 10 to 20 runs in an innings.
I'll say it's like bowling an extra over as well with these wides. This is high in the air, and this is going to be 6. That was absolutely smashed. He finally got one out in the middle. That was Riaz Afridi, and it went super high and just kept on going with the wind. No chance there for the fielder.
Well, somebody dig up Clark Gable, because that was gone with the wind, wasn't it? It went super high.
One-handed too.
Yeah, just the one hand. Like a really nice golf swing, isn't it, really? Towards the golf course. Maximo time. Afridi, I think that's what he's out there to do. And these two can both have the license, you think now, especially with Stain to come at number 3. But right now, these two put together a 50 opening partnership.
I've got to say, it's a good piece of captaincy from Dylan Stain, having Afridi open. This one's just poked down. Nicely played for a single. It's, yeah, I think he had to change something just to click them back into cricket mode, Berno, because that's not what they'd been playing this morning, and yesterday they were not very good either. But this is a solid performance from them.
I think these two can afford to be more attacking, knowing Stain's still to come, rather than when Stain's already out and these two feel a lot more pressure on them.
Yep, agreed.
Not to get out.
Agreed. This one could be out. Man under it, and he's taken it crocodile style. That's the first wicket down. It's Yannicka. It's a nice catch there. It might be that man, Nems Magazine.
I think it is. And, well, I've been waiting to see this man do something, and it is Nems Magazine. There we go. The subscription for the catch was filled, and he took that one. It's like crocodile style, but it was a decent effort. Had to be held. And so, yeah, the big number 0 on his back. With the kind of shape of a magazine, really. If you look at the 0 closely, took that very well. So the first wicket falls, and it is Ihalagi. It has to go for 13. It's 52 for 1.
Yeah, it's brought Dylan Stain to the crease, and he's not under that much pressure. He's Stain. I think he's done well this game, with his captaincy. As I said, change things up a little bit, and pumping Riaz Afridi up the order gives him a little bit more freedom, as Vinny said. And we're only into the 4th over. It's 52 already. It's been a fantastic start for Berno. That wicket might change things. This one's down again, pitched outside leg stump. They're very keen though.
Yeah, but a bit
Pilsen side.
Just swing down the line a bit. I mean, it did seem like it was probably missing leg.
I think it was pitched outside leg, Vinny.
Yeah, I didn't have a great look at it live, so let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, just good call, Danny. Nothing wrong with your eyes. Fractional, but
apart from my glasses,
correct.
right?
Oh yeah,
nothing wrong with my glasses.
Yeah, once corrected. Anyway, it's the end of the 4th over. Berno up and away, 52 for 1, just needing 36 more at a run of ball. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, on a beautiful Peacock Friday. We're loving the weather, and the breeze is kind of nice. We've had some cold breezes this year, but it's kind of a cooling one at the moment. And Danny, looking forward to watching the remainder of these Group A matches. Then Group B tomorrow, we're going to see some new teams. We'll see the Spartans, we'll see Vinaradi as well, Barbarians, Moravian, and also the Prague Tigers on ECN debut. So what do you think we can expect out of Group B?
Oh, some good cricket. I think Moravians and Tigers. Tigers are a very competitive side. Moravian, we saw them a couple of years ago debut and had a horror start to their campaign. And I think they lost 2 wickets and 2 balls to in the very first game in the league.
That's
actually.
Right.
So, and then Barbarians, Vinaradi, and also Spartans. Not much between those sides. So I think there'll be some very close games in that side of the draw.
Quite a few of the guys have been popping into live chat from time to time. ECN European Cricket Network. Helix saying, "Come the Tigers." I don't know if he's maybe a West Tigers supporter or a Richmond Tigers supporter in Australia. Tell us why you like the Tigers, Helix. As we see Kapil Kumar continuing.
Good ball that. Nicely played there by Dylan Stain. It's going to go to the boundary, I think. And it will. Just poked it down there. Bit of cut off the pitch away from the left-hander. And just helped it along the way. Nice shot, clever.
Yeah, and so this is what Stain can do now. He knows exactly what he needs to do. And you feel that for him, needing just under a runner ball, he can do it with a minimum of fuss. He can do it surgically.
That's what he does well. He hits the ball along the ground. As mentioned before, he holds a world record, Dylan Stain. Hit a century in Malta. Hit 17 fours in that 100. This one's down leg side and no run.
Pretty good stop.
Extra run.
Stop from Roshan Singh.
So yeah, he hit 17 fours, beat Aaron Finch, his record of 16, but off far fewer deliveries. And it was in sparkling form then. And it's a similar outfield, very quick in Massa in Malta. It's a lovely shot, just lent on it. Should just be a single. And well, they probably could have come back for 2 or 3.
And Farouk, he's had some good moments in this series, but he's had some moments where he's been struggling and he found himself scrambling like he dropped a contact lens there. And eventually he did get it and he kept it to a single.
Very enthusiastic as Sudin Farouk. As bowler comes in again. And nicely pitched up. He's got a bit of a top edge. Man under it. I think he won't get there. He won't.
Get chasing. Oh no. Somebody else come from nowhere. It's Balakrishnan. He backs up. He just couldn't quite find the drop zone there. Couldn't get off his feet either. So a half chance going down.
There's K. Patel out there and went high in the air, but always difficult. Always going away from him. There's a bowler again.
Here's Kumar.
It's cut away hard and
wow.
Good fielding. He bummed it towards the away from the boundary.
Oh well, I'm going to see this again. You talk about putting your body on the line. Well, I'll tell you what, if this hits him in the leg and a bad spot, he might get all the good parking spots because this can really do some damage. Oh, geez, I hope you got time for this replay.
I'll come back to it maybe. Again, hit hard on the offside. That was stopped there by short cover.
Yeah. Gotta say, you know, can't quite see why you would offer the legs when you do have your arms. I mean, like, it's not even that it's super low here. Well, it turns out high. It's thigh high, I think. Anyway, it is the end of the over as well. Burno, they're cruising in the chase at the moment, 63 for 1.
Yeah, it's looking pretty comfortable here for Burno. A lot of batting to come as well, but. And 2 very good batsmen out here. Dylan Stain, he's just doing what he needs to do. I think he wants to get a freebie on strike also. He was 35 off 18. Hitting them all not that cleanly, but effectively. A lot of power behind his strokes.
Brad Manaman's back for a second over. Starts with the leg side wide. Did kind of pull it back a bit though. Ended up with the wicket. So he's at 1 for 14 off his first over.
Interesting to see that he left the ball alone there, Dylan Stain. He got out to a similar delivery in the last innings. Gave United 2 chances of a catch in a row and finally went down. I think he's just being more selective, having a good look at the ball.
This is why I think he's looking like a pretty good number 3, considering who they've got in their lineup. You know, with Ihalagi and Riaz Afridi, I think that's a good way to use them. And I think the batting lineup looks a bit more balanced and settled with him at number 3. I think this is the kind of situation that he'll feel he can probably make these runs with his eyes closed.
Well, that, and also, well, it's gone down leg side, and you can see that what it does to a bowler with a right-handed, left-handed combination, it does affect the line and length of the bowler, especially if you hit singles to start with, and just makes it more difficult for a bowler to adjust. Here it comes again, and Afridi charges, should be called a wide. And Brad Manaban, he's been okay in this series. Went for a few in his first over though. Comes in again, and it's in the slot, just shaped away, and big swing and a miss there from Afridi. Not much on that ball, coming through deceptively slowly. That's just helped along the way up over the top, and I think it might have gone all the way, has it? And it's 4 runs. Good shot. Just flicked it over the infield. Very safe shot in the end. No one out there.
Yeah, he gets across to it well here. See how he steps across, gets a bit closer to it, makes an easier shot. And yeah, just inside.
Yeah, so see how he adjusts here. Needs to be a little bit tighter on a Freedy, but can't afford to overpitch, can't afford to bowl too short. And this one's in the slot and been hammered. And that's 6 runs. Big 6 there.
Well, that was massive, and we wondered what would happen when Freedy finally got one in the middle. Well, now you know. That sails miles over the boundary. Maximo time, Burno. Now they're just 11 away from victory.
Doing it comfortably here, Burno. Wondering whether they'd struggle to get this score, considering what they did against United. But I think they've woken up. They've had a chat about the last game, and it's very workmanlike here from the Burno side. Looking like a class team now. This one's down the leg side. Hammered away. That'll be another 4. Bit of a rubbish delivery there from the bowler. And too easy there for Freedy, who's seeing it like a basketball.
Yeah, sure is. So yeah, the move to the top of the order has worked. So Burno clicking. They were so disappointed, I know, to go down this morning, but it does look like they'll secure a qualification here. Just 7 now required, and over 4 overs remaining.
And Freedy's almost to 50.
Yeah, he could do it. He better do it here. Might get another chance.
Whoa, and there's a bit of an appeal. Not sure what he is appealing for. And that was a strange one.
I think it might have flicked his pad on the way down the leg side. Let's have a look, because it was a weird one, wasn't it?
Looked like it went between his legs. Let's have a look.
Oh yeah.
Did go between his legs.
It hits the inside of that leg, and then that's why the keeper is fooled into thinking this will be a good view.
There you go.
And there's the deflection. So, well, the keeper's pretty happy. He's saying, what are you talking about? And now we will see a 7th over. Right now it's 81 for 1 after 6. Coming up, last match of Group A, Bulls and Guardians. Looks like they'll be playing for pride, but I mean, that'll be a big scalp for them. Not often they get the chance to knock off Prague CC, who without their regular captain today, Aaron Ashokan. Prague CC, well, they have the task. If they can sweep aside the Guardians, they will take top place in Group A. This match will start in just over half an hour's time right here on the European Cricket Network.
I just noticed something very disturbing at the top of that graphic. PCC won the toss and elected to bat.
That is true.
That's a nice shot. That's 4 runs. Nice shot there from Dylan Steyn. Didn't try to overhit it. And they're getting closer to this target. Not sure if he's going to give Freddie a chance to get his 50. I think he might.
I said but that's what I was worried about. I don't know if he knows that he's on 49 at the moment. Freddie, that'd be a nice moment for him. Steyn, he's already shown he's winning in the nice guy stakes, not running out somebody when he left under a misapprehension of a catch earlier. Let's see if he's nice to a Freddie and gives him a chance to get his 50.
I said before with United beating PCC, and very well, that they've picked the angry, poked the angry bear with a stick. So that's all.
Well, rolling like that, maybe. Oh no, and it's gonna go. It's gonna. Well, this is where that's clever. They're not gonna run, so this will tie the scores. It'll be a no ball, I think, or a wide, probably a wide actually. So it'll be a wide +1, and they certainly could have run another one there, but they decide no, we're gonna get a Freedy on strike, and he's going to stay there. So he will get the chance to score his 50.
I do agree with the win predictor.
Yeah, okay. I think it could possibly go up from here. Anyway, here we go. Freedy, this is where you really don't want to leg by. Wind's picking up. Jeez.
Could be a storm coming in, actually, Benny.
Yeah, there was some talk of it this afternoon. I don't see any threatening clouds yet. I think just slight delay. A bit of a painful finish to this game. The Guardians will have to turn their fortunes around, won't they? That'll be a good challenge for them. All right, here we go. Freedy on 49. This is where you don't want a wide either. If you're a Freedy, if you see a wide, you're flying after it with your bat because a wide will end the game. And, I think he's got a bit of an issue here. Jatin Kumar seems to be having some discomfort.
Well, I wouldn't want to lose him for the next game.
Yeah, he's certainly kind of staggering through this over. All right, here we go. Will Afridi get his chance? Oh, he will, and he does it well. This is going to fly. It might have went all the way. Regardless, it will be the end of the match.
I think that was 6.
I think it was, so it could be Maximo time. I think they're going to have a look, but well done to Berno. The change in the top 3, certainly doing the trick.
Yes.
And well batted to Afridi. Again, took a bit of time to get going, but once he started finding the middle of the mat, it was looking pretty dangerous. As that's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs to finish, but still he'll finish on 53 and a comfortable win. The Guardians, they do it, and they do it with 22 balls to spare.
Yeah, very, very good batting performance there by the Berno side, and the Guardians not given a sniff at all from the very first ball, and really good from Berno. And that'll pick them up a little bit after a disappointing loss. They had 3 losses on the trot, including that loss against United. So players will be shaking hands now, and fantastic performance there from Afridi. Took him a while to find the middle of the bat, but so powerful, and on this ground goes to the boundary very, very quickly. Good little contribution from Dylan Stain. Seemed more relaxed with the bat, and Janica, again, not a bad effort. Still not getting those big runs, but Berno very comfortable in this game in the end, and Pilsen Guardians will have to go home as the 5th place in this Group A. They're out of the tournament, but they still have another game against PCC coming up. They'll want a slightly better performance with the ball, but really not given a sniff by Berno. And it was a change up the top. It was Janica who started off the innings very, very confidently. I think there were 14 off that first over, and he did a lot of the damage, did Ihalaga. And you see a big wide there. Quite a few wides in the innings.
Yeah, there were a few. I mean, Afridi, he was aggressive, okay, and they weren't all off the middle. You see him chasing the really, really wide delivery. But ultimately, it's a gamble that paid off, and I think he's found a home there. I think if you look at their performance in that game, they just seemed a lot more settled with Dane coming in and being able to adapt to the situation. So going into their semi-final, or the quarterfinal, I should say, next Friday, look, Berno, they are going to have to play the top team in Group B. But Berno, especially if they can maybe bring in a player or two, I mean, maybe if we get Naveed Ahmed back bowling as well, I mean, that'll be a really tough game for whoever does finish top of Group B in a week's time. So yeah, Berno, they were inconsistent is what I would say. Ultimately, they do qualify. The Guardians, well, we know they'll be out of the tournament. We don't have to say goodbye to them just yet. And, well, in the end, I'd say that it was a pretty comfortable chase for Berno, the top 3 doing the job.
Yeah, look, you were mentioning about Berno playing the top-ranked team of the next week's Group B games, and but this is easily the strongest half of the draw, with 3 very good sides in PCC and Bohemians and Berno. 3 of the top teams in the country. And you have to put United in that as well, who were fantastic today with 2 big wins, and you got to say a very good performance against PCC in the last game. And Berno, they'll back themselves against any team in that second half of the draw in Week B. But very good performance there, much improved by Berno, and I think they'll be very happy going back down south with a good victory. So Ihalaga 13 off 9, but took quite a few runs off the first over, and caught by Nems Magazine. And then the other 2, Riaz Afridi, bumped up to the top of the order, and I think did very, very well. 53 off 25. And then staying with a little contribution at the end. You can see 15 extras, 15 wides. Didn't help the Guardians. They're a good side. They're not at full strength with Guru Singh not being there today, and they'll want to try to bounce back with a good performance against PCC in a few minutes' time. But let's have a look at the bowling figures. Don't think it's going to be pretty for some of the bowlers for the Guardians. And here we go. Data Shetty going for 12 and over. Everyone in double figures. Jatin Kumar just 10 runs off the 3 balls. 11 off Kapil Kumar. 16 and over for Padmanabhan, who did take the wicket. At the same time, you look at that, and they did it very comfortably. Did Burno, still 3.5 overs after this. So Pilsen Guardians have to regroup. I know that they've played well in this series, but I think against PCC they're going to have to play out of their skins to get anywhere near them, especially with PCC winning the toss and deciding to bat. It'd be interesting to see if they'll open with the Beast and with Naeem Lala, because they do need a big win after that shock loss to United earlier. So they need to win to get into that top spot in Group A. So all in all, very good performance from Burno. Pilsen Guardians, as I said, have to regroup. Got 87 on the board, which is a target, but Burno did it very comfortably. It's that man, Riaz Afridi. I think he was pretty comfortably man of the match, taking wickets with his first 2 balls, ripping apart the top order of the Pilsen Guardians, and then smashing 53 off 25. He will definitely get that man of the match award. For Pilsen Guardians, good innings from Dejo Vincent, and a little contribution from Jatin Kumar. But Kashif Ali taking 2 for 7 off his over. Riaz Afridi is that man. Yeah, man of the match, 2 for 11 off 2. So we'll be back shortly with the 20th match of this Group A, which will be the final match of this week between Pilsen Guardians and Prague CC. And the lineups, I think it's pretty much unchanged for both sides. We'll have to have a closer look at it. But Naeem Lala, Sudesh Vikramasekara, I think they might be at the top of this batting order. And if they get going, this score could be anything against Pilsen Guardians. Data Shetty has been very good with the bat and the ball, and but then afterwards a little bit under strength. I think this Division 2 side to handle the heat that will come from PCC. But you never know. You get Lala and Vikramasekara out early. We saw before that their batting can be a little bit fragile. So we're back very shortly with the final game of Group A in this FanCode European Cricket Series from the Czech Republic. See you all very, very shortly.
And welcome back to Prague in the Czech Republic. It's time for the last group game here in Group A. And one of these teams, we know they won't be joining us in quarterfinals next week. Pilsen Guardians, unfortunately, we know that they will finish in 5th position. But what an opportunity for them to challenge a team that could potentially finish on top of the table should they win this game. Prague CC, that is what they'll be trying to do. I know that the two captains are with the tournament referee, Charles Croucher, out in the middle for the coin toss for match 20.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail. You'll bat first. Bat first.
So it is Prakash Sadasivan of PCC standing in for their regular captain, Arun Ashokan, who is off today. He's won the toss and PCC will bat first. I think that's exactly what they wanted. And look, we know we don't have Ashokan in the lineup, but still plenty of weapons there, starting with Naeem Lala and the beast Sudesh Wickramasekara at the top of the order. I wouldn't mind seeing Mataranga batting a little bit higher as well. I think he can be really dangerous. He's a pretty good six hit. He came out number 10 earlier, and they got a real shock, didn't they? They went down to United CC, getting bowled out for just 49. Just shows you that in this form of the game, absolutely anything can happen when the wickets start tumbling. You know, you can't see big collapses. That's what we saw from PCC before. But the Guardians, well, they'll just hope that they can play a good game of cricket. Whether they get over the line or not, I'm not so sure. I think the bear, as Danny Hudacek was saying, has been poked PCC out to top the table if they can sweep aside the Guardians in this one. And speaking of Danny, let's go over to him now and join Ice Cube. Beautiful day for cricket this. Let's get ready for match 20. PCC, they've won the toss. They're batting first. Over to you.
Thanks, Finny, and welcome back to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from the Czech Republic. This is the final game of Group A. It'll be an interesting game, I think, between PCC and the Guardians, potentially first against last in this group. They still have to win here, PCC, to assure that top spot, and it'll be, I think, a lot to do with those big players up top. Naeem Lala and Sudesh Wickramasekara, who will be opening the batting. And they'll want to get them early, like United did. They got them both very cheaply, but they've got a point to prove, I think, these two, and also the rest of the PCC squad. Data Shetty, and you have to say, actually, the skipper seems to be missing from the Pilsen Guardians lineup. Yeah, it was, it's actually, NEMS Magazine has come in for him. So that's a big loss for the Guardians. We did see that he was struggling maybe with an injury towards that last over. And that's a huge loss. So it's like the captain is out. And, well, I think PCC here could mount a huge total. So the expected score 119 for PCC, 83 for Pilsen Guardians. I'm not sure, average runs for 109 so far. They did lose their last game, the PCC boys, but they'll want to come back with a big win. And Pilsen Guardians with a shock win yesterday went down quite comfortably to Burnlow in the last game, and it will be Nimal Kumar who'll be opening their bowling. They'll be bowling to Naeem Lala. That's a big loss. So they've got three very big players for them in Data Shetty, Jatin Kumar, and also Guru Singh, and two of those are out. So it's going to be an interesting game. I fear a little bit for the Pilsen Guardians. And by the way, I know the wind's pretty strong here. I just had a look at the forecast. It says gentle breeze, which is certainly not. It's coming from right to left on screen. The other thing is I don't think there's going to be any rain until a bit later. It might rain overnight, but shouldn't affect play today, which is a good thing. There's only one game to go. Still bright and sunny here in Prague. The ball should go from right to left and help the outswingers, but it's going to be a very difficult task here for the Division 2 side, Pilsen Guardians, bottom of the table against this very strong PCC side. Here's the first ball, and down leg side and straight to the fielder. Well, unlucky. He had about 60 meters to aim at. There did Naeem Lala, and he hit that man just a bit down leg side. Got away with that a little bit. Did Nirmal Kumar. Short, down leg side. Doesn't often miss out. Does Lala. Here comes Kumar again. And outside off stump. This is hit towards mid-off just for a single. Bring the beast on strike. And he missed out. Wasn't hitting the ball very cleanly this morning, was Sudesh. But doesn't very often miss out 2 innings in a row. Let's see what he does to Nirmal Kumar. Of course, they rely on their big 3 to do PCC with Aaron Ashokan not around. I've got some news about PCC that I'll share with Vinny a little bit later. Comes Nirmal, it's called a wide. It's very difficult to bowl to these two. Sudesh not noted for his footwork and does often reach to get a ball outside off stump, but if it's in his hitting arc, it normally gets launched. So Kumar come again, bowling to Vikramasekaara, and just dabbed down the covers. And I was going to say it was going to be just a single, but it went through that man, Sadoon Farooq, for 4 runs. Enthusiastic cricketer, Farooq, but just couldn't quite get down to it that time. Phil G saying some rains and storms forecasted for overnight tonight. Cloudy start tomorrow, but should get a whole day of cricket. Yeah, I think it's going to be okay tomorrow as well. Here comes Kumar again, bowling to the beast. This one's just dabbed down and good fielding. Chance for a run out. Does well to get back, does the beast. Good fielding there in the gully. I think that was Nems Magazine. He's come in, he was due to be 12th man, was Magazine, but he's come in for Jatin Kumar, the skipper. He's picked up that injury. So he's sitting there in the dugout. Here comes Kumar again. And it's just a slow ball turned around the corner, gone away from the fielder. I think he'll cut it off though. They'll come back for 2. It's good work down there. That deep fine leg. Saved a few runs already. And that's he's not taking too many risks at the moment, is the beast. Seeing the ball onto the bat. It's more difficult also, even though Nirmal has got a little bit of pace behind him. There's not much pace on the bowling from this Div 2 side. And again, another slower ball, bit of an appeal. Thought it came off the bat. No run. It's been a fairly tidy over at the top from Nirmal Kumar without being threatening. So I want to look at this, and might have missed the bat going down leg side, I think, with the angle. Good decision from the umpire again. They've been very good, the umpires. They're not wearing their harmonicas this time. Here we are. Have a look at the Prague batting. And it's that man, Sudesh Vikramasekaara, going at a good run, a good strike rate of 187, 238 runs for the tournament. Naeem Lala also doing very well, and the absent man there, Aaron Ashokan. But Data Shetty 5 wickets, Nirmal Kumar 3, and Padmanabhan 3 also. The economy rate's not fantastic. Shetty the best of the lot, and he'll be bowling next. This time to Naeem Lala. It's a nice shot in the offside. Got behind it that time, did Sadoon Farooq. And no run. Data Shetty went for a bit of stick this morning, but he has been the best of the bowlers for this Guardian side. And they're just having a bit of a chat, a bit of a delay as well. Not quite sure what's going on. Having a chat to Dorothy. Out there with the red shoes, Nirmal Kumar. They've been good this tournament, have Pilsen Guardians. They picked up a good win yesterday. They're a Division 2 team, as we said. Bowls again, Shetty, and it's a bit of an appeal. I think got a bit of an inside edge, but missed out again on that one, did Lala. He seemed so good in the first 2 days, but today he missed out a little bit in that first game. He's just not quite hitting the ball like he can. He's not timing it. I timed that one. Oh, good fielding. Had a very sore shin, will the fielder. I don't think he'll mind too much. It was a good stop and saved 3 runs. That brings Vikramasekaran back on strike. He's been a bit cautious as the beast. He's had 1-4 so far. And this one's going to be blasted for 4. Too short from the bowler, Data Shetty. You could see him, as soon as he saw that fruit come down, he stepped back and smashed it through the offside, or the onside for 4 runs. And that's ominous if these two can get their eyes in. They did bat throughout an innings earlier in the tournament. Actually got to the 15th over before this, we saw the first wicket, which I don't think has happened before on the ECN. So going an innings and a half without a wicket, and it was these two. Oh, this one's in the air, but it's over, everybody. Didn't quite get hold of it, and into the breeze, still carried over the boundary for 6. Oh, Sudesh is starting to see them. As I said, really didn't time that as well as he could have, otherwise that'd still be rolling. Just fear that he's going to hit one towards the Polish border very soon. Comes again, big swing and a big hit and another 6. They're getting bigger, and that's very expensive over there from Data Shetty. Just putting it on a plate there for Sudesh, who eats up those balls and hits a couple of big 6s to end the over. That's exactly where he wants them, right in his hitting arc. And Guardians, who will they turn to next? What's there? It's been good as Narendra Padmanabhan so far. Gets a bit of movement, uses his height well. Let's see what he can do to this batting attack. As you can see, the standings, Bohemians up top at the moment, but with a win, they'll go ahead with net run rate, will PCC. Guardians down the bottom of the table, out of the tournament, still have a game to play with this one. We won't see them next week. We'll see PCC and Bohemians, as well as the very good United side and Burno, who will improve for next week, I think. It's they're going to get to the final series next Thursday, the quarterfinals, which will be elimination. We're going to see the Group B teams starting tomorrow, whole new bunch of players. It's been a good week though here, fabulous sunshine here in the Czech Republic, and just a bit of a delay, and it's Padmanabhan will be bowling to Lala. Wouldn't want to get any width to Lala. Strong on both sides of the wicket, and this one's down leg side. It's called a wide. Good take by the keeper. There is a man fine on the leg side. There's also pretty much a backstop, which is not a bad position really, because if anything goes past the keeper, it's been going for 4. It's hard to stop, and I think that's a pretty good move there from the stand-in keeper, or sorry, the stand-in captain for Bills and Guardians. Bit of chat. I think the bails might have fallen off. Not quite sure what's going on. Keeper getting a pat in the back from the umpire. Not sure what's going on really. Well, that's all right. Just a bit of a delay. It will be Padmanabhan who'll be bowling to Lala again. This one's just poked down to the point area for a single. Brings the beast back on strike. I think he's quite happy, Lala, to play the play second fiddle here. The beast. He it's amazing when you look at his score that you can see just gets a few runs here and there, and then you look at the score and he's 22 off 7 already. And this one's just outside of stump, back to the bowler, no run. Missed out there, probably aiming towards that long on area where he's hit 2 big sixes in the previous over. Probably should have gone offside, and they've brought a man in. Don't know if that's wise. Then again, you hit the ball that hard, doesn't matter really where you put fielders, unless it hits them. They're not going to stop the boundaries. This one's down leg side, flicked off his legs, and that's more runs. That's gone for 6 as well. Just eased it, did the beast. And looking in ominous form. And the win predictor already, 92% for PCC, 8% for Pilsen. I'd have to agree with that, especially if these two stay together for any length in this innings. Yeah, I've got a little bit of news about PCC for next week. They'll be back on Thursday. It's only 3 days of cricket, Thursday, Friday, and then the finals on Saturday. And they're going to bring a couple of their big guns in. Some of the national team players who, as you know, it's difficult for them to get time off. There's so much cricket internationally at the moment. Good ball there from Pad Manaban. So much international cricket for the Czech Republic, and of course these players all have jobs and families. So I've had to take a bit of a risk, PCC, by fielding some of the members who could play. Oh, it's a little outside edge, going down to third man, or first man as Vinny says, for a single. So they've had to rest a few players. Some of the mainstays of the Prague Cricket Club have filled in for them somewhat, including the big man Dan Casey, who I don't think has played for a couple of years. Comes the bowler again, bowling to Lala, and just a bit of a swipe outside of stump. So there are a few big names coming back for PCC, which I think is a good thing. Because when you look at the batting lineup today against United, when they lost their 2 big wickets of the Beast and Lala, there wasn't that much going on. So you can see the power play, the end of the power play, the big over there, 17 from it in the second over, 34 is the score at the moment. It's 11 and over. It could have gone a bit harder, I think, PCC, but they'll be happy with that, especially with a big egg at the end with no wickets down. Field relaxes a little bit at the end of the power play. More players on the boundary. No one square on the leg side. So Dada Shetty, he'll continue, won't want to get too straight to the Beast. And again, even if you put a man down there, he normally goes over the top of him or through him. Here comes Dada Shetty bowling around. Then we get to the Beast, who hits it high in the air, and that'll be 6 again. This one was a bit of a half volley outside off stump. Played with the angle a bit, did Dada Shetty, but this man's so powerful, just launched it over the covers for 6. And you know, Vinny was saying that no one's hit a century so far in the Czech Republic in this league. 35 off 12. Looking pretty good so far, the Beast. Just prodded that down, just a single bit of hesitation. We'll get through with that, bring Lala on strike. Lala, we've seen him start very quickly with his innings, hitting a few 4s and 6s in the first few balls. He hit 20 off the first over, which were 5 4s in the very first innings against Afridi. This one's launched, and that's 6. Well, I was about to say he's playing second fiddle to the Beast, but Lala got one in the slot, and Dada Shetty gets launched over cow corner for 6 runs. And don't know what he can do here, Dada Shetty. He's been good for the Guardians, but he's been taken apart by these two. Still got 3 balls left in his spell. He's gone for 30 already. Comes in again, bowling to Lala. It's a bit shorter, cut away, that's 4 again. It's ground lightning, beautiful shot there, just rolled his wrists over it. And well, it could be a race to 100 for these two. No disrespect to the Guardians. They've been really good this week. But two of their big three are out, one through injury, the other unavailable today in Guru partnership so far, 47 off 21. Projected score is 137. I think they're going to go bigger than that. This is 13, almost 14 and over at the moment. But I think these two will increase the strike rate if they stay in. Shetty, see if he can come back from this. It's in the slot, over the top. Man out there, but won't reach it. Bounces over him. That's another 4 runs. And he's being hammered all over the ground as Dada Shetty doesn't quite know where to put the ball. I said he's been good for them, as Dada Shetty, both with the bat and the ball in this tournament. Remember, this is a Division 2 team that have two of their top players out. And it's a big 4th over for PCC. And it's Lala who's reaping the rewards of a bit of patience, getting his eye in. And this one is a slow ball that's been absolutely smashed for 6. Well, it was a slow ball, full toss. And he picked that and hit it over mid-wicket for 6. And this is going to be a long afternoon, I think, even though it's a short game for the Pilsen side. And Dada Shetty, I think, probably the most expensive spell of the tournament, going for 44 of his 2 overs. And here's what to expect coming up. This is the last game of Group A. Group B starting tomorrow. And they'll see the Prague Spartans, Vinarati, Prague Barbarians, Moravian, and also the Prague Tigers making their debut. Matches 21 to 40. Then quarterfinals day. It's quarterfinals Friday and finals day on Saturday. So, it's to expect starting 7 o'clock GMT, 9 o'clock here local time, and India Standard Time 12:30. So we're almost halfway there in this tournament, certainly in the group stage. It'll be Nirmal Kumar to come back, bowling to the Beast, who's 36 off 13. Lala after a slow start, 23 off 11. There's Kumar. Just poked down. Not a bad effort there, and he's got him. It was pad bat, and the Beast is gone. Well, good bowling there from Nirmal Kumar. You were wondering where they'd get a wicket, and let's have another look at it. And it is, I think, going to hit off stump. Good decision there from the umpire. Let's have another look. Height-wise, I think it's fine. And from the front on, maybe. Let's have another look. He's bowling from wide of the crease. Cut in a bit. I think it's a pretty good decision. And very good bowling there from Nirmal Kumar, which will bring a new batsman to the crease. It is Hilal Ahmed. And if they get Lala in the next couple of overs, they might stem the flow of runs. It's going at 14.5 and over at the moment. But Nirmal Kumar, he's come up with a peach to dismiss the Beast. Bowling to Hilal Ahmed, who's not been in the greatest of form. He's very capable, but he's not the free-flowing batsman we saw a few years ago here in the Czech leagues. As I said, a few old stages here, mainstays of the Prague Cricket Club for many years in this lineup due to availability, but there'll be some of their superstars coming in next week as well. Going to make it very difficult for the other teams in this competition to keep up with them. Here's Kumar again. Slower ball down leg side, called a wide. I think Hilly will like to get bat on ball just to get a single to get Lala on strike. He just exploded in the last over and took apart Data Shetty. Wasn't a bad slow ball there from Nirmal, just lacked direction. I was also speaking to the boys from Brno as they left, and Dylan Stain congratulating them for the win. Looked like it's a very good victory actually against the Guardians in the last game. And I asked them if they're going to make any changes, and said, look, these are the boys that have got us here so far, so I think we'll stick with them, which is again a really good indication of where Dylan is as a captain. This one's outside off stump. Good ball there from Nirmal. So yeah, a little different philosophy between PCC and Brno. Both very competitive sides. Good club spirit in Brno as well. PCC are used to winning, and they want to continue that trend. They've been the champions for the last few ECSs here. In fact, they're the only winners of the ECS. It was a Czech Super Series. First up, but Bohemians won very convincingly. That one's just poked down to man at short cover for a single. Rings Lala back on strike. As I said, if they get him in the next over or so and reduce his runs, Lala, they could put a dent in this imposing total. 63 for 1 so far, a 4.3. Comes Nirmal again. It's a good ball right in the block hole. Does well, Lala. It's a good over so far here from Nirmal Kumar. Good ball. And a bit lazy with the footwork there was Lala. Just clamped down on it. Considering what's gone on at the other end with Data Shetty. 1 for 10 so far for Kumar has been really good. Let's see if he can hold it together for the last 2 balls. Slow ball again. Clamp down on it. Oh, and Farouk must let that one go through his legs again. And I'll come back for a second. In fact, they might get a third. There's a man backing up. Does well there. So a little bit sloppy there from Farouk. He got right behind the ball. Just couldn't quite stop it. Recovered pretty well though. Comes Nirmal Kumar, the final ball of his spell. And a bit short and rubbish and smashed. Well, he was trying to hold it together, tried something a little bit different, just dropped short. You can't do that at his pace against a batsman like Niam Lala, and he's launched that one over mid-wicket for 6. A disappointing end to a very good spell by Nirmal, who got the big wicket of Sudesh Vikramasekara. And now we'll see who the Guardians turn to for their the middle overs. As you can see, Lala 31 of 14. The Beast 36 off 14. Hilly Ahmed, I think he'll be happy just to poke it around, hit the odd stray ball, but giving most of the strike to Lala I think will help PCC. There's 71 off the first 5 overs. Double that, 140, and I think if he stays in for any length, they'll get more than that, will PCC. If Lala stays there. Comes the new bowler. That's outside off stump, called a wide. And it's Hilal Ahmed who'll be facing. It's Kapil Kumar, been a pretty good bowler as well for Guardians so far. Well, in this tournament, so it's their final game. Comes in again, and this one's outside off stump. No great pace on the ball, but a good area there from Kapil Kumar. Hilal Ahmed. Just not really moving towards the ball, swinging the bat a little bit. There'll be no power in it, even if he does connect. That one's dragged onto the leg side. Should just be a single. It's good cricket. You can see where he wants to go, Hilly. It's, when I first met Hilly, I was captain of a development team that went down to Hungary, and Hilly got us through that tournament. Hit a lot of big runs. Likes to hit very straight, and also very strong through the leg side. Not quite the player he used to be though. This one's a good ball, and I think the bowler was celebrating a catch that never really happened. But very good ball there from Kapil Kumar to the danger man Naeem Lala. Comes again. Been a good over so far. This one's again right on the money. Good ball. Tucks him up a little bit, just a single. This is better bowling from the Guardians. Again, we saw that with Nimal Kumar, who apart from that last ball, bowled very, very tight over. See if he can keep it together here, Kapil Kumar. And not a bad ball, got him! Played across the line, did Hilly Ahmed, and he's gone for 2. And that's well deserved for Kapil Kumar. That's just been a very, very good over. And run of bad form continues for Hilly Ahmed. Been running for a few years now. We'll bring a new batsman. It's Prakash Sadasivian. Can never get his right name right. I've known him for years as Prakash. I've never known his last name. Sadasivan. So he'll be coming in to support Naeem Lala. Will Prakash. Let's just call him Prakash for the rest of the innings. Much easier for me. And he's a very experienced campaigner, captaining the side for the day, with the absence of Aaron Ashokan. And Kieran and Nolan Pilsen pulling it back this over. They definitely are. But it's on the back of very, very good bowling here from Kapil Kumar. It's been super tight over. Bowling now to Prakash. And there's a big appeal. The umpire not interested. As you probably hear that the wind's picking up a bit. That's a leg by. That's a very, very good over there from Kapil Kumar, picking up a wicket. Very economical as well. 3 off the bat, plus that leg by. And the run rate down to 12.5 and over. That'll keep Prakash on strike. I'm sure he'll want to get Lala back on strike. Win probability 96% for PCC, 4% for Pilsen. Picked up a couple of wickets though, including the big one of Vikramasekaran. And here we go. We have Nems Magazine with his first over in the ECS. One of the great names of world cricket, Nems Magazine. Vinny in the background there. Come on, Nems. Let's see what he's got to offer. Be bowling to Prakash. And pie chucker. And he's almost got away with that. No, he hasn't. That's 4 runs. And it's K.O. Patel will have to fetch that one. That was wide of leg stump. Tossed up. I like the air, the flight he's given it though. Magazine. The big magazine on his back. Let's hope he can get this one towards the off stump or just outside. But you can see Prakash looking in that area again. There's not too much protection out there, and that's the fastest part of the ground. Nems Magazine coming in again. And this one's another pie, but called a wide. This time on the off stump, or offside I should say. It's a bit closer to the area you'd want to bowl. No pace on the ball at all from Magazine. Phil G with an interesting comment there. Come back to that in a moment. To this tussle between Nems Magazine and Prakash. this one well. Oh, good ball, beats him. And it's going to be a bye, unfortunately. Keeper couldn't hold on to it. Much better delivery there from Magazine. Phil G saying last time I saw Magazine, he was hanging out in the dentist waiting room. Boom tish. Phil G. Dad joke. His name is Magazine. It's going to be an interesting test against Lala. Great to pick up this wicket. And just got the toe end of the bat. Only be a single, picked up by Nimel. It's been pretty good last couple of balls here from Magazine. They've got to make their own pace on the ball. Have these batsmen. Bowling again a bit short. Didn't quite get that away. Did Prakash. Just a single to long on. Interesting contest here. You got to say after that first ball, it's been a reasonable over. Not too many runs coming from it. Let's see if that changes here. Nems Magazine. Fascinating contest. It's going to be bowling to Naeem Lala, who's probably never faced a bowler of Magazine's ilk. Bit of a delay. Comes Nems Magazine, bowling to Naeem Lala. It's a good ball. It's been launched though. Well, it wasn't a bad ball, but such a good batsman is Naeem Lala. Hit him over mid-wicket for 6. That's a good shot. Bit risky, maybe a little bit against the, a little bit away from the line there. Looked like it was just outside of stump, dragged it a little bit. As you can see, just outside of stump. There's a good area there from Nems Magazine. But a good batsman in Naeem Lala wins that contest. This one's just a little bit quicker there. Just pushed to mid-on for a single. I think the scoreboard is not quite, it's just been updated. It's gone for a few, has Magazine. It's not been a bad over, 14 from it, but in general, pretty much on the spot. Difficult though for off-spinners. This is what we'll see tomorrow. Vinarati, the mighty Vinarati Cricket Club, playing first up against Prague Tigers. New boys on the block. Very good side though, it'll be a good match. And Vinarati playing the second game against Spartans, also a very good side in the top division. Then we'll see Prague Barbarians against the Tigers, and then Prague Barbarians again against the Spartans in the afternoon. We're starting at 9 AM local time, 7 AM at GMT, and 12:30 Indian Standard Time. Here's Kapil Kumar after a very good first over. Will continue. He'll be bowling to the dangerous Naeem Lala. There's a bowler. And this one's been hammered for 6 again. There's a man there, tallest man on the ground, can't reach it. And there we go. Just after a very good first over, that one. Again, just probably in the slot there for Lala. And he's hit a couple of 6s in the last couple of overs. Keanu Nolan saying Vinarati will be good. Yes, they will be, because they're a very good side. Here comes Kapil Kumar again, and this one is hit on the leg side. There's a man out there, and it's very good fielding. Did pick him out. There's a big gap there. Only one man on that boundary, and I think he missed out a bit there. Naeem Lala, that would have been his 50 if he'd got that 4. Now on 47. Prakash, 5 or 4. That's outside of stump. Not called a wide. Good bowling. Took a bit off the pitch, I think. And let's have a look. And yeah, inside the tram line. Good area. Comes Kapil Kumar again. Rolls his wrist over that one. Gets an edge. There's a man down there who stops it. Good fielding position, I think. There's been a lot of runs down in that area from dodgy edges. And also, they got enough, I think, to cover down leg side. That's Clever from the skipper, whoever he may be, as Jatin is the he's on the sidelines with an injury, the regular skipper. This is in the air. Man coming around. There's two of them actually called it and never looked like he was going to take it. Unfortunate. Went high in the air. And that was Dejo Vincent, who couldn't hang on to it. There's a bit of wind here as well. It was a tough catch and just got away from him right at the last moment. Not a bad effort. Just a single in the end. And this is hit straight for 6, and that's a lovely shot from Prakash. Well, it's as I mentioned, he's been around for a long time. Has Prakash been a very, very good player for PCC, a good leader as well. And that's a lovely shot. Ended up being a pretty expensive over there from Kapil Kumar, who was so economical in his first. Lovely shot there from Prakash. Let's see who they'll turn to here. The Pilsen side. Doesn't look like Nems is getting a second over, which is unfortunate. See the bowling figures. Going for 22 and over was Data Shetty, probably their best bowler. Nimal Kumar, a good contribution. And it will be Balakrishnan, Prabhu Balakrishnan to bowl. Haven't really seen much of him bowling in this tournament either. They're a good side, the Guardians. Only been around for a couple of years. Formed last year, played in the leagues in the second division. Comes bowling to Lala, doesn't get much on that one. Go down to long on for a single. In the past there have been multiple teams from clubs. I know that PCC have fielded 3 teams. Burno fielded 3 teams in the past as well. Vinarati 2 teams. See the bowling coming. It's short rubbish and gets away with it. Surprise the batsman. Could be overthrows. He was not too far away from that. The stumps was the keeper when he launched it at the foot of Balakrishnan. Let's have another look. Put a foot out. That's not what you do. Oh, this one's down leg side. Put away, I think, or as he found the fielder, who does very, very well. And he's chased it around the boundary. Only just a single. Again, he's found the fielder, has Naeem Lala. So it's a very good piece of fielding and gets a round of applause from Prakash. Good work down there. I think it's Kayo Patel. It's been good down there. And this one's outside off stump, called a wide. Here comes Kapil Kumar again. This one's down leg side, called a wide again. Can't quite find his radar at the moment. Charlie Hunt saying been lurking. Some great cricket on show. Has been, Charlie. As I mentioned, I really enjoyed your commentary down in Malta. Watched quite a few of those games, especially with the Czech boys playing. Thought they were very good that tournament, the Czechs. This one's been hit nicely. To do well, the fielder does well. Just a single. Used his feet well there also, did Prakash. Yeah, Charlie Hunt spent quite a few days down there, mainly by himself in the commentary box, which is quite difficult. It's good having a partner to have a chat with. But Charlie, those 20 over games as well. Liked your work. Anyway, back to this game. Naeem Lala on strike. Bowler coming around the wicket and gets a toe end of the bat. He stopped hitting it cleanly, has Lala. I think this bowling's a little bit deceptive here from Prabhu Balakrishnan. Again, coming around the wicket. Not quite hitting the ball as cleanly now. Still up to 112. Last ball of the spell. And beats him. Just deceptive is the bowler. I think it'll be a bye. And very fine over there from Balakrishnan. He was troubling the batsman. It's difficult when you get a set batsman like Naeem Lala and batsman of the quality of Prakash. In fact, he's got one ball left. No, it is over. Thought it was. And very, very good over there from Balakrishnan. Just stems the wave from PCC. Just hats off to Pilsen Guardians. I think a very spirited club, and we saw much the same from United last year, where there's a club that have been playing together, these players, good friends. And that's the whole thing with cricket. And it will be NEMS Magazine to take the final over. Here's a big call. I'm getting on my feet for this one. It could be all action. NEMS Magazine. He's got a little bit of protection on the offside. He wants to put it out there. And he'll be bowling to Prakash. Hoping for a wicket here. This one's a pie. It's a full toss. Almost a caught and bowl chance. Nimal does well. Wondering if it will be a no ball. The umpires have a bit of a look at it. And no ball. That's all fine. Good start for Magazine. Be bowling to the very dangerous Naeem Lala. He's looking for his 50. Oh, a bit of rubbish down on the offside. Bit short. They won't take the extra run. Actually, Lala is on 51 already off 25. I missed that. And Prakash, 15 off 11. Done his roll. NEMS Magazine. Bowling again. Gives it plenty of flight. This is in the air, but it's over the boundary, and it's going to be caught out. Oh, it's going to be dropped out there by Dijan Patel. He's done a Corey Rutgers. And that's 6 runs. Shout out to Corey. Don't know if he's watching, but I think he can well appreciate that comment. NEMS Magazine. Bowling to Lala again. Gives it plenty of flight. Oh, a chance of a stumping. Didn't quite gather it. Bit of confusion. And Naeem Lala, I think he's got a bit of cramp there. Hope he doesn't have to go off. Hope he hasn't done an injury. I think it is just cramp. And I'm taking the pad off. Bit of a delay here. So I hope it's not an injury. Oh, he says, it looks like he says he's twisted it a bit. Let's hope that's not the case. He's been fantastic for PCC in this tournament. It might be the knee. And I think he tried to put so much in that shot. There we go. There's a pie tossed up, and I think he twisted it. I don't think it's a cramp. Let's have a look from the front on, and yeah, I think he twisted it, trying to reach for that ball, and he might have to come off. I think. Will Lala get a bit of ice on that? The medics on the field, and I'm sure he'll bring out the magic spray, and it'll be fine. Let's have another look at it. Tossed up. Good ball, actually. A bit high. Not sure why that wasn't called. And you can see on his left leg, it was just a bit of a twist. I think he's come out quite far. Fair call from the umpire. Another pie thrown up by NEMS Magazine. It's been pretty good for the Guardians. Come in today. Supposed to be 12th man for this Guardian side, but with a skipper, Jatin Kumar has had a go in this team and has got a bowl, and he's become a cult hero already. Has NEMS Magazine. Just waiting. He'll stay on. There's only 3 balls to come. Let's hope he doesn't do any more damage. I would just push it and run or walk. Nice easy single. Give Prakash a bit of strike, but he is struggling there. Naeem Lala. Let's hope he's okay for next week. He's gone down again, and not quite sure. Some running repairs there by the wicketkeeper. and this is not his normal stance. So I would come off, just retire hurt. If I were Lala, he's got his 50. It's only 3 balls left. No point in risking anything. He wants to stay on, it seems. And let's have a look. There's a bit of a delay. So Vinny.
I've been lurking, and I'm now unlurking. I'm appearing out of the shadows. Just catching up on a few things. Of course, got Group B coming tomorrow. It has a slight technical issue regarding the connectivity at the ground. So we've got a slight delay here at the moment. And yeah, Lala, I wouldn't be mucking about. I mean, there's only, how many balls to go? Is it 3 balls to go or something like that? So I do think that probably wouldn't make too much sense. I mean, 4 balls to go. But yeah, so Danny, I mean, what do you make of the Pools and Guardians? I mean, okay, it's going to be really tough for them, obviously, in this game. But I think even in the few days, we've seen them improve a long way, especially with dealing with the pressure and kind of the bright lights of the European Cricket Network cameras.
Look, I think they've been fantastic, especially at full strength. They were undermanned in the opening few days. You saw some players coming in who weren't probably regulars for the Guardians, but when they had their top 3 there in Data Shetty and Guru and Jatin Kumar,
Yeah.
I thought they were very competitive, and they play with a lot of spirit, and they did get a win in this part of the draw, a very good win.
Yeah, they did. They can certainly hang their hat on that. I mean, I use the example of United, for example, as a team that's been really improved. I think we're ready to go. I think that issue's been resolved. And I'll take you through. And I'm also pretty excited to get back on the mic because NEMS magazine, this one will be hit out to point. So is he going to get that elusive wicket? I don't think so. We were talking about best names, and there's a few, but I don't think there's too many as good as NEMS magazine.
As I mentioned, Bharti Banger.
Bharti Banger was a very good one. Cool Deep Lals are pretty cool as well. This one's a full toss. Unfortunately, for NEMS, it's going to be into the gap, and it's going to be another boundary. So Satasivan's been really good. Prakash, as you called him, because it's funny that you've known him for so long and still can't pronounce his last name. But I tell you what, he's letting his bat do the talking. I loved his big Maximo over mid-off. That was a real sparkler of a shot. At the moment, Lala probably won't have to do too much else. If this one disappears, is NEMS. Well, this won't be a catch. It might be a run out. And I don't think it will be because he doesn't gather the ball. So they'll end up with a single there. And Prague CC, 127 off their 10 overs. As long as they defend that, they will be top of the table. You see here, I don't think the ball ever really touches the stumps. It's the hands of Roshan Singh that knocks them over. As it is, we are at the end of the 10 overs. And look, it'll be a big chase for the Guardians, but I think if I was them, I would just focus on trying to bat well. Okay, the target, you know, considering the gulf between these two teams, maybe it's not realistic, but what you would say is, you know, let's treat it maybe like we're batting first and try and put something on the board, like a respectable 80 to 100. Look, if they can get close and they have the right approach, then sure. And look, who's to say they won't with someone like Data Shetty? I mean, he's due to click with the bat, isn't he? He's had a couple of early outs. I mean, someone like Vincent as well, DJ Vincent, hit a couple of nice shots in the last game. And someone like Sadan Farouk as well. You'd love to see him make a few runs. But I think Prague CC, you mentioned the Bears had got poked. Well, the Bears were on the loose. That man, Lala, again. He has had such a good series. But it's the beast who was making the early running. He looked like he was up for a big score. Again, we'd never seen a century in the Czech Republic in T10 cricket. I thought maybe the beastie was on for one here. He was looking really dangerous.
He was looking very dangerous, and I think it was Nirmal Kumar who got him LBW. That did the Guardians a lot of favours because he was smoking the ball. Naeem Lala also going very well, but as soon as the beast got out, things slowed down a little bit for PCC. Still got a very good score, and that's the LBW, the big moment that I think helped Guardians to limit the PCC side. Still a good score. That's Hilly Ahmed bowled, going across the line, and that's the big story of this innings with NEMS magazine. Good ball there. Yeah, good to see his debut today.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. Always exciting to see new players out there. You know, just, you called it pie chucking. And,
Was that a catch, Vinny?
Yeah, I didn't think he touched it, although it happened so quickly. It's not quite sure what happened. It was cut off eventually by Nirmal Kumar. And then we had this one, Lala, who was out of his crease and kind of out of his depth as well, trying to deal with that leg injury. It was pretty high, but I mean, I wonder what it was when he got back to the crease. It took him a while to get back there. As it is, he did bat on, didn't have to do too much. Satasivan just put the foot down in the last over. And in the end, fairly comfortable first innings. What I would say is also, when these two teams met, I think Parks EC scored 144 last time. So again, some improvement, holding the defending champions to 127 in this. Lala, he's a run machine, isn't he? 58 not out of 28 in his innings, opening up with the beast. Wickramasakara, 36 off just 14. Hilal Ahmed, unfortunately, he missed out. Satasivan finished with a bit of a flourish, 20 not out of 13. Another bonus, I say but 8 wides. I know that's something that has kind of plagued them a little bit. Just giving away the 8 wides there in the 10 overs, less than 1 and over. I think that's a pretty good target for them to get down to single-digit wides in an innings. You want to go to the bowling figures, and you'll see that it was the Kumars that were the successful bowlers for the Bulls and Guardians, with Nirmal Kumar getting the big wicket of the beast. He finished with 1 for 18. Same figures, in fact, as Kapil Kumar. Apart from that, saw Padmanabhan bowl a reasonable over. He didn't come back. Balakrishnan got one towards the end. And Nems Magazine, I know, on the figures, it's not particularly good, but I certainly hope we see some more of Nems on ECN at some point in the future. Data Shetty, he's the one that really copped it. But he will have the responsibility, I think, the acting captain in this game, to try and bring them back and get them to some respectability. We'll take a quick break, back just in a few minutes. And when we do, it will be the final innings of the day. It'll be Bulls and Guardians. We'll be chasing a target of 128 if they are to do it. They'll have to buck the odds, but you never know what's going to happen on ECS. We do see stuff happening all the time that we wouldn't expect. And hopefully we expect you to return to us for the final innings of Group A very, very shortly. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you finally for more cricket in a few minutes. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
And welcome back to Prague for this FanCode European Cricket Series, Czech Republic, Game 20, the final innings of Group A. On this PCC that set a target of 128 to win for the Guardians. They'll have to bat very well to get there. It'll be a good opening pair for them. Saw Nirmal Kumar, been a good addition to this team, former Vinaradian. He'll be opening the batting with Data Shetty, who missed out, got a first bowler against Brno. He'll want to improve that. He's very, very strong on the offside. It'll be Samira Madaranga will be bowling, who does tend to bowl outside that off stump. Bit of outswing for Madaranga, does spray him a bit. But let's see what they can do here. The Pilsen boys, second division side. There's no one back on the boundary on the offside for Data Shetty. It's a bit of a risk, I think, maybe. There's three men on the leg side. You can see where they're going to bowl it, but I think he's going to try to blast it through that field. Data Shetty. Here comes Madaranga with the first ball. A bit short. Just pushed to short cover for no run. It's right on the mark there. There's Samira with the first ball. I think the pick of the bowling for this Pilsen side. Come back to that in a moment. Samira comes in with the second ball. Just pokes it out to point, just a single. The pick of the bowling was this man who'll be facing Nirmal Kumar Dorothy, as we call him because of his red shoes. Facing Madaranga next. He was very, very good, as was Kapil Kumar. And of course, NEMS Magazine giving the ball a bit of flight, but I think it's been a good addition here for this Pilsen side. Has Nirmal facing Samira outside off stump, called a wide. That's another run towards a total. 128 the target. Have to bat very, very well to get there, but these two, they open the batting against Brno. Nirmal saw the destruction at the other end though. Not quite the same. This one's wide down leg side, and I think Samira can't quite believe that. It moved quite a bit and he ducked out of the way. Nirmal almost took his leg stump, I think. Breeze, I mean, helping Samira with the swing, and this one, talking about swinging, that's what Nirmal Kumar does. Hits it over covers for four. Nice shot that. And he's a good all-round cricketer, is Nirmal. Just a bit over pitched, outside of stump. Lovely shot there from Nirmal. Comes Madaranga again, and this one beats him outside off stump. It's a good line, a little bit closer to the batsman, bit of shape and a bit more pace on that one as well. Good contest. 7 for no loss so far, Pilsen. A couple of wides again from Madaranga. Bowling to Nirmal Kumar, and whoa, probably not the right shot to play. Tried to clamp down on it, bit of a nothing shot. Good line and length though there from Samira. The weather holding nicely. I know there was threat of rain earlier on, but that's not going to happen until later. Just tucked around the corner there by Nirmal. A bit straighter there from Samira. Right on the mark, and that's the end of the over. It's a pretty good start there for Pilsen. They wouldn't want to have lost any wickets in the first over, which they did against Brno. They lost 2 wickets without worrying the scorers in that first innings, or that innings against Brno. It will be the beast to bowl. And this time he'll be bowling to Nirmal Kumar. Vinny, good start here from Pilsen.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, yeah, being positive, I think that's the key. Numal Kumar, he's got a bit more responsibility with the bat now, doesn't he? For Paulson, yeah, really nothing to lose situation. Here's the beast. This will test you. He's going to bowl over number 2. Starts with a good ball outside the off stump, just moving away. And yeah, bowlers have struggled a bit late in the day when this wind has picked up, just with the breeze. But yeah, if you can kind of harness it and still be accurate, I think it's pretty tough for the batters to deal with. The beast is normally pretty tough to deal with. This is another peach of a delivery. It's about as good as it gets. Going to lures him into the shot. Looks like it pitches on the stumps and just leaves the right hand up. Have a look at this. You're in good form if you're nicking those.
Oh, it's a great ball.
Let's see if he goes maybe a bit fuller and tries to knock out the stumps. He does. This one is kind of prodded away. Should just be a single, and it is. Well, it's going to be a 2, and that's pretty good running in the end. I think he's okay here. Seemed to be fairly comfortably home. I was a bit surprised that they went for 2. You can see. That's, yeah, he's well home. Pretty much past the stumps. Here's something I haven't done yet today. I sometimes leave it a bit late, sometimes a little bit earlier. I'd love to do a lurker call out, because I was lurking throughout that first innings. Just getting preparations underway for the new week. But I would like to know if you are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or maybe even on FanCode, if you can get on our YouTube chat, why don't you let us know where you're watching from? Let us say hello to you and say thanks for supporting European cricket. Let's see the beast rolling in again. This one gets a bit greedy going at the stumps and he pushes it down the leg side. But let's see who's the first lurker to say hi in the chat. We really do value. I know we've got viewers from all around the world, all kinds of countries. I think on 6 continents. I haven't heard of a viewer from Antarctica yet, but if you are watching from the bottom of the world, let us know. Don't know if penguins are watching. And also, I think I'm pretty keen to get into food chat because it is the last game of the day. So
I can talk about food.
Did have the kangaroo burger last night. I think when I saw you at the Down Under, where you were doing your great work. You do great quizzes, I have to say.
Thanks, Vinny.
Did you notice that donated my fee, even though I couldn't stay for the whole thing?
I did notice that. You didn't even play the quiz, really. So
no, but I was playing it to myself, so I was still getting the enjoyment out of it. I could only stay for a couple of rounds, but
much appreciated. Thank you.
And you often do you have to guess these logos, and the first one I immediately recognised was Playboy, and I didn't know if that said too much about my upbringing that I recognised it straight away. Well,
you did go to a burlesque show straight afterwards.
Is true. All right, next ball is pushed off the back foot. It'll just be 1. It'll take us to the end of the over. So the beast can't break through. That's 2 overs down. Pulls in 14 without loss.
I do have another food recommendation for you here. I think I told you last night, just about a metro stop away from where you guys are staying. There's a very, very good little place. We'll come back to it. Have a look at the table first.
I'm just going to say quickly, Pruxy, see if they win this game. See, their net run rate is already ahead of Bohemians. So no doubt that will take them to the top. So that game yesterday between Prague CC and Bohemians, this time yesterday, ultimately that was the critical result, looks like, for determining the 1 and 2 position. Yeah, go on. I'm listening to this recommendation.
Yeah, look, there's quite a few. What's happened in the last few years in the Czech Republic is that there's been a rise in small breweries, and so now in villages and towns all around the country, there's a little brewery that brews always pretty good beer. It's nicely pushed out into the covers for a single.
Sounds good to me.
And in Prague also there are quite a few breweries. There's one just around the corner here in Kabeli, which I go past in the bus all the time. It's not far away, but it's called Kobolis.
I'm going to have to write that one down, I think. It's Padmaraju. It gets turned around the corner.
Yeah, it's conveniently right near the metro, so it's about 50 metres from the metro.
That is useful.
There's a nice open area. It used to be some sort of cultural centre, and now there's a brewery and a bakery there.
I'm just hoping for a good weathered Sunday, so I can get out in the sun, because I know weather might be a bit fickle this weekend. Padmaraju gets driven. They aren't going to find the fielder. It's Prakash Sadasevan at cover. Should mention, if you didn't already, Lala is off the field with that injury. Siddhi Gladson has come onto the field for him. There's a substitute fielder. There's a slower ball. This one's just bowled by rolling your arm over slower. This was my slower ball when I was 9. I'd run in really fast, but then just swing my arm really slow at the last moment. I fooled a lot of people back then.
Well, he's not fooling anyone there.
Yeah, it was unreachable. Wide call, next delivery.
You used to be a fast bowler, didn't you, Vinny?
Yeah, well, yeah, this one deflected down for 4, and that's down into that fast area of the ground. So another boundary for Paulsen. They're making a little bit of this start. Yeah, I did grow up as a fast bowler. I don't know about fast, out and out fast. I was more of an outswing bowler. Back in Australia, in Perth, the Fremantle Doctor is the prevailing wind. So I used to be that kind of a bowler, maybe a Terry Alderman style bowler. But when I was 18, I kind of realised wicket keeping skill had overtaken my bowling skill, and that's kind of the direction I went as a senior. Can't really do both. Next one is deflected away. Bit of work for the fielder, and he does well to keep it to, well, it'll be 2 in the end. That's Deepan Patel out there. But, it's funny. Sometimes you see in baseball or other sports, people converting from one position to another. You don't really see that too much. I mean, there's some examples of people like Darren Stevens, for example, who's still playing. He's older than me in the county system. He started as an out-and-out batter, ended up as a bowler. Next one, bit of foot fielding. And just to quickly pump the brakes and turn around, the beast does prevent the boundary, but another 2. I think also Mark Richardson, who ended up opening the batting for New Zealand, he started as a bowler and batting 11, ended up opening in tests. So
Look at Steve Smith. I mean,
yeah,
I think he got in the Australian. Well. He got in the Australian side as a dodgy leg spinner because he kind of looked like Shane Warne.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's about all he had in common. Is he was blunt and he bowled leggies. It's the end of the power play. It's 26 for no loss after 3. Can anyone else in the chat think of some cricket conversion stories? And once again, I want to say hello to some of our chatters, and Craig Hampson's in there. Jamison as well, good to see you. To Wazza, to Michael Dowd. I think he's debating whether to go to Dresden or Krefeld this year. I will say, Michael, that I do have some holidays booked in August, and I'd hate to miss you again, but I will be in Krefeld for the second week of that tournament in kind of second half of August. So I'd say if you can get to Krefeld, then do it, even if it is a 5-hour drive. We always love having you in the chat. Hello to Tarek Sandu as well. Nice to have you in the chat. And hello to The Atom, who seems a bit upset. Looks like Paulsen might be going down in this one. It's not unexpected, given the gulf between these two teams. We already had a real shock result today. United routing PCC for 49. All out in the second game of the day. This is a thick inside edge. But credit to Paulsen. Like I said, I said that I just want to see them have a good innings and then have a bit of confidence go into potentially next year we might see them again, and also the rest of the cricket in the season, to know they can mix it with these top teams. If they could put 80 plus on the board here, I think they'll be pretty satisfied.
Yeah, I think they'll be pretty happy. It's been a very good opening stand by these two. And, it's a lovely shot. Head out towards the boundary where there's a man out there.
They've hit a lot of balls that seem to have gone to fielders actually as well. Date Shetty looks like a good player out of luck with the bat. I know he went cheaply this morning. I think he went first ball, in fact. And I like the food chat that's going on at the moment. Tarek Sandu saying, who's the greatest wicket keeper? Well, that's a very good question.
How long's a piece of string, Vinny?
Yeah, everyone will have views on this. I think I've answered these a couple of times. Like sign, big wide, gives us a chance to think. I've got to say, I know there's been some really good English ones, especially where they can keep up on some tracks that are doing a bit. I've got to say Jack Russell's my favourite. Not just because of his wicket keeping, which was amazing, and he just seemed to do things that other people couldn't, but he was a total weirdo. I've read his book, Jack Russell Unleashed. Thought you'd appreciate that title. So this is a nice bit of wicket keeping himself from Prag Ravi, who's behind the stumps in this game for PCC. He had all sorts of weird things. He wanted the same gloves all the time. He'd patch them up. In the end, they had all these little patches everywhere. Never changed his gloves. He had these rituals where he wanted to drink tea during a test match, but he wouldn't change the tea bag, so he would use the same tea bag and put it on a little hook. He'd have like 5 cups of tea a day, and then the next day he'd still be using the same tea bag. Imagine like getting 100 cups of tea out of one tea bag. That was just for luck.
Was he a Yorkshireman?
He's actually from Gloucestershire. Here we go. Next one. Yeah, Yorkshire tea, I get it now. They're going to come back for 2 on the fumble from Hilly, and they're going to get there. It's a pretty good throw pace-wise, but it was pretty wide, and it drew his wicket-keeping counterpart wide of the stumps. So, yeah, there's a few other things. Apparently he valued his privacy. If his teammates wanted to come to his house, he'd blindfold him for the for the duration of the car trip. He's now a very good artist. You know, he paints cricket scenes and other things. You know, there's so much more. It's a great, if you can ever find it. I got a copy and it was long out before I got my hands on a second-hand copy of Jack Russell Unleashed. Please check it out. All right, down leg side, gives a bit more time. Talk about wicket keepers. I mean, I've got to say I grew up watching Ian Healy. Never seemed to miss too much. I know some people might say there were some better, but keeping to Shane Warne would have been one of the biggest challenges. Then you got to put someone like Sangakkara in there who kept a lot to Murali as well on difficult tracks. Going back, Alan Knight and some of these guys
great
as well.
keeper. Or Rod Marsh as well.
Yeah, Rod Marsh, of course. Maybe technically wasn't there, but he certainly changed the game. Probably one of the first out-and-out wicket-keeper batters as well. He was the first man to score a Test century as a keeper for Australia, at least.
Gilchrist.
Gilchrist is a game changer as well. I think Gilchrist doesn't get enough credit for how good his keeping was. As we get to the end of the fourth over, it's 33 for no loss. We're loving these questions. Keep them coming in the YouTube chat, ECN European Cricket Network. Our last game of Group A before we start Group B tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, Gilchrist's a funny one because people concentrate on his batting, and so they seem to think his keeping is weak, but it certainly wasn't. I mean, he also had to keep to Warne. Not easy. Took some great catches. I actually think his keeping improved all the way throughout his Test career.
Sure.
So wicket keeping is a funny one. It's a bit like goalkeeping in football that it kind of takes wicket keepers to understand other wicket keepers. That's why I like to have these conversations with some of these guys out here, because again, it's hard to get specialist coaching and get those kind of ideas unless you've done the job a lot, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, wicket keepers, when they get in the job, they tend to stay there as well. A couple more names I'm going to throw at you though. I know that Adam Gilchrist moved from New South Wales to Western Australia because of a guy called Phil Emery. And
he used to get booed by the Western Australian supporters when he first came. It didn't last long, because he replaced Tim Zura, who was a crowd favourite.
Yeah.
And, he became pretty popular pretty quickly. Remember, there's a scorecard when I played it at the Gilchrist Club's home ground of him scoring 250 in a 50-over game. And that was up plastered on the board. So you knew you were in for a bit of trouble. He also played the same club as Luke Ronke, who played Test cricket eventually for New Zealand, though he did grow up in Western Australia. There's another name that I normally mention, and Luke has mentioned it, and he's one of my favourites actually, Jeff Dujon from the West Indies in the 80s, who had to keep to all their 4 quick bowlers. Had a few different keepers before that, but Jeff Dujon through the mid-80s and early 90s.
Derek Murray was the guy. Yeah. I remember. That's 4 runs. Should be a no ball, I think, as well.
Yeah, it's pretty high. I don't think they've called it. It's touch and go, I think. He does turn on it. Let's see what we can make of the replay. He's a little bit out of his crease. I think it probably is maybe just okay. It's like borderline. Maybe lucky to get away with it.
It was a bit of fruit and he picked it, so that's okay.
Des Moines getting a bowl. I think got a lot of time for him as a cricketer as well. I think offers a bit with the bat and the ball.
Yeah, Derek Murray was the guy I grew up with in the West Indies.
Early 80s. And
late 70s, yeah.
80s.
Well, that was when they were really firing.
They were crazy back then. They were absolutely nuts. I love watching videos of the West Indies back then. And that's actually the first touring team I saw when I got into cricket, 88-89 against Australia. I think Pakistan were also in Australia that season. And you didn't have Joel Garner or anything like that. You had Curtly Ambrose, you had Malcolm Marshall, these kind of guys, Courtney Walsh.
Well, I saw all those guys. That was a lovely shot there. Turned around the corner, fast down there. 4 runs.
Yeah, good stuff by Shetty. I'm liking it. He gets a full toss, and we've seen lots of teams going without a fine leg, haven't we? That's dangerous. Maybe they think it'll be 4 anyway. It is a fast bit of the ground, and see, it's just nice hands from Shetty to get that where he got it. Yeah, got to say, Jeff Dujon, I based one of my kind of techniques on him where you kind of take a catch sideways and you kind of do a little cartwheel, which he you like to see. He also really liked keeping up to the stumps. When I've ever seen him keep in charity matches or exhibition matches afterwards, he loves stumpings. You know why? Could never get any. He was miles back. This is down the ground and 2 straight as it bounced into the stumps.
Here's another name for you. I've heard rumours about. I don't know if they're true. Tim Zura.
Yeah.
And
that's the name I just mentioned then, because Gilly replaced him in the WA team essentially in, I think, 96, 97, maybe 95, 96.
I did hear a rumour about Tim Zura and in the dressing room where he had a little issue. I don't know if they're true, where he's a bit of a a kleptomaniac, so he'd steal things just unconsciously off people.
I didn't
I
know
really,
this.
I don't know. It's an unconfirmed rumor. That's what I've heard. That, and he used to not even notice.
All right, well, this is going to be 2. That's good running. Hustling through. Good work by Shetty. Well, there you go. For all your unconfirmed rumours, come to the European Cricket Network. And apologies, Tim, if you're watching.
If you're out there.
So you're saying he was unconsciously, he would just take things without, but it wasn't like,
It wasn't malicious. No. Like he'd borrow, like people do in a pub, they borrow someone's lighter and then stick it in their pocket, that sort of thing. And then they'd be like, they'd be missing something. Tim?
You're missing your box or something. Where is it? Tim's got it. Well, this is down the ground. I don't think it's going to clear the fielder, though, and it's taken. Hilal Ahmed takes a nice catch going to his left, and finally the opening partnership is broken. And, well, it's the sometimes, in fact, a normal wicketkeeper, you'd say, for this squad. PCC takes it at long on, and it did pretty well without the gloves. The first wicket falls. It's Shetty who has to go for 22, but a handy contribution. It's 45 for 1.
He's a good outfielder, is Hilly, and judged that very, very well. Came across nicely, got right behind it, and nice take out of the boundary. Well, I think it was a good opening partnership between these two. Dada Shetty, he missed out in the last game, but he did very well in this one. Nirmal Kumar going great guns as well. Dijo Vincent, we saw him in the last game, hit a couple of big sixes down the leg side. See if he can continue with his good form. As you know, Jatin Kumar, their main man and captain, is not playing in this game. Saw right at the end of the last game, picked up a little injury. So that's the reason why.
Big out for them, isn't it?
It is.
They've been going all right. They're on 90 pace at the moment, halfway through this innings. So Tesh Moini gets the wicket in the end, 1 for 12 off his over. We head into the 6th, and it's going to be the left armour, Deepan Patel, to continue. I like this this chat at the moment. A lot of people talking about Mark Boucher as well. I know he had that terrible injury in the end, where a bail flew into his eye. But yeah, Mark Boucher was very good glovement. Longevity as well. You've got to realise you have to concentrate for long periods, and not just within the matches, but long tours, the schedules getting kind of more and more intense. You rarely see one wicketkeeper for a country playing all the games anymore. It's just very, very rare because of the demands it takes. Down leg side, wide start. Tarek says Alex Stewart. I think Alex Stewart was probably, I mean, he did do a fair bit of keeping. Sometimes they would have more of a specialist in there, like Jack Russell around that era.
Alex Stewart was interesting because he was a very good batsman, and I think his batting suffered because he had to keep.
Yeah, so they sometimes would play him as a specialist batter, right? This one always sneaks through. Bit of pad.
Going back to Phil Emery. Phil Emery was a New South Wales keeper for many, many years.
Yes.
And then he played one Test match, got a duck, and that was it. So his Test average is 0.
And do you know what else with Phil Emery? He broke his thumb in the first over keeping. Okay. And he said, well, I don't know if he said anything or not, but just some sort of quick technical delay. But yeah, he actually broke his thumb. It was in Pakistan, and it was the only game Healy was ever injured. And Emery was so good at getting a game, Test cricket anyway. And so yeah, he broke his thumb, but then plugged through it. That says a lot about how tough you have to be a keeper. It's pretty close to the stumps.
I have heard that Mark Waugh, every time he sees Phil Emery, says, "G'day, Phil. What's your Test average?"
Yeah, it's not great, is it? I mean, it can happen. I mean, one of my good friends and teammates, Clint Hinchliffe, who plays in the Big Bash for the Melbourne Stars, I know his first class average is 0.5. As a number 6. This is going to be out. Sada Stevens going to take it, and we had a couple of near misses. Nirmal Kumar finally gets some bat on this, but it's not enough to clear the infield, and so we will have a second wicket. Patel is the man that snares it, thanks to the acting captain Prakash, as Guardians are now 46 for 2, and this will bring a sprinting Sadoon Farooq to the wicket.
He's very keen, is Sadoon Farooq. He's always running onto the field. He's very energetic as well, and here he is. He's running on to face the next delivery. So he hasn't really shown too much with the bat, even though he's batted pretty high up the order. Let's hope he can get some runs here. Deepan Patel will be bowling to him. Left arm around the wicket.
Yeah, he likes that angle, doesn't he? Trying to cramp the right handers just like this. You probably won't get an LBW, but you can get dots. So good bowling by Patel. Yeah, so Some people mentioning Brendan McCullum in there as well. Yeah, my friend Clint, he gets called Ron Burgundy because he's got this moustache that he always seems to wear in the Big Bash. He has to fight for a game. They've got a lot of good spinners. He's more like a left arm kind of wrist spin bowler. So he's considered a bit of an all-rounder. But yeah, he has played one match for Western Australia. He has 1 run. He's been out twice. And he hasn't had a game since. So he's just itching to get another game. He's only young. I think he's about 24, 25. So maybe he'll get another crack down the stretch. But yeah, it must be pretty annoying going to bed every night with a test average of 0.5. Anyway, well, first class average, I should say. Here's the next one, and it's worked square of the wicket. I think this will be fielded out there by Jahangir Ahmed. So yeah, I mean, I know Michael Slater actually bowled in a test match for Australia once and got a wicket. He had 1 for 4, and he had the best test bowling average of all time. And he was just, you couldn't, whenever they tried to bowl him again, he said, absolutely no way. He said, no way. He said, I want to be. He said, there's Don Bradman up the top of the batting, and there's me on the bowling. Although that's not actually true either, because if you want to go on just, if there's no minimum standards, the highest test average, I think, I mean, there's people that played 1 test and got hundreds and never played again. But obviously, you don't really count those in the record books because there's normally a minimum qualification. Hilal Ahmed's going to have a bowl.
He's a good bowler, actually. He ducks them in. I think the wind's going to go against him, but he darts them in. Often gets a bit of in-swing, but I don't think this wind's going to help him. But Hilly's a pretty good bowler. He's bowled for the national team at some stage, I think up in Poland. Here he comes.
Yeah, it doesn't really come in because of that wind, I think, is the first one. And I'll go flat and straight for a wide.
He's looking good, Hilly. He got married a few years ago and got a bit of a paunch, I guess. The food was too good. He's done a bit of work on his fitness.
And I know that Michael Dowd in the chat saying, whatever happens on the field, always Poulsen will have the comfort of having a world best beer. Yeah, well, that's one thing that the Czech Republic is famous for. And I can assure you, it tastes even better when you're in this country.
A couple of beers that come from Pilsen. Gambrinus is another one from Pilsen. It's kind of like the stock standard beer in the Czech Republic.
I can find so much Czech beer. Even we were in Sweden. The series before this, it's in Stockholm. There's plenty of Czech beer available there. It's dragged square of the wicket, but straight to the fielder, who will make the stop. Yeah, so funnily enough, if you want to have it in Sweden, it costs a bit more than it does here in Prague. But I know that you're always telling me what a good price is. I think you said about 40 crowns, which is about €1.60, which is, if you're watching from Australia, it's about $2.40 beer. Yes, I'm not making a mistake there. And had one at Stockholm Central Station while I was waiting for a friend, and that one cost me approximately, I think it was €11.30. So that's almost 300 crowns. So it's about 5 or 6 times as expensive. Anyway, here's Hilal Ahmed, and this one should be 4, I think. No, he's going to get there. Geez, made that look easy. I thought sometimes it gets down there. That's Sadir Gladson, who is on the field for Name Lala at the moment. So that's one to Vincent, who has scored a few runs in that area. Keep the questions coming, though, in the chat. We'd love to have some more random ones. Already they're on to best slip fielders, so maybe you'll have a little bit of think about that.
I think I've got a favourite for that. That'll be Mark Taylor.
Yeah, he said Mark Waugh, and I said that's a good shout, but then I also thought Mark Taylor. He was very good there, wasn't he?
Yep.
As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score's 53 for 2. Just a reminder, if you want more cricket entertainment, guess what? The action's going to be hotting up tomorrow here in Prague. Vinarati, well, that's Danny's team. They're on, and they're going to take on the Tigers, then the Spartans. It's the debut for the Prague Tigers. They've got a real kind of university vibe. I think that's how they first got involved in organised cricket here. And a lot of Bangladeshi background. Looking forward to seeing them. They'll be playing games 1 and 3. Barbarians are on in the afternoon. Once again, they will play at the Tigers and then the Spartans. It all starts again, Super Saturday, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Start of the new over, just played away to the leg side for a single. This is the first ball from Naveen Padmaraju, who's come back. Yeah, so yeah, Mark Taylor, Mark Waugh, but maybe we're being a bit biased because of our Australian-ness.
No,
also would throw Alan Border in there back in the day, maybe.
Ian Chappell.
Yeah, Greg Chappell. A lot of people think Greg Chappell's right up there for slip fielding as well. But we've only just just motored out for Australians. So
Well, I think part of the reason is that you get so many slip catches in Australia because of the bouncy wickets, especially in places like Perth. This is in the air, and the keeper calls for it, swirling around, but he's done well, and that's out. Well, that's the end for DJ Vincent.
yeah, DJ is going to have to go as he. Yeah, look, he's trying to move things along. Pretty good catch in these conditions. I mean, I think you can't really understand unless you're here at the ground how windy it is at the moment. So this would just be swirling around, and a nice moment between the two teams. The Beast is getting a little pat on the back on the way, as the Bulls are now 54 for 3. So yeah, let us know. A few people saying Ian Botham in the slips as well. As some people talking about Freddie Flintoff getting hit for 6 by, I think, Gilchrist in that innings in Perth, that famous innings in Perth. And Ian Chappell's comment was, "Close your mouth, Freddie, or the roof of your mouth will get sunburned." He was watching it fly all the way. That's a pretty good one. We've gone through a few tangents last game of the day. Always nice to get involved in the chat. Does seem like this game is drifting it to its conclusion. But let's see if Kapil Kumar can get something going. Misses the cut shot first up from Padmaraju. So yeah, let us know. There's a few funny comments. I can't say them all. I think there's a few funny sayings that may or may not have been said on cricket fields to kind of call sledging or whatever you like, the gamesmanship or.
Is it one about biscuits?
Yep, biscuits or burgers. Again, a lot of them are just rumours.
Yeah.
Just because you're into unconfirmed rumours at the moment. But there's some pretty good ones.
Going back to beer.
Okay.
At the Down Under, they have a beer from Pilsen. And the brewer, Phil, is Australian. Nice guy. And it's called Raven. And I had a nice Raven sour last night.
Yeah.
A Maracuja sour.
Tried the Raven there. This has
Very
fit
nice.
pretty well, but he might find trouble. And he will. And that's actually a pretty good catch out there, considering that he had to just hold up in time. I think that's Samir Mataranga out there that takes the catch. And I was just worried he was going to step back over the boundary, but he knew exactly what he was doing. So you play a good shot, and this is your reward. Unfortunately, it just hasn't been Farouk's week, has it? You see, Mataranga.
He didn't really move a muscle. It went absolutely straight to him. It was like catching practice and spot on for the batsman there, Farouk. He picked him up beautifully.
Yeah, nicely taken. Once again, he's blowing a bit, but that wasn't so high. It's the ones that get up high in the air that I think are a bit more difficult in this wind. Brings K.O. Patel to the crease. And you were mentioning, this is the last time we'll see Parks EC, of course, for a week. It does look like they'll top the table now. But you mentioned there might be a couple of ins for them next weekend when we hit quarterfinals. Any names? Maybe a K. Mehta or a Kushal Mendon or something like that?
Both. I'm not sure about KO, but definitely Kushal is in line for a return. He's been in the chat. I think he's probably lurking. He can confirm it. But Akash Palmer as well, another very good player.
Sure.
So we'll see. Oh, this is going to be 4. Good
Dodgy
shot.
edge, as you'd call it. And well done to the new batter. In fact, it's not new batter. That is Kumar facing up. This is a new over starting. Uda Galagay is the bowler. And it starts with the boundary. Paulson, they're going to eke up to 60 after that. I mentioned something 80 plus would be a good effort, I thought, for the Paulson Guardians in this game. Of course, there's no chance of their qualification, so essentially playing for pride. Let's see if they can scramble a few off the last. That helps.
Put a man back there now, just in case he replicates that shot. Here's Roy coming in again. Roy was selected for the 2019 Czech squad as an off spinner. Didn't get much action in the Netherlands, but he's been very good for this club as well. He's probably the best batsman in the country when I first got here about 15 years ago.
It's got such depth, don't they? PCC, oldest cricket club in the Czech Republic. Is that correct? I always assume that.
It is. Well, at one stage it was the only one, and quite a few of the clubs, including Bohemians, I think, split off. It was Scott Page that played for PCC and then split off with to Bohemians, I think. And then Barbarians were a little bit after that.
I think it's natural as the scene grows. You need to have that kind of splintering to promote a healthy competition.
I saw that in Hungary with blinders.
Yeah, definitely the blinders, and that's somewhere we'll be, of course, just over a week's time. It's just the way it has to happen in Europe.
Cobras are another one, I think, that splinter from the Tigers as well. And,
that's right.
Satya is a very nice guy, and in Hungary.
Yep. Ashwath Narayan, one of the longer surnames we've got. But hello to Satya if you're watching. I'm sure everyone in Hungary is getting quite excited for that series, which is coming up straight after this one. All right, last ball of the ninth over. Cut away, not a bad shot. Patel will get the single. He'll retain the strike heading into the last over of the day. And the score is 64 for 4. They haven't disgraced themselves here. Just probably, obviously, missing 2 of their big 3 in this innings is hurting their batting with that. No, Jatin Kumar, it was a last-minute withdrawal with injury. And the other one, of course, is Guru Singh, unfortunately.
Disappointed, though, Vinny, that I don't see Nems magazine with the pads on. He's just sitting there enjoying his time.
He's protecting his average, Nems, I think. But I did love Nems magazine. I mean, I've never seen a name like Nems magazine. And if you want some Nems, here's some highlights of Nems. And he's got his own highlights package. That's great work. He got pretty close to that one. Hey, imagine if he grabbed that one. That would have been all-time.
Oh.
Anyway, good on you, Nems. Let's get to the action.
Oof.
And well, they say what's in a name. Well, if your name's good enough, then you'll end up with your own highlights package, even though you didn't actually take any wickets. But, well, let's hope we haven't seen the last of Nems magazine on the cricket scene here in the Czech Republic. Deshmoini is going to get the 10th and final over of the day. And this will settle things in Group A. It'll be PCC on top, Bohemians second. And, after that, we've got United. I mean, they were the real surprise package today, weren't they? I mean, I thought it was a 50-50 game against Brno, the way that Brno have been playing. United were able to do one on them. And then they take third spot by upsetting Prague CC. And that'll give the United guys so much confidence no matter who they play.
Absolutely.
Next week. It's going to be a danger game for whoever finishes second in Group B. 4 to come now for Rohit. Little edge, educated edge, if you like. Yeah, so tomorrow, one thing we are a little bit worried about is the weather. We've been blessed with weather so far, but you think we shouldn't worry?
I had a look at the forecast. Looks okay to me. It might be a bit of overnight rain, but should be okay tomorrow.
Chance of occasional one, but yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Not according to my sources.
No, I'm going to go with what you're saying.
Pretty good.
This ground drains really well, though.
It does.
It looks super hard at the moment.
There's one person I'm hopefully looking forward to next week as part of Moravians. Not sure if he'll be playing. Is Felix, who became a bit of a cult hero when we were down in Brno their first year here with the Super Series. He's vintage, I think, would be a good term for Felix, and a real character. So hopefully Moravians will bring him up because he's a fantastic guy.
Sounds good to me. More the merrier. All right, this morning with 2 to come in the day, edged, and Rohit, he's not too happy with this. Getting his figures ruined with a bunch of edges. Regardless, Kumar seems like a bit of a late cut specialist, if I'm going to flip the script on that. Regardless, he will move into double digits with that. He moves to 12, score up to 71. Now, I like this. That Stephen Roberts says, "Hola, gents," lurking in Vinarati, Antarctica. So maybe we do have an Antarctican viewer. And hope everyone that is leaving us has a great evening and see you tomorrow. Stay tuned for some highlights of this game and then highlights of the entire day. I think United fans will be sticking around. This is the last ball of the day, swung at and missed by Kumar. And I think that will be that. So PCC, normal service resumes. And in this one, they win 127 to 71. Look, we do have to say goodbye to the Guardians after that, but we thank them for their efforts, because they've really shown some enthusiasm, shown a lot of improvement as well in the T10 format, winning their first game yesterday, but they weren't able to get any points out of the final day. Sadly, it's the end of their ECS story in 2022.
Yeah, I think they were really good. As I said, when they got their full lineup together with their big 3, Dada Shetty, Jatin Kumar and Guru Singh, they looked very threatening. They got that win as well, which will buoy them. And there are one of those clubs where it's a bunch of mates that get together and play. And that's that's what cricket's all about, really. It's not all about winning things. It's good fun. It's a great sport, and that's what they are at the moment, the Pilsen Guardians. But they will improve, and I'm sure we'll see them next year.
Yeah, for sure. And look, let's take nothing away from Prague CC. They got rocked, didn't they, in the first morning, going down by 7 runs to Bohemians, but they didn't put a foot wrong really after that until today, where they got routed by United. But maybe that was just one of those days without the regular captain, Aaron Ashokan, as well. Well, Vinarati, they're up first thing tomorrow. I see that Chris Pearce is in the chat. He said he's having a scorcher, coaching in Prague 6 at the moment. Obviously pretty hot in there. But Chris, well, we'd love to see at some point Vinarati taking on the Tigers and the Spartans tomorrow. And in the afternoon, Barbarians taking on the Tigers and the Spartans. So it should be super interesting, the start of Group B. Remember that only 4 of the 5 teams we'll see in that group will progress. The 5th team that you don't see playing tomorrow is Moravian. We'll see them on Monday for the first time. It all starts again tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 p.m. in India. Let's roll the highlights and wrap this one up, because Group A, it's done and dusted. The Guardians, well, they were chasing a pretty colossal target of 128. You just felt, especially with no Jatin Kumar and without Guru Singh, of course, today, they were going to struggle to do it. But they certainly didn't disgrace themselves, and it was a healthy opening partnership for the Guardians.
Yeah, it was a very good opening partnership. I mean, they're chasing a lot of runs. They were probably never going to get there, but it's a good effort by the openers, Nimal Kumar and Dada Shetty. But a couple of wickets went down. Yeah, the bowling was pretty decent from PCC. This is sort of the catch there from the keeper. But never quite going to get there were the Guardians. It was not a massive score, but 12 and over, almost 13 and over is a lot to get for very, very good teams. And Guardians are a good team, but still, remember, second division, and they were very competitive, and it's good to see them. And I'm sure they'll be back next year and fighting. Yeah, as we saw with United.
That injury or injuries to Lala for PCC isn't too serious. They do have a week off now before they'll play the 4th team in Group B, PCC, on quarterfinals Friday. Let's have a look at the scorecard. It's Dada Shetty with 22. He ended up top scoring. I think he looked the best of the batters. And Shetty, he was unlucky a couple of times to go early, I think. Sometimes you'll nick off. And that's what happened to him a couple of times. He looks like a very good player to me. Nirmal Kumar, that is, with 16. And closely followed by Kapil Kumar, 12 not out towards the end. They were the best performers. 10 wides in there. Look, it did have the feel. There was a bit of a training run for Prague CEC. They did try and use a few different bowlers. Of course, they've used a lot of players already this week. That's been a challenge in themselves. In fact, they used 7 bowlers in this innings. You see, 2 for 15. The figures went to Naveen Padmaraju. Apart from that, Deepan Patel, 1 for 9. Deshmoini got a wicket. A bit unlucky to go for 19, if you ask me. Apart from that, Hilal Ahmed, even he had it over. And Uda Gallagher, he didn't bowl about over as well. Roy going for 8 off his. Mataranga early with 8, didn't bother coming back. Same with the Beast. So, business as usual, resuming for Prague CC. And, well, I want to thank everyone out there for joining us once again on a really nice Peacock Friday. I've enjoyed it, and I'll tell you what, been very comfortable. It's been a great day to kind of throw the jacket away, because I feel like summer's coming, Danny. We've had some frosty days so far on ECN this year, but I tell you what, it's just beautiful. It doesn't get much better than this.
It's been lovely here in Prague, and it's been really good cricket as well, so I've enjoyed the week so far. And that's Group A out of the way. Group B starting tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be a really good one as well. So hopefully you can join us tomorrow. If you want to find out more about the schedule and maybe a few more match previews and things like that, you can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. That's a great place to go to get some of that inside info. All the stats are there as well for last year. So some of you, if you are playing fantasy, it's a great way to look at some of the performers that did well for these teams last year. Just go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Also, our Facebook, our Instagram, our Twitter, our social media at European Cricket, great place to go. If you haven't already, please subscribe and like this video as well. Give it the thumbs up, because that all helps more people see it and more people get kind of acquainted with European cricket. It is very special. Danny, thanks to you as well as all the Blue crew. It's been great working with you this week, and I'm really excited for Group B and seeing some new faces, but familiar faces tomorrow.
Absolutely. Look, it'll be great to see a whole new set of players, 5 new sides, and some great cricket. So, I think that's it from us.
I think
isn't it,
that
Vinny?
is about it. So look, on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and safe evening. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, don't go too hard on the Friday night because the cricket is back tomorrow, Saturday morning, and it's going to be super to have your company. Day 6 on the way. Group B action. Until then, it's bye from me, Vinny Sandhu, and Danny Hudacek from the ECN Ice Cube. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.